This game has no controller support, as Steam likes to tell me every time. Welcome to the Roottrees are dead. I have no new revelations for you. I actually have nothing for you. I've been thinking about this game a lot. I've been thinking about this game ever since we stopped playing. I've been thinking about how we can possibly get to some resolution in this game, given that I have no clue what's going on with the rest of the parts of the trees that we have so far. You farted! And today is a sad day, because not only was I graced with the message of somebody, playing the windpipe, playing the backwards windpipe, you thought I should know. I also accidentally ruined the Shitters channel by typoing the Shitters emote, so I'm sorry everyone. As my penance, I will struggle to solve the rest of this tree as best as I can. For those of you who don't know this game, and I actually think this game is a great fit for quite a few people, I need to recommend it to a couple others. So far, actually, to the people that I have on Steam, I've seen 3 of you wishlist this. So, I'm directly responsible for 3 future sales, and I would like to see profits. I'm just kidding. But this is a great game about figuring out a family tree. Would I recommend it to you, your favorite chatter? Well, let's clear up some relational issues, okay? We are estranged from each other. You are not my favorite chatter. Alright? I don't even know your real name. Smile emoji. No, I wouldn't recommend it to you. It's actually too late for you because you've already played. You've already seen the game. Hello, chat. Who is my favorite chatter? All of you. I don't see any of you differently. Here, silly, my name is not me. Oh, here we go. Oh, see, look. Now they're fighting. Now they're fighting each other. I ship it. Okay, now they're fighting each other. You remember this during a boss tomorrow. Yeah, for context, me and Nagi are playing a co-op game tomorrow. All of you are my favorite chatties, okay? I'm gonna make it clear here. All of you... It's like children. No, like... If you ever have siblings, you know this intuitively, okay? Because you see it in your day-to-day life. When your parents say they love all their children equally, and then they give one of the children, a lot more attention, love, and, money, that's how you know that they're lying to you. My first exposure to a lie was my parents saying that they love us all equally. My second exposure was when they said that they love each other. Oh man. Okay, Dad. Pick a favorite, Dad. I'm not picking favorites. You know what? There's a favorite in my heart, but there's a favorite that you'll never know, right? Think of it. It's just like this family. Look. Who do you think was Elias Roottrees' favorite child out of all these 5, right? If you ask Elias and Gwyneth, they would say they have no favorites. But if you ask them seriously, they'd be like, we hate Edward Clancy. Number 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you're actually not wrong. You are correct because he did write the Clancy Trust. Clancy Edward did write the Clancy Trust, and he is the 4th child. You somehow nailed it perfectly. Jerry Seinfeld. Yes. Their child, Jerry Seinfeld. Huh? It doesn't play the music. No. What? Oh, wait. It has to be a main family member. Jerry Seinfeld. Ethel, can you be my new dad? Sure, I'll be your dad, Noggy. Woo emote. See, aren't we such a great chat? See, this is why I love all of you, right? I don't actually love you guys. You know what I mean? You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not here to sell you on the pretense of me caring about you and me, loving you, right? I think about this. Listen, all of you... This is a transactional relationship. Alright? You pay me to be the father figure that you never had in your life. You cracked your tooth while chipping. Wait, did it crack again? You should go to a dentist because the more that it cracks, the more it'll split apart. And then the more that it'll crack upwards, it'll go into your bone, which is worse. How? Wait, how? What? Sorry, I lost context. You wanted to ask me. What? What do you want to ask me? Is it a question about the Roottrees or is it a question about the family tree? Like our family. Like, is it a question about this family tree or is it a question about the chat family tree? Like, if I could place all of you, I'm not Guy Hudson. But okay, imagine a world where Guy Hudson isn't a bad person and doesn't exert his power and control over someone and coerce them into doing something that they don't necessarily want to do. Okay, imagine that he doesn't do that. I would be Guy Hudson in this photo, and where there'd be like 5 of you, and there'd be like multiple offspring at the bottom, right? That's what this is. That's what this is. There is no love. There is a transactional element to this moment here, all right? There is a transactional element. I say stupid things, you make me say stupid things, you laugh, you leave. That's it. You want to ask me water? Wait, what? How water? How water? What? And speaking of transactional things, I actually think more of this tree is transactional than we thought. So I was having this sort of I did have this one revelation that if Guy Hudson and his wife were transactional in the sense of they didn't really care or love each other, then presumably most of this tree is like this too. There's a very good chance that there's a reason why, you know, we see this sort of happen. I don't think these people are really cheating on each other. I think a lot of them actually don't care about each other the way that we think they do. So I've reframed my thinking on this game. For instance, take Elias and Gwyneth, right? I don't think Gwyneth wanted to give away her farm, and I don't think she really appreciated the idea of effectively being married off in order to gain and consolidate power within her family's empire, and to give her power away because the family needed a male like person in order to, you know, push it forward, because this is a very misogynistic timeline, right? So in my mind, this entire family is lacking in love. Probably really only the new generation actually has fallen in love with people. Like, you have Chris and, in a way, Clark, although I'm not really sure with Clark and Kim, right? You have, you know, Gwendolyn as well as Carolyn, but even Gwendolyn is a suspect because of who Wilson Stephen was, or Stephen Wilson. But it explains a lot of why this stuff happens, and I realize that this infidelity tagline is actually not accurate. In a way, I don't think it's accurate because I don't think any of them were truly in love. I think a lot of this is for show, and I wonder how much of this is true when we finish the game, when the game starts to talk to us about, you know, all these relationships and gives us more context behind why they did these things, right? We're very close because we solved everything sans Susan's husband and the Elias and the Gwyneth Roottree sort of line, right? Or the Elias and the something tree line. We still need to find Ophelia, whoever that is, and I'm assuming one of their names down here is related to the grandma's name. Like, it's going to be like, I named my child after my grandmother's name. You're now a registered gooner. Oh, it gets me every time. It always gets a new chatter every time. Hello chatter. Hello. They're not necessarily new, but it's their first time typing here. So when they register, it is fine. But we're fairly close. I think we've got a fairly good roll here. I'm pretty sure this will solve this. I have not had any revelations about this though. I'm still trying to figure out who exactly is Susan's husband, because I can't find their name anywhere. First time watching live. Okay, you're gonna see like a type B in action. You can't skip this. Yeah, and again, there's no pressure. You're free to leave, even though I've called you out. You're free to leave, right? Because type B and type A, like type A can skip in the video. But if you're a type A watcher watching a type B thing live, you're gonna wanna, you know, you're gonna wanna leave. Too bad. Now you're in the list. Well, what did we even do last time? I think last time we got information on her, and then I realized that she probably married the brother because Andrew Smith died, and then presumably, my theory is that the reason why his photo is here is because she married him, and that's a photo of, who did I say that was a photo of? Yeah, and then I think this is a photo of Barbara Williams. And then beyond that, I had no clue. I think we were researching something on the computer. Greta Jones? Oh yeah, right. This is the other thing that I was trying to figure out too. I was racking my brain around how do you narrow this thing down? Because there's a poster here. Every piece of information on this poster so far has been useful, but the game does say that they're a red herring, so there is something to be aware of in the sense of like not everything that you see is going to be useful, and yet so far everything has been. But searching Greta Jones and WK12 Morning News doesn't lead me anywhere, right? And I think it's the same thing as the Sunday Times, like the Sunday Mercury, as well as the Florida Sunday Times or something. I need to think about how to sort of combine these disparate different elements together to narrow down my search, right? Because I need to figure out what her story is, and I need to figure out why it's important. Because maybe there's some interesting information about these people. But I don't know how to get there from Isabel Crosby, Benton County, and Greta Jones, and WKK12. Nothing seems to work. Because Effingham County is a real place. I learned about Springfield, but nobody's ever talked about this stuff. And actually, now that I think about it, where did she have this? Maybe we do WK12 Morning News Kikiwa Falls, right? WK12 Morning News Kikiwa Falls. Oh. Greta Jones, Miami. Los Angeles. Greta Jones, WK12 TV. Okay, I give up. Okay, maybe this is a red herring. Let's just continue on from her life and figure out who her children are. So if I go look up Sharon Williams, I think we did this last time, and she's the person behind this, Lanes Across America, which we already know about. We already got through Lanes Across Miami. We have a photo of Andrew Smith, who is dead. Sharon Smith, they took over, the current leadership took over. Drew, who is the face of the charity, the full photo. And if I look at Drew Smith, Lanes Across America, good afternoon. You're pounding drugs right now. What does that mean? What does it mean to pound drugs? What does it mean to pound drugs, Chad? Just explain to me. How many... Are you okay? Are you feeling good? Hopefully you're feeling fine. Hopefully you're feeling alright. And hopefully the drugs are there to help you feel better. I'm studying the story of a loss. It's self-explanatory. I want antibiotics and it's pill popping time. You know what's crazy about the antibiotic thing? It's I still think about this a lot, right? It's one of the best things that we have, but nobody ever follows instructions. And I'm surprised that in many ways the medical industry revolves around people following instructions. Everything within the medical industry, or everything within medicine relies on people following instructions. And yet I think intuitively doctors know that nobody follows instructions. And I can't believe that everything that we invent for healthcare requires significant amounts of instruction that nobody will ever understand, to the point where people will often just need somebody else to manage it for them, with a pill box and stuff. Because if you don't take a full regimen of antibiotics, it doesn't work. The effectiveness goes way down, and then you end up with this super virus that eventually grows immune to the antibiotic because it almost died and then it came back alive. So it's kind of nuts. Following the teeth surgeon, don't get dental abscesses. See, chat? Don't get dental abscesses, especially the one that's cracked there like tooth. It's only a matter of time until antibiotics become by and large ineffective because its users are stubborn. Exactly. That's the thing, right? Surely we would have a better solution by this point. Yeah. I would even dare say having something that's attached to your skin that those patches would probably be more effective than actual timing the pills over and over and over. What is that? Even pointless. Yeah, we even have an antibiotic we don't use, so things can't get immune to it. It's amazing how much the world is held back by stupidity. we could go so far, right? We could go so far. And I think about this a lot, right? There must have been a time pre-leaded gasoline, because that's when, say, the Jetsons became real. there was probably a time when people thought our future would be amazing because they were probably a lot better at listening to people than we are today. The chain is only as strong as its weakest link. That's a very, very good statement. Yeah, that's a very good statement. It's why I don't go outside and I say hi to people. I like to stay at home and take care of myself and never interact with others. You did a co-op work term working with bacteriophage, which are viruses that can be made to do the same thing. It was a solution of choice in the early Coleman term before Western countries were able to mass produce antibiotics. Wait, how come we stopped it then? Or is it just harder to make bacteriophages compared to antibiotics? So they kind of stopped researching on bacteriophages because we already had antibiotics. Okay, well, I just got my answer. The answer is whatever is the easiest to make, they'll just keep on going for it. That's fascinating, yeah. Because if we just kept with it, especially nowadays with our very impressive ability to synthesize life, I can imagine all those problems would sort of go away. Because it's not like you can stop it from spreading. And like once the bacteriophage is inside of you, because it's a virus, it just keeps on spreading itself too, right? So it's like you will be stuck with it for a certain period of time before your body gets better. And now they're sort of coming back because scientists are afraid that resistant bacteria will become dominant thanks to people like my grandma who don't follow the directions. I like you threw your grandma under the bus. You're just like Lauren Roottrees, right? Lauren Roottrees wrote an entire book about her life. She wrote a book about her diary, her husband, and then she has like a one-off that makes fun of her grandma's lisp. And this is the crazy part, right? Okay, this is the crazy part. I want you to read this. She bemoans that her family is cruel and that they have a disdain for others, right? Right? Even my family remains unspared. And she says that they make fun of my grandpop and they make fun of their grandma's lisp, okay? But she also does the same thing because she writes out specifically the lisp in her diary. She doesn't even give her... Actually, now that I look at it, she's actually just... she's just quoting them. You think she's just quoting her shitty parents? Yeah, she's just quoting them. The other one is multi-strand immunity. Certain diseases have multiple strands, but as soon as you've had one, you're immune to all of them. That's how the smallpox vaccine started. They realized you had milkmaid's pox, which is far less fatal, but made you immune to both. I did hear about that too, yeah. To be fair, I think even knowing that, I think people still won't take the vaccines. So, as evidenced by the return of measles, right? By the way, have you guys booked your measles party yet? Yeah, have any of you booked your measles and your smallpox parties yet? All right, it's time for you to go and get immunized the hard way. I still can't believe that that's happening right now, right? We have all these cool pieces of technology, and because nobody can listen and follow the instructions, and everyone believes that there's microbots and like 5G waves, we're all going to die. But we're not gonna die in a blaze of glory. We're going to die because of a thing that we can't even see. Because they give you brain chips and let you connect to China by 6G satellites. Honestly, like, seeing how popular Xiaohongshu got in the West, and seeing how popular just Chinese culture in general got for like a moment of like time, and seeing how popular Malatang hot pot is, I'm surprised that more people don't want to connect, right? And 6G, it's higher than 5G. It has to be faster. How am I going to find out who her children is? Who her children are? How am I going to find out anything about her like child? Kakiwa Falls Gazette focuses more on the... I'm pretty sure I saw this as well. Kakiwa Falls Gazette. There are no Kakiwa Falls. Wait, it's a series of online articles. Oh, wait, I have this now. I thought I had it, no? How am I going to find this child? How do I find anything about her like children? Why don't we just go backwards? Let's go look up some William Frank. Your grade 10 biology class had one kid who was incubated or inoculated for smallpox because he was born in Albania, and the bio teacher then said, so if I released smallpox in this classroom right now, you and I would be fine. Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? There's only a handful of people out there nowadays that would still be fine. And I've even heard that even if you got the shot for it as a kid, the shots like pre-1980 or 1990 something, like it's like they weren't lifetime effective or something. Like the ones that you get now are more lifetime effective. So it's like apparently they recommend you to go get a booster now in light of the recent events too. So it's like, man, can you imagine the chaos that that would happen. Like, imagine you go to work and your coworker has the measles or like smallpox. Like, there's a very good chance that you could die. In fairness, we just got the twisted conspiracy with it's Japan. The chips make you more Japanese. The sign-up rate would be insane. Yeah, I have thought about that. Like, we just need a conspiracy theorist on this side of science, right? We need somebody who's able to spin it the other way around. And I think you're correct. I think making it more appealing to the weeaboo masses will make it more appealing to the world in general. But then you have a problem of, like, you know, the normal people don't look at the weeaboos in a favorable light. Smallpox is the one disease I'm not afraid of coming back because we actually stopped it. Polio and measles never completely went away. That is fair. That's fair. Wait, so then is smallpox the one that's fully eradicated? Or, like, not eradicated, but, like, it's fully gone from... Well, I guess it really depends on where you are. If you're in the West, I'm assuming it's mostly gone. If you're in China, it's mostly gone. If you're in, like, you know, certain other places, it's mostly gone. But I'm sure it still ravages certain parts of the world. Mermaids strike back against lobster farms. What is this? I need to figure out how to get any information here. Many have begun demonizing, but there are no punchlines. I don't know what to do. Smallpox was totally eradicated worldwide. Oh, last case was a couple decades ago. Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Wait, so how are people... Oh, I guess, yeah. I guess the only news that I've ever seen was of the measles. I just assumed that smallpox would be coming back too. Although, have you guys seen the... there's been a lot of articles about scientists. They, I think they ate woolly mammoth meat, and then they also made rats. Like, they gave them woolly hair from a woolly mammoth. So there's a good chance that somebody's gonna unearth like a piece of ice that has one single virus in it. There's a possibility that the scientists will be the ones to herald the end of days. Also, this entire VOD is going to be demonetized because you can't talk about this stuff on YouTube. Like, if I mention, for instance, like, there's a bunch of keywords, right? And I'm just going to say them now because it's already too late. COVID-19, vaccines, 5G, radio waves, China. I don't know why China's on there. Mind control, conspiracy, measles, smallpox, FBI opened up. Just cut it out anyways for type A viewers. So I don't do any editing, right? I just leave it there because I know, like, this is the thing about type A viewers. Type A viewers, they will do anything to get their hit. All right, they will scrub through a video at 16 times speed just to hear me say, okay, I think Sharon Williams, and then that's when they lock in. And the moment that I step away, that's when they eject, right? Type A viewers, you don't need to do anything for them. It's the Type B viewers that demand more. It's why, honestly, I think streaming is the hardest job. Type B viewers demand a certain level of attention and care that Type A viewers don't need. Like, I could play this entire game completely silent. Like, if I just cut... But the thing is, right? Type B viewers wouldn't enjoy that. Type A viewers go, oh, perfect, finally, like real gameplay for once. Type B viewers demand that I learn about their day, right? That I think about their feelings, right? Type B viewers want me to coddle them like babies. Type B viewers want me to acknowledge their existence. They want me to do things. You know what? No, I say that's a Type C viewer. Type B viewers want banter. Type B viewers are parasocial. Okay, I think Type B viewers, I think there's a Type C. I know Northern Lion said there's a Type A and there's a Type B. I think there's a Type C. Type A is also, how about this? Type A has a Type D. So A, D, B, C. You know, like the 4 cube thing in the biology? It's like that, okay? Is that even, no, that's for genes. Type A viewers are split between people who like gameplay but don't care about the quality of the gameplay. They're looking for gameplay related funny moments. It's like playing Happy Wheels. Silence for once. It's like playing Happy Wheels, where yeah, type A, type B, type AB, type O. Yeah, okay, so type AB cares about the funny moments in the gameplay. So like they want you to play games like Happy Wheels, or they want you to play games like Little Sack Boy. Is that the game name? What's that game? Little Sack Kid? What the Sack Child? What's that game again? Little Sack Boy on the PS3. What's wrong with with Happy Wheels? Everything. Everywhere. You'll make this a fun and square chart at some point. That's the name of it. Thank you. Little Big Planet. Yeah. Little Sack Boy. Type A minus is just when you have 0 viewers. Okay, so yeah, so look. Type AB. So type A cares about the funny moments within the game. Type AB is exactly the type A minus. They're expecting esports level gameplay no matter what you do. They're there. It's the same people who watch speedrunners. I've watched a speedrunner and I've fallen asleep before because you see them, you see them do the same jump over and over and over for hours, and they keep resetting before it ever gets good. It's not funny to watch them fail. It's just it's disappointing. It's sad. It hurts you. It's a struggle. It hurts. Type O is the parasocial viewer. Type O is not just a type B viewer, because type B doesn't care whether or not I like them. Type B wants to laugh at me. Type O wants me to love them. Type O is a whole different problem. I would say everybody here sans maybe one or two of you, and you know who you are, but I won't say who you are. That way all of you suspect that it's you, and therefore all of you are much more aware of your behavior here, right? You know, like check yourself. Are mostly not parasocial, right? Except for two of you, you're not parasocial, right? Everyone here is a type B viewer sans one or two of you, but one or two of you are a type O, and you're getting to like the dangerous level of type O, where it's like it's at some point you're gonna ask me for my social security number, right? Or whatever the equivalent of it within, like, you know, kind of stuff. You love Little Big Planet as a kid, but I could never watch YouTubers play it, mainly because all I found was sharks falling from the sky survival and other slot levels. See, that's what I mean. That's the type AB viewer. So that's the type A viewer, where they want to see funny comedic moments within the game. Like it just doesn't work, right? Whereas the type AB viewer, like you're looking for the really creative worlds. You're looking for someone to engage with the game and actually look at how deep that creation tool goes, right? It's like watching somebody stream Gmod. You either watch them play Trouble in Terrace Town, where, you know, the game itself is funny, or you watch them play a full custom game or a level that transforms it into Metroid, and you marvel at how the game is different. That's the main difference. Daddy? Really mad. I've called you out, huh? But now that you all know where you lie within the Punnett Square chart, alright? Like, now that you know which kid, just place yourselves within the square, alright? You a type A, type B, type AB, or type O? Some of you count out the whole chat. Listen. Some of you are more problematic than others. And what's crazy, okay? I could say this and all of you would feel self-conscious. This is the trick. This is the thing that makes people truly toxic. This is why you'd never want to deal with somebody who's like narcissistic or somebody who's just a plain asshole, okay? They have a way with words. And I'm going to teach you this because I used to deal with corporate people a lot. I used to deal with executives a lot. So I've learned the tricks of the trade and I know how to employ them, but I only employ them as psychological warfare against those that I hate. But I don't hate you. I just want to teach you it because I just find it funny, okay? You have to say a statement and you make it as unspecific as you can. The less specificity, the more it applies to everybody. And the more that you get into people's heads, because everybody feels like it's specifically about them. Because we make up our own interpretations of how other people view us. We don't see ourselves the way that other people see us. We see ourselves through other people's eyes the way that we think that they see us. We make up we imagine what they see of us. We very often don't even see ourselves truly for who we are. We really just sort of look at ourselves and we invent a story for ourselves. We don't even see ourselves for who we are because we can't. It's just a problem of perspective, right? So when you say something like, some of you are more problematic than others, all of you feel like you're more problematic than everybody else. Every single one of you think that you're the problem. The only ones who don't are the narcissists. It's just newspaper horoscopes. That's exactly it, right? Listen, I'm gonna teach you something, okay? Look, corporate warfare is newspaper horoscopes. I'm not even kidding you. When you sit in a meeting between two executives of two companies looking to seek a business deal, and one of them says, we should get a contractor, right? I feel like a contractor would do very well in this and would get the project done on time. What they're implying is that the other side can't do it and they need outside help. But they didn't say that. It's like newspaper horoscopes. It could mean anything. It's just a generic statement. It's just a generic metric with no real backing, right? That's what this is. Should I have taught you that? Should I have taught you any of that? I don't know if I should have taught you any of that. I feel like teaching you any of that was a bad move. Sharon Smith. I'm gonna go back to Barb Williams because I think Sharon Williams, but Barb Williams is actually the more important person to search. Because Barb Williams is the one who leads to everyone else. And I think what I need to do, thinking about this, and I was thinking the whole time while I was talking, I was thinking about, I don't plan on being a corporate executive right now. Okay, well, what are you gonna do with your life, huh? You gotta do something, buddy. You talk to your parents, and they're like, why aren't you a doctor yet? It's like, Mom, I'm like 12. I can't be a doctor. I'm like, I've had that conversation a lot, actually. When I was younger, I was like, I remember being like 11, okay? Like, I would come home from school. I'd be doing homework. I would finish homework. I don't have that issue. I'm white. So true, though. You don't have the Asian parents breathing down your neck. I'd be like 11. I'd come home from school. I'd do homework. I would then go play games. My parents would come home from working. They'd look at me playing games, and they'd be like, "What are you doing? Why aren't you a doctor yet?" I'm like, "Buddy, I'm 11. There's nothing I can do. All I can do is play games. Like I'm already done studying. School's easy, man. I can't get ahead of the curve. There's no special programs where I'm at. What am I supposed to do?" Oh man, that's funny. Oh god. Let's check out Overcoming Adversity with Barb Williams. Let's just check out Barb Williams. Well, you know what? We should also search your name within the periodicals. And I know the search all option, you shouldn't use it, but it really does make it less tedious to go through every single one. Okay, well, that wasn't the answer. I really do think it's Barb Williams. If you go so I was thinking about this. If you go from Barb Williams, there's a lot of information that you can get. One, the Kikkiwa Falls Gazette is run by 3 brothers, okay? We've only found the names of 2 brothers, Vic and I think Chris. But if we can find the rest of them, if we can find that 3rd one, we might be able to find more information. And I still think Greta Jones is a very important name. Same with Isabel Crosby, because if you search up Isabel Crosby, I think it also says the same thing of like, there's too much information, right? Benton County. Superintendent. Wait, so what did your parents dream for you? Like, Chad, what was your parents' dreams for you? And have you met their dreams? Like, are you a disappointment? How many of you are disappointments? Raise your hands. How many of you are disappointments? Isabel Crosby, according to a flyer on Barb, is a superintendent of Benton County. There's a Benton County in 9 different states in the U.S. There hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850, so you're not sure which one Isabel Crosby comes from. Isabel Crosby... How many... There's 50 states, right? There's like 50 states, or 49 states, something like that. Alaska. Miami. Wait, is Miami a state? I don't know. New York. I don't know anything about... I know nothing about US geography. My parents told you they just wanted you to get a job and not live with them forever. Mission accomplished. Well, you're playing on easy mode. Some of you have never known the struggle, okay? The moment that I was born, I had this pressure on my shoulders. I had this, like, this understanding that I would have to take care of, like, a million people. Some of you have never known what it's like to be the breadwinner since you were 10 years old. I've been a breadwinner since the day I could think. Since the day I had a personality. That wasn't just an amalgamation of the media that I consumed. On this particular occasion, where Vic Elms was according to the sports page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. See, all 3 of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kikyo Falls Gazette. He tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. All the articles he's written are archived on the site, including the long-form version of the review for Bob Williams' motivational show from 1997. Am I the capitalist Bane? I wouldn't say capitalist Bane. I would say more so like. What's the term for like the victim of the capitalist Bane? I'm like more like the Union Jack Bane, right? Or like the Union Bane. What's the opposite of capitalist Bane? It's not communism, right? I don't think it's communism here. I think specifically it's the person who is like broken by it, right? You were merely adopted the paycheck. I was born in it, molded by it. That's good. That's really good. You know what? I'll take capitalist Bane. You just provided context. I forgot that he said that's a line. I think it works. I forget that Bane is a bit of a like Bane by himself. It's a bit like a suffix or like a thing. It's like a modifier to the previous word. Like if you say something Bane, are you the something Bane? You apply the negative aspect of that thing, but like you apply it in such a way that it's like something that's been with you your entire life. It's a negative circumstance that you turn into a positive attribute of yourself out of necessity or desperation. Maybe it's the same thing. According to Victor, he had seen Barb talk more than once. I think we've read this before. She received a standing ovation. I do remember this. I do remember reading this. This is how we found out about lanes across America. You need to clarify that you didn't mean Bane of capitalism. Yeah, well, I knew it was Bane, like Batman Bane, but I didn't remember his like line. This is the thing, right? I have no trivia knowledge. That is to say, I have no trivial knowledge. And I'm just saying, like, I feel like that's you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's a good thing. I have no trivial knowledge. But for me, when I think about all those lines, and I think about sort of popular culture and stuff, or even if it's something that I really enjoy, I don't remember the lines. Like, I've seen Shrek maybe 20 times. And I still don't remember the line about the onions. All I remember is that ogres are like onions. They stink? No. They have little hair growing out the top? No. We have layers. That's it. You don't watch superhero movies, you only know Bane posting. Very Bane posting. Do you think there's something interesting about superhero movies, right? Of all the movies that I see get memed on, you never see memes about Interstellar. You never see memes about like Tenet. You never see memes about Inception. The only meme about Inception is the fact that people like when you're in a state, when you read something and you read something that like leads to the same thing, that's when you say when you see the Matryoshka doll of a situation, that's when you say it's Inception. Other than that, it never happens, right? You don't see memes about Forrest Gump. You don't see memes about Saving Private Ryan. I mean, for obvious reasons, but like, you don't see memes about these things. You only see memes about superhero movies. I actually think the superhero movie memes are all planted. Because if you don't know, Bird Box, for instance, had a guerrilla marketing campaign that was so effective that most people didn't even know about it. Where all of a sudden on Instagram you'd get a million different ads about this Bird Box show, and it made you want to watch it, and then you watch it and it seems absolutely it wasn't as good as the meme said it would be. And I think it's all guerrilla marketing. I think marketers understand how effective guerrilla marketing is, and they're a lot better at it than we give them credit for, to the point where we're steeped in marketing in our everyday lives, but we just don't notice it. You absolutely see memes about life is like a box of chocolates. Yeah, but only on like Reddit. Reddit is meme about anything. Like Redditors always say the cake is a lie, the narwhal bacon's at night, right? Like you can, but you don't like normal people don't say that. Like Redditors are like a type D viewer. Redditors are like a type B to D viewer, where they right? It's like a super advanced form of the type B viewer. Where they're here for banter, but they're not here for the dynamic banter They want to follow a script. It's a banter script. The Redditors are like a Type D viewer where they want to see a script play out every single time. It's call and response. They're like a bird in mating. They do the feather dance. They expect you to do the feather dance too. They expect you to see you shake your head in a specific pattern. And if you do, then boom, you two are kindreds for life. If you don't, they're going to eat you. That's what a Redditor is. How am I gonna find these people? Who is Chris Elmsworth? Who? Okay, well, Vic Elmsworth. I don't even know if his brothers are real. Right, like the completely predictable beat me to it, followed by beat meat to it. What? I don't know if I'm on the same subreddits. When you go on Reddit, do you see the 18 plus warning? Because I don't. I don't see the 18 plus warning. I've never seen beat me to it. But now I'm going but now that I've learned the call and response, when a Redditor walks up to me and says beat me to it, I can say beat me to it and will do like the handshake, right? I'm in. No, just in the comment threads. Yes, the comments. See, I stopped going to Reddit comments. There was a certain period of time where I used to always go to the Reddit comments, but it started to devolve into it just kept on going into the chain. It's like a chain mail of memes, but it's like in jokes that only Redditors know, and so it's like incomprehensible at times. And it gets very annoying too, because like every Redditor comment that you read, they're trying to be the funniest person in the room. It's like Redditors act like they're live streaming at all times, and it's frustrating because it's like I get annoyed of myself. So imagine everything that you read has the same vibe. I don't like that. Like, it gets so annoying. Like, if we were to abolish the clans of trust, would you go broke? It'd be very painful. You're an advertising executive for you. Yeah, it's a very good way of looking at the things here. How am I gonna find anything from this? I was thinking maybe the Kakua Falls Gazette would probably be the best way to look for this, but I don't think Vic is real. I think Vic is a fake person. I think specifically the way to go about this, you have to find WK12 Morning News. Rilla Jones, the news anchor, has no online web presence. Next to City Springfield, no online web presence. WK12 Morning News, Greta Jones, Springfield, Effingham County. Effingham. Oh wait, WKT. You need to do a deeper dive on specific city and state. Is it just this? Springfield, Effingham County? Oh wait, I understand what this means now. What it's actually asking me to do, I actually get what this means now. Springfield, I need to list the state. Effingham County is not a state. It's a name of two different counties. There's an Illinois and a Georgia. So if I do WK12 Morning News Georgia or Illinois, Springfield, this is what I need to do. I don't know what's going on. Springfield, Georgia. Oh, when you refine your search to the television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across a website that lists different channels available there. This is a type A moment. The list seems to only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked each using 3 categories. None are relevant to journalism. One of the entries is Channel 12. The news anchor listed is Greta Flores. Greta Flores is a news anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the deal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems some of the stories were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. Oh god, the guy was gooning to news anchors. One, you're also a gooner, so that's technically your brother, or your sister in like law. 2, it's not uncommon. There's a really good video by this channel, it's gonna sound the channel's gonna sound racist, okay? The channel is gonna sound racist, but let me find the video. Let me find the video. Oh shit, I can't find the video. Where's the video? Oh god, where's the video? But there was a channel called Japanology or something. I'm not even kidding you. It was called something similar to that, where in Japan there is a huge industry of hot news anchors that viewers get excited about, to the point where there was one particularly popular news anchor who was lauded as both very cute and demure, who had a secret relationship, who, when he was exposed, her entire life got turned upside down, and people were sending her death threats and stuff. And then she went to a public sort of like spot to talk about her like life, and and there was a subset of her fans, as well as the person running the show, who bemoaned the fact that these people were Type O viewers who were being too parasocial. Okay, it is not an uncommon thing to have happen. I've heard this also happens within certain places within certain like Latin speaking countries, or where it's like they'll have like news anchors that are like really, really hot, but like they're also really good at what they do, but everything that talks about them is about how hot they are. So there's apparently a real problem. Or, well, I guess it really depends on your point of view, if it's a problem or like a good thing. I say it's a problem because it demeans and it devalues the work that these people are doing to actually like say things and like be effectively what is. I think news anchors are performers. I don't think, like, to me a news anchor is just a performer, the same way that a clown is on stage or a streamer is on their live stream. There's no difference between me and the person on CP24, which is I'm not even kidding you, a City Pulse. It's called City Pulse 24 Hours. It's like the news channel within the like city here. Like, there's no difference between me and your local news channel anchor. They have to say the truth. I don't have that. Well, they don't have to say the truth. But okay, there's no difference between me and them. I, however, have a moral obligation to tell you the truth. This is an anthology of stories told in a few different storytellers of sisterhood tours. It contains direct transcripts of the most well-received stories told on stage. Ayla Hale is the editor, not the sole author. Oh. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. Good. Oh, Jesus Christ. The Beauty and the Brat. What was the difference between Sherry the Brat and Sharon the Beauty? Is it nature, nurture, or better education? Different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference, because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. What? What's the difference between Sherry the Brat and Sharon the Beauty? Is it nature, nurture, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There's no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. What? Dude. That's fucked up, man. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, I felt like a fairy tale. But there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. Can we add this blue dog emote and this band that bought and this orange bear? Sure. Okay, can we have it as a different name besides I like the cooked, but can we have like a different name besides How about this one will be because I like the current This is and the other one is germ. We just add more and more letters. Ooh. There we go, perfect. It's all in. Cooked should be in too. I think cooked is in. I just don't think it updated. Hey, what up? Hey, update, come on. Herb. Bad request. Emote not found in set. Oh god. It'll update eventually. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. My sister and my daughter are the same girl. I met a boy at the county fair. Barb Williams had the story. The first part focuses on two 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry, right. How come there's an entirely different text here? There's completely different text here. It's not even the same. What's the point of this? Okay, the first part of the story focuses on two 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking, and even ran away from home only to sneak back the next day like nothing had happened. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the two girls. Now she's just the narrative. What's the difference? They're the same girl, right? Barb reveals that her daughter was a result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. Yep. Because of the boy, and then that's why she said I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise, because she like had that. Sherry was a brat when she's bumping that. I met a boy at the county fair, and I guess he lived in a nice town. Yep. He didn't give me his real last name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was okay. Where is this? I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong. But she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and the creativity allowed her to open up to Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth. And I'd like to say it's a beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. I like that. I like that sentiment, and I like that sort of like statement. However, I don't see how this follows this. I still don't understand how this follows this. I feel like I'm missing some very key point here. Like, this on its own is a very impactful statement, in the sense of like, we all have that side of us, but that doesn't define us. We can always sort of change who we are, and we can always be somebody that we want to be, and we can always be better than who we are. But also that even this idea of being a brat is not necessarily, like, your mistakes don't define you either. They're a part of you, they're an important part of you, but they're not the thing, they're not the only thing about you. The Chad Barb Williams versus the Virgin Miracle Victory. He has 4 children. He has 3 children. I don't think he's doing the cup nut thing. How does this relate? How does this relate? When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat. Because in my mind, I thought Sherry and Sharon was this, like, in my mind, I was thinking Sherry was what she called Sharon, to sort of like distance herself and like have this idea of these are 2 different people. And so maybe Sherry's hair is actually the nickname of Sharon. But then there's also a possibility that it's a 3rd sister, because, well, no, but that doesn't make sense, because when Frank died, he said there was only 2 daughters. Right. So this is specifically talking about Sherry and Sharon. They're both the same people, but it's the way that she uses the names to distance herself and to apply 2 different... It's like she's splitting the entities apart by the brat and the beauty, but she realizes that they're both the same person, and therefore it's not Sherry or Sharon, it's Sherry and Sharon. Like, they're both the same sides. Also, I've heard of this happening a lot, and I wonder how often this happens, and I wonder how traumatizing it must feel to know that the person that you called your sister is your mother. And I wonder if she's ever told her that. Like, to me, because Barb is going around town talking about this story, and Sharon, or Sherry, is working at her hair salon, right? Do you think she knew about this? Or do you think she read the news one day, saw Barb talking about the fact that she's her mother, and had like a mental breakdown? I wonder if they've ever had this like thought from each other. Or this a talk with each other, sorry. There's a Sherry's Hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry Jastrzemski. Sherry has a large van, and on the weekends can bring the style of Britney, Christina, or even the Rachel to your door. What? The About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. It mentions that her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate, so college Jastrzemski. Her late husband being the dead Andrew Smith. And that's why college roommate, he wasn't the brother, he was the best friend. He was at the wedding, he was the best man. Oh my god, he was the best man at the wedding. Pete. Wait, so her husband Pete, Yastrzemski. Pete, Ter, Yastrzemski. Oh my God. You imagine Sherry was probably told when she was a teenager. I would think so too, and I would hope so. But I wonder, because it's like there's always a possibility that she wasn't told, and I wonder if this will tell us and reveal to us whether or not they did actually talk about it. The about Sherry, yep. But she and he had never spent any significant amount of time together until she became a widow. And they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, that's why the game says this, Tony, not Jerry. It's oldest to youngest, right? I need to find... Is it oldest to youngest? Yes. Tony. What the fuck? What is the... Oh, Anthony. Yastrzemski. Like, why even bother having, like, a nickname if you're gonna call them by their... Why even bother having a real name if you're gonna call them by their nickname anyways? Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and he's a straight-A student. Mike, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently, his little league team is nationally recognized. Oh. So, Cricket York is near the end. So, Mark is the youngest. So, Mark is over here. Wait, oldest. Yeah. Oldest, middlest, youngest. So, it's not Sprat Ruby. It's Cricket. Yes, no, it's... Mark? Wait a minute. It's not Tony Yastrzemski. It's Tony Smith. Because he was born under his father. I'm assuming he would want to take his father's name and not his new father's name. So Mark Yastrzemski. He's a child. I don't know, like student. We go. Cricket York is near the end, and there's an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Library. Library, and the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come to do your due, is a stylist for the show. The passage also mentions that her agents recommended they change their last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search. So, Cricket York is just her new name, but it's not really her real name. They changed their name from their real name to this. Do I say that it's this name, or do I say that it's Yastrzemski? There's a very good chance it's something else, or maybe it's Smith, but I don't really know. Because easier to pronounce makes sense. Easier to pronounce their agent's Cricket York, which means her last name is Cricket Yastrzemski. So, I don't know who takes who. I don't know who takes whose last name. Is he a good co-father? Like, is he a good enough stepfather that they would take his last name? Because there is this thing where if you have a stepfather or like a step-parent, it's very rare for the child to want to engage with you. Like, I look at my niece and I look at the way that she engages with his stepmother, and she's just like, hello, secondary caregiver. Hello, secondary person in my life where I somehow... Because it's weird, okay? Like, you're a teenager, you have to treat this like woman as your mother, but you've never known her. And she's like... And she's like younger than your uncle, so it's like, I don't really know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. Dads. Are they a good dad or a bad dad? Let's go to Library Library is a children's show filmed at a studio in Orlando, Florida. It has been on the air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Library. Unlike some of the popular shows involving non-human performance, this one isn't funded by the public. It says paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers like Arithmetic. What? Arithmetic is a math textbook publishing company. They were in the news last year when a primetime news program did a full comparison of their 4th edition textbooks and their 5th edition textbooks. Schools were complaining that the two editions seemed remarkably similar, yet Arithmetic was charging almost double for the newer edition than they had for the previous one. I still hear this is a real problem for students. like on the one hand, I get that professors do need to get paid for their work, and like their research work is important. On the other hand, school is already expensive for students, and even if it's covered by a loan, you still have to pay it back. And even if it's free, you still have to pay for the materials yourself. So it's like there's still a fairly steep cost of what you have to do to get in. And it's like, yeah, it's like very painful for you as a student. And also it's weird, right? Because education to me has always been one of the best ways to increase the relative power of your, like, imagine it's a game of civilization, okay? You would want to win no matter what, whether it's science, culture, religion, like whatever it is, you want to win, right? Education is going to lead you to a science win. And yet, because of the ways that things are priced, you have a floor. You have a floor that you have to get across in order to take part in it. And there's systems in place to help those who are like near or at the poverty line get into schools and pay little to no money. But there's this like middle ground between, say, the middle class and like the poverty line, where that whole section has to take on increasingly larger amounts of loans for like degrees that may not necessarily lead to anything. And so there's such a high level of risk that a lot of them end up dropping off, right? Granted, there's still grants that you can still get to and still scholarships that you can apply to, but it's also a zero-sum game of like, they can't pay for everybody. These things are basically charitable donations that, there's a finite amount of. So there's always going to be a drop-off of people who just don't make it. And it's always struck me as strange because it's like, why do you also have to pay for the textbooks when you're already paying for the education and you're paying for all these other things too? Like some of you even have to move for your schooling because you may not have schools where you are, or the schools where you are don't have your program, so you've got to go. And sure, you could argue that maybe you should choose a program that's like, going to give you some money and is easy to like go to, but that's not really how the world works. It's like the reality of it is that people will have interests that they're good at, and then we should be encouraging that because it ultimately means higher levels of success for the world and for them. It's just a mess. Textbook publishing companies are the devil. Yeah, I've always heard this statement, and it's to the point where like you see a lot of textbooks go online for free, right? It's always a bit of a fascinating part of like schooling that I never understood, right? And mind you, I never actually finished formal schooling, so I got to skip all of this because MIT's open courseware, as well as Stanford's open something, were like basically the same thing. And the textbooks were readily available on different various websites. So you get a lot of like the same education without any of the cost. And so I was very fortunate to skip this. But hearing this from my friends, I was like, yeah, this is pretty bad. The news program announced that between the two books, there were only 16 total changes. The most noticeable was that the cover was changed from the picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on the lake to a close-up of a feather. Near the 15th wall, it says of changing 4th to 5th. This even led to a geometry problem, where the book asked students to recalculate the 5th side of a rectangle. That's funny. Nobody's associated with arithmetic seems related to your search. This is just the game developer wanting to bemoan the state of education as it is today. Tutoring companies such as EDUC82U, that doesn't really, compared to like Khan Academy, that doesn't really roll off the tongue. EDUC82U is a tutoring service. They have a deal with Library and feature some of the actors from the show in pictures on the website. According to the site, they actually provide tutoring for all of the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. What? Included is Cricket York, who is seen in a photo labeled "Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of our talented tutors." Oh, I thought Cricket York was like way older, but she's actually pretty young. But this also makes sense because it's like, she's here, but she's not the baby, but she's still younger than Tony. Educate to you means educate to you. Okay, I realized that as soon as I read your message, and I thank you for telling me because I would have never figured it out. But still, compared to Khan Academy, like when I think of Khan Academy, when I go to Khan Academy, I think to myself, I'm going to learn like a king. The text box is broken. I can't click anything. Chat, I can't. What's going on? There we go. Jeez. Okay, so you don't find much else about Educate to You, except that there seems to be a small subsection of library fans who are deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits on each episode. One writes, "I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate to You logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I raced to the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. What? That reminds me a lot of that one game that we played, Frontiers of the Mind, which I need to continue that game because there's a secret ending in it. Her? Ow. Perfect student. No name, perfect student, perfect student. Imagine saying that they're terrified of this child. And it's like, it's just a random child, but like, they're basically saying that she's ugly as all hell. That's pretty sad, actually. That is pretty sad to think about. That they would say that about this like kid. That she's terrifying in some way. Okay, well, we have the pictures of the three kids. Got Mark. Got Tony. Got her. This also implies that they're very, very young. So we can just do students. All of them students. Oops, not college. Not college. They're not scared of cricket. Oh, right. They're scared of the logo, not cricket. Sorry. Right. It's not cricket. It's the logo. This isn't the logo. This is just a little pamphlet. You okay? Well, you know what? I take back everything I said. Whoever was the face model for cricket, I'm sorry. If that's like a real child, I'm so sorry. And a few well-known publishers of picture books. From what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire for some reason. Like most of the children's entertainment, most of those I grew up with tend to have fond memories. They're voiced in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. What? There's even a library web ring, although it only has 3 entries. You click through the sites in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in 1997 at the age of 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. A picture of Cricket from one of the first episodes has been added to your evidence. Okay, I got this order wrong. I got the order completely wrong. Is a promotional shot of Cricket York and the puppet Pooftail from 1997 when she was on a show called Library. Going to the site you found it on, the theme of this episode tackled why some people needed glasses. Okay, I see why I got this wrong. That's why her name needed to be changed, because her last name was Jastrzemski, but it's why they needed to change her name because it was too hard to pronounce. This actually makes sense now. Snapshot. Okay, so this is Mark and Smith. There we go. And then I guess we use York, but I don't know. Is it real name or is it fake name? Do we go real name or do we go fake name? Tony Smith, Anthony Smith, Mark Smith, York Cricket, Jastrzemski. Am I stupid? Am I missing something? She's a hairdresser now. You can't take a picture of Pooftail the raccoon. 0 out of 10 game. I was thinking of searching them actually. I wonder if you can get information on Pooftail. Is his name Pooftail? Yes, but there's nothing about him. So, okay, so it didn't pop. Damn Twitch filter, you have the P word pass. Yeah, why was Pooftail a bad word? What does that mean? Explore the best Pooftail art. What? Oh. Oh, because the first half of it is a derogatory slur for gay men. Yeah, but combined with Pooftail, you know, it's like a whole different meaning. But no, but it does make sense. You know, even Pooftail, I would say, should be banned. Like, here, this is what Pooftail means. This is what Pooftail means. That's a Pooftail. That's a... Sorry, I sneeze. This is also the app that banned the word that rhymed with limp. Oh... So whenever I say GIMP gang, because we use the GIMP image editor, that is fair. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like some words are interesting in the sense of like, do we really want to use them? But at the same time, it's like within certain contexts, it's not that bad, right? Oh, not that one. Oh, yes, the other one. The one with the S. Right, the one with the S. Okay, wait, so maybe GIMP gang is still fine. GIMP gang? But yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I get... On the one hand, I get their problem because it's like, how do you know the context of when these things are used? Like, because you could combine anything with anything, and you know, you can you will know for sure that you're using the slur within that context. It's like there's no way to understand context, so they have to be blanket banning. But then yeah, some other bands I don't really get, like that one, the S Limp. Like I don't really know why they banned that one. This isn't popping. Gimp Gang. I like how I summoned you with Gimp Gang. This isn't popping. How do I pop these people? The mother. I need to find the mother's name. I forgot. Frank Wildcat Williams. Just say shrimp instead. It's funnier. How many of you are shrimps for me, huh? How many of you shrimp for me? Shrimp Gang. He died in 1996 in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. He married his wife Ophelia. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Problem is, I don't know what the name of their mother is. Like, what is the name of their mother of Ophelia? Sweetwater, Florida. You don't shrimp, thank God. So you're not a Type O viewer. If you say yes, then you're a Type O viewer. An obituary on the website of the local news channel. No, I don't know why. No, don't have that as a note. So he ran a lot of construction jobs, shining light to veterans. He insisted he married his wife Ophelia Williams. Or well, it's not Ophelia Williams though. Like the problem is that it's not Ophelia because she didn't take his last name. Frank Wildcat Williams. Frank Williams. Wait, what was his company name? His company name was the Navy Metacross Group, an orphan. He ran a construction company that mostly hired. He ran a Wildcat Construction. Wildcat Construction is listed in some historical records as having worked on many buildings in the Miami, Florida area. It seems to have ceased operations in the 1960s, which means I can find it in the periodical. Was once mentioned in an article you've already seen under the expansion of the Boca d'Oro Library, constructing a better world. Frank Williams, he left Florida and returned the hero. Ophelia, here we go. Wildcat is construction. He and his wife, Ophelia, is Frank's company, focusing, I swear I read this. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husband's needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war. What if her last name is just Ophelia Williams and, like, I don't need to worry about her real name? I was hoping that would just finish the game, but I see that it wouldn't. Well, it's because it's Seinfeld Jerry. I don't know what her husband's name is either. Please don't tell me it's Henry Ford. I see the problem. I see the problem now. Yeah, I see the problem. I don't know how to find people's spouses. How do I find people's spouses? Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of veterans. The community's support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It's gotten to the point where Frank, right? So we've read this before. But then I don't really know what to do with this. Boca d'Oro, under the headline, Constructing a Better World. How do I do this then? Ophelia Williams. She didn't have to take his last name. Wait, maybe I'm reading that wrong. He was a born joker and a shining light. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. He's the daughter of Bess Williams. Imagine you clicked on the duck and it just disparaged you for not getting it. The year of possible infidelity 1 and the update from 6 Pieces gives a pretty big clue as to who is involved. Worse, it tells me something that I already know. The year of possible infidelity 1 and the update. I'm way past this. I'm way past this. I see the problem. The game expected me to solve this first. Because, look, that's the first hint of the game. The first thing that you get is the 6 Pieces book. That was supposed to be the first hint of the game. I'm already done the game. So I think the hint system doesn't work anymore because it doesn't know what I'm doing. The hint system is looking at me like, how are you not getting this? But I've already done everything else. I don't think the hints can like help me anymore. You know what, chat? New rule. If you say hi to one chat member, I want you to say hi to every chat member. It's like a party. When you go into a party and you see people, right? You can't just say hi to one person. You have to say hi to more people. It's why I like to come early to a party, or I come, say, very, very late. Because it means that you don't... If you come very, very late, everyone's too drunk. You don't have to say hi to anybody. You just say, hey, and then they all go, hey. But if you come in the middle, you have to say hi to every single person. Hi, gamer. Don't say hi though. Don't say hi to them. Don't talk to me. I'm busy. They don't deserve it at all. Hi. Okay. Well, there's already infighting. This is why no one here is invited to the party. None of you are invited to the party. She's not a student. She's an actor. Her current job is an actor. She's an actor. She's been acting since the day she was born. Am I just broken? What if I'm just broken and I can't solve it? What if I accidentally broke the game? Because... No, I'm good. You don what? What do you wear? What is her name? Wildcat. He died age 1976. As a matter of courtesy, he wouldn't have to change her last name. Sharon Williams. Sherry Williams. If I just search this, I find nothing. The book here, this thing also didn't tell me anything about her mother, which I think would have been nice. Her mother lives with the burden of motherhood. She convinced, but her parents, they took charge. The parents took over, but he doesn't say anything about her mother. You Don River. I don't. I do. I Don River. How are you supposed to find the mother? Because how do I find this guy then? Susie Ford, Susan Ford, the Ford sisters. Man, oh, Susie Ford. Don River is a real place. I know. There's also the Don Valley Parkway. That was stupid. Sorry. You didn't. It's not a greeting. You just proclaim that you're gay. That's a ritual. Yeah, that's fair. A real stinky place. It's a real stinky place. You know, that's the sad part about rivers now, right? Like, you would think rivers are only good for hearing and for seeing and not for smelling now. Like, you don't really want to go towards any rivers anymore. Even like lakes and stuff, they don't really smell nice anymore. Like, it's to the point where pollution has won for the most part. Do I use the duck? Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to think of, like, do I use the duck? Guy Hudson Wing. We had the Guy Hudson Wing from last time. Because how do I find the husband's name? These kids have to talk about their father. Ford sisters. Grandor School for the Deaf. Local students provide key evidence. Miss Susie Ford was originally contracted by researchers. You wish you could give me a tip instead of having the duck shoot you in the wrong directions. Well, let's see what the duck has to say. Okay, the duck doesn't help me. Okay, Elias Roottrees, whose photo you found on the cover of Family Man, is suspect. Okay, listen, I'm already way past this, man. I've already done this. No hints. Just let me suffer. How long do you think it'll take for the duck to get us somewhere? No, chat, the button's gone. Chat, the button's gone. It's over. Chat, I don't have a way to progress. I think I've genuinely broken the game. There's no... I've already solved Elias Roottrees, and then it's like, fill in Elias's information from the other one. And then it's like, oh, like, okay, well, you've done that, but it doesn't know that I've done that. So now I'm stuck here, and there's no more get hint button. Like, the duck is broken for me now. Oh, that's good. That's amazing. That's actually amazing. I love that. Oh yeah, so the cooked emote, I don't know why it's not adding. It's a not me, it's 7TV. I'm gonna blame 7TV for not adding it to the emote set. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the washroom. I'm gonna sit there. I need to use the washroom for a bit, and I'm just gonna think about this, okay? I'll be right back in just a moment. Okay, so I turned on the shower for a bit, because, you know, like, all the best ideas come on in the shower. I even stepped in and, like, wet my toes, but I still don't have any revelations. I do, however, have one thing that I'm thinking of in terms of an angle that we could search. I think what we need to do is we need to go back and look at the swinger parties. Everything starts and ends at the swinger parties. We know that Susie was there. Susie was at the swinger parties. There's a very good chance that Guy Hudson has talked about Susie and her husband, or somebody's mentioned her husband in passing in some way. But yeah, so the emote is now here. So we'll figure it out. Okay, we need to go back to the swinger parties. The shower didn't really help. I always think to myself, like, maybe it's the act. I do like the reason why I go to the washroom so often, right? And I actually do this a lot. Whenever I need to think, I go into my washroom because it's the one time that I'm forced to like think. And I think it's now the space is associated with thinking in my brain. What is Guy Hudson swinger parties? We need to figure out. Actually, wait. We do have a little. This is the first time I saw her mentioned. Coming out for project, chop chop, snip snip. Right, that we're taking away the things. Roottrees Brazil factory. Pull my name of the book at any time. Page 2. Susie something. He sent his mistress Susie something mid 1981 into the bathroom to proposition me. I remembered her from a trip overseas. She was too good for him. What happened in 1981? We have paperwork from that time. At the end of 1981 was the Christmas tree bash. Christmas tree bash. So Roottree, what I can find is actually specifically the Christmas tree bash, because we do have a photo of her at the party. We have a photo of her at the party. We have a photo of her here as well. According to Chris, while they were distracted, he snuck into a store of chocolate. St. Patrick's Day. Maybe on St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick's Day? Okay, wait. I think okay. There's a couple of angles. Christmas tree bash. We have a photo of her here. We have a photo of her during the St. Patrick's Day thing. But I don't know if there's a St. Patrick's Day party that they were hosting. We need to look at the expenses. You can actually tell a lot about the company just by their expenses. I'm assuming. At least that's what I'm hoping. So when was maybe there was no St. Patrick's Day. Fred Gleason, Roottrees, no. But Grandorf Dove starts here in 1981. She was already there, and it was right after the bash. 4th of July, New York, New Year's Eve ball, New Year's tree ball, Princess 5 Pieces flavor development, Edward Roottrees thing, Christmas tree bash, Zach Morton, John Miller. But they do it every year. Roottrees Christmas. They do a celebration every year on Christmas. But is that even after Guy Hudson's time? No. The thing that's consistent on even after Guy Hudson's time is the New Year's Eve ball. Roottrees. Okay, well, that's not good. There's another angle. She says that Susie goes with them overseas to the trips overseas. We know, but she was in this photo with this Christmas trip with at least them in Brazil. There's a good chance that we can find something about their trip in Brazil. So if I go back to Roottrees Everywhere, which I have a giant tab about this. Okay, here we go. Details of Guy Hudson says he might have had sex with them. Yeah, sure. When the company's created the manufacturer, Roottrees Brazil seems to be a success. Brazil is the only region where the caviar flavor is available. Portuguese running a small town named Avalagos. Sao Bernardo de Campo. It's a real place, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson. Yes. Mixing two different regions. Right, Avalagos is a mix of the two. Newly elected, the factory was controversial. I think we did find this, the Incendio de Bordo. The Maple Fire. The factory was rebuilt. Unknown what happened. Last year, a news special did list this incident as well as a few others. Wait. Last year, a news article special listed this as a backlash to the corruption. Receiving a cut of the factory's profits, so we know about the motive. We know about that. New Brazil Candy Corporation. I don't think I ever found this. I don't think I ever found Nova the Corporate Nova the Corporate Cow. The Predator. Susie something. People adjacent to the family. 5 Ps. He has a secret child with Tristan Roberts. Has a secret child per Tristan Robert. He has many secret children. Invited me to True Brazil. Christine Garland's the name nepotistic hired after Sonia Suarez. Ashley York. We know about that. Incendio de Bordo and the successful strike. Nova Cal translates to new something candy. Need to find news source to run an article, presumably run by. I mean, if we assume that this is just the company, then it makes sense. So maybe it's not that important. Piketty photo 2, Piketty photo 1. Photo 1 is this at the party. Piketty does not label its individual photos. In the background of the photo, there's a Christmas tree. This was at the party. This was at the party. I need to go back here. I need to read this carefully. Into the bathroom. She was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after. That was the last that ever came up. Actually, I haven't read. I just skimmed sections on the guy. She only had rumors where I spent. What about Sam Madsen? Right, she was tailing him. She definitely spent a few nights together. They didn't want the family to know about. The daughter of the business partner in Australia, Robin. Right, Australia, France, and China. Reality, more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. I don't know about this one. The game has actually hard locked us because the duck doesn't know what to do. So the duck is hard locked, and we need to find this out on our own. What do I do? How do I find Susie's name? Because the place where she works doesn't have any information on it either. She was there overseas, so I must be missing a picture of some kind. I've been focusing a lot on Brazil and China, but I haven't really been checking out France. Well, France, we know it failed, and I haven't really been checking out Australia much, but I think that also failed. Wait, no, Roottrees Australia was with Robin Martin. Charles Martin, yeah, Charles Martin, Robin Martin. Martin's Licorice Bullets. We make a search about it. Business Watch. Wait. Business Watch mostly focuses on American businesses, but the expansion of Roottrees into Australia did create a bit of a blip in 1978. It mentions that Charles Martin met with the legal and leadership teams from Roottrees in 1977. They came to an agreement and broke ground a new factory in early 1978. The Roottrees company's statement, said to come directly from the president, was brief and a bit awkward. Roottrees is excited to begin a new adventure down under. We're extremely impressed with Charles Martin. I feel like this expansion heralds a new era for Roottrees that will last for years to come. Roottrees is founded on the family. And Charles' family has also impressed us, especially his daughter Robin. We know she'll continue to steer the ship just as Elias Roottrees' family continues to do so here in the USA. This doesn't tell us anything, man. He used his own wealth to build the factory, and they distributed the maple trees the same method he had already been using for his previous candy venture. Much like how the Clancy Trust, it was split 50-50 for him to do with Martin. Martin was very wealthy, but he also led to more cost cutting, which led to poor reputation. Charles then had the Robin Martin. Okay, Robin Martin. Business Watch of Robin Martin. Apparently, Robin Martin sold off her assets in 1992, the year after he died. Her father died. Was assigned to report on this, seems to disapprove of this move immensely. While the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division as well as what was to become the maple candy factory. The entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. The article ends with a dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values. Oh, but who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh wait, because this was a time when women were seen to just be child bearers, and she had and she didn't want to have children because she did the surgery. So that's why she's not on this list. This doesn't tell us anything. This tells us nothing. Robin Martin, satisfied partner. She once showed up at a charity function with the word satisfied partner on their shirts. Robin Martin. Maybe I can find information about this? No. So it's not Australia. Maybe it has to be France. Wait a minute, think about this. He sends Susie to proposition people for him. He doesn't go himself. He sends Susie over to ask people to see if they're down to have sex with him. Susie is his messenger because that's what he did at the party, at the Christmas party to Sicily. He sent his mistress Susie to proposition me, which implies that the person who propositioned everybody is Susie, which implies the person who propositioned the CEO or Tristan Roberts' wife in France was Susan. Which means we can find some information about him, which would then, we need to find his wife. The article is in French. Takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions the guy by first name only, is recognized. Okay, then comes to the best way to help in the business. See, look, he approached my wife about having an affair, but Susie went with him overseas. She was always with him. He didn't approach his wife. He sent Susie to approach his wife. Susie. It's Roottrees, France. The Roottrees everywhere. You don't find much information. Roottrees everywhere. It was at the time. The result didn't deal. Come out with the fact that most important deals were happening far from Butler. Never even mentioned him. Okay, well, how do I find anything? Susie Ford. Miss Susie Ford. Ford sisters. Look, here, Ford sisters, Miss Susie Ford, who is a principal for the nearby Grandorf School. I don't know what to do. Because the Grandorf School for the Deaf, we know about this. School for the Deaf. So there's much of Pennsylvania and Ohio. Grandorf School for the Deaf, even focused, local students provide key thing. Butler County, principal at the nearby was created by researchers, sets of twins. Well, she didn't have any twins attending her school. She asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful. They couldn't be more different. Is there life after high school? You feel like you're watching a man come unglued completely by his own hand. I mean, I really am. Yeah, like, I'm starting to go crazy here. Like, mind you, on the other hand, there's like two different... Like, it's so unhinged and so... impossible to even understand that the other two chatteries have gotten to have their own conversation about VPNs. Is there life after high school? Is there life after high school? Is there life after high school is a musical? There's one song from it. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. You want to listen to it, chat? Let's just listen to Barry Manilow's version. How do I pause the music? Stop. Stop, please. How do I pause the music? Stop. Let's listen to Barry Manilow's version. Barry Manilow, the kid inside. Okay? Wait to listen to it. This is not going to show up inside the VOD. Barry Manilow, the kid inside. Will this help me? Will this help me? Anyway, the key word in a Butler Times article was local. What? And I have him with me always. There's a kid inside. Walking down inside of who? Kid inside. Plot lost. Roottrees still dead. We don't question who the kid is in the side, right? We just know that the kid is inside. Everyone's dead. Family's gone. The plot is lost. The kid is inside. And he makes a fuss
over some A plus that I shouldn't.
The key word in that Butler Times Country article was local.
Getting hurt, getting mad, fighting fights that are over. And unless I'm strong, all my senses are carried away. I can feel my hand, my trembling hand, on Michelle's Angora sweater. I can hear my band.
Who is Michelle?
That awful band. Only now it sounds much better. I can see the kid I used to be, on the stage, on the field, on the lunch line. I can feel him tugging at me. Every time I think I don't care, I blink and he's there again. He's there again.
Michelle is not a Roottrees.
Finding ancient wrongs, humming old hit songs in my head, singing come along, come along, come along for the ride, to a time and place I could not forget if I tried. And I never know when the breeze will blow with a rush of old sensations, why the kid should wake and my heart should ache every time I smell carnations. Something rings a bell, anything at all. All it takes is the slam of a locker, or the switch from summer to fall. A change of season seems barely reason, but there he goes. He's there again. Fighting ancient wrongs, humming old hit songs in my head, singing come along, come along for the ride, to a time and place I could not forget if I tried. There he goes again. He's there again. There's a kid inside, humming his song. He's
Stopping to Barry Manilow because you haven't locked in the last Roottrees. Poetic. You know what I realized though, right? The side characters have never mattered for this game. The side characters have never been an important part of the game. You can actually lock in things without the side characters. It's one of these main characters that I failed. One of these main characters I failed. And so I don't know what I'm doing. And it makes sense because it's the order of things. It's the roles. You're having Chinese takeaway for dinner. Can you get an order recommendation? Or I actually don't know this. I wonder, because like in the West, well, so in North America we have like Chinese American food, and Chinese Canadian food is like very similar to Chinese American, but we also have like various local regions, right? So it's like, are you having like Chinese British food? Because I don't know what Chinese British is. Because like I only recently learned that chicken tikka masala is not Indian. Chinese tikka masala is British. It came from Britain. So I'm kind of curious, like, it all depends on how different the food is. Oi! I actually don't know what to do. But the side characters don't matter. It's all about the main characters. I've got every main... Wait a minute. You know, how many people did it say I need to fill in? Didn't they say that I had to fill in 6 people all at once? Or I had to get everyone? Maybe the side characters do matter, then. Maybe the side characters do matter. But I've gone through every single name that Ford could have been. You go with sweet and sour chicken balls generally, but you think even that was invented in BC, like in British Columbia. Okay, okay. But I'm so glad that they did, because those sweet and sour chicken balls are amazing. Okay, my problem with them though is whenever you get them, right? At least the ones, like, they always seem to do more bread than they do chicken, right? There's too much ball, not enough chicken inside the ball. Oh yeah, we have a bunch of regional versions, and our version is different to the American. Mostly less colorful, more beige. You just wanted to know what I normally eat. What I normally do? I can tell you what I don't normally do. I hate the noodles. I think the stir fry beef noodles is the worst thing you can have, because even with the flavor of the char on the noodles are so plain so as to be flavorless. I usually go for the sweet and sour stuff. So sweet and sour chicken. General Tso's chicken is really good. I really love General Tso's chicken. What else is there? Yeah, fried rice, it's like a 50-50. It's like, it really depends on the place. Some places do an amazing fried rice. Some places do like a poor fried rice. What else is there? Actually, what's like a list of like American Chinese food, or like, well, just like non-real Chinese food? Fortune cookie. If they don't give a fortune cookie, is it really real? The deep fried stuff, I actually really enjoy the spring rolls. Specifically, it's not the same as like a normal spring roll, but the flavor of it I actually like in its own way. Yeah, General Tso's chicken. What else is there? Oh, crab rangoon. If you can ever get a crab rangoon, really good. I also really enjoy chop suey, though that one is also very hard to eat. Like, the flavor can be very plain, but I really do enjoy chop suey. It's very plain though. Like, it's not super flavorful. What is Mongolian beef? Oh, no. I love Mongolian beef. Mongolian beef is really good. It was a Chinese food place a kilometer away from your childhood home. It was like 90% chicken, so good. Closed down when the owners retired, sadly. Now it's a daycare. Yeah, that's the sad part. There's a good documentary about this called, what's the document? Okay, let me find the name of the documentary. Is it on this account? No, I think it's on my brother's account. Let me see. But the documentary is called "Who is General Tso?" General Tso's chicken documentary. The search for General Tso, so the secret behind why most of the dishes were chicken is because it was just the cheapest meat to buy. Like, it was the easiest meat to cook in terms of the price to value, and you could sell it and you could get a healthy profit margin off of it. And Chinese food, when it came over, was like a very, very large business thing that was done for the sake of, like, you know, survival. It was very much a survival thing. It's why a lot of those places were never really passed on, because they were just made to give them like a start on like life, and then it was always meant to sort of stop at some point. A lot of them will just end up being things that don't really continue on, because it's not really meant to be like super high class or like very fancy sort of like family traditional food. It's just meant to get a head start in a country where, you know, if it's your first time in the country, you have no existing life and you have to build something, right? And especially during a time period when like Chinese people weren't really given much opportunities, because there was a lot of racism at the time, obviously. So great documentary that looks at that angle. And by it, you meant the chicken balls were mostly chicken and just enough bread to coat it. Now that's good. That's how you know that you have a really good place. I mean, you could send over a link to where you're ordering from if you want to be nosy. I feel like that's very dangerous though, because then people will know where you live. Like, if you send, because this is the thing, right? If I say that I order food from a Subway, you can't find me. There's like Subways everywhere, okay? But if I say that I order food from a very specific restaurant, you know that I'm within at least 5 kilometers. At least. Maybe 1 or 2. It depends on how sedentary you think I am. That's how you dox me. Because then you just need to line up some of the key details. Like, how long, like, if I say, oh, I'm 4 hours away from Montreal, where does that go? Right? Like, how far away am I? Right? You just proved my point. Yeah, because you said nowadays there's a Mandarin 5-minute drive from your apartment. Yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, I still think Mandarin is the best buffet in the entire Ontario to, like, you know, I'm pretty sure it's most of Canada. Mandarin is the best buffet out there. I will stand by Mandarin. They're the only buffet that has teriyaki salmon, unlimited teriyaki. Look at this. You've been loving dumplings, S-tier food. So what's funny is that most of the Chinese like food places around me don't sell dumplings. Or they sell dumplings that are very weak. Like, for me, maybe it's because I'm Asian, but like, I would rather just make my own dumplings. Like, a lot of dumplings can be very, very weak in terms of like the filling. But And I think this is a very important thing. I don't think the like Chinese fusion style dumplings are very good. I think the traditional style is way better. The pot stickers, or even like the giant like lumpy dumplings, like the very huge ones, the traditional ones are crazy good. It might be the only chain left since the Panhandle. What is the Panhandle? 5 kilometers is a lot for a city. That is fair. That is fair. But you know, some people ride on. Look, some people ride on the Peloton. Some people, the most that they ever walk is from their bed to their computer, right? So for some people, 5 kilometers is not that much. Probably on the same street. Yeah, you see, it's why I would say refrain from sharing it. But if you are going to share it, DM me instead. That way, it's only between us. And I promise, I will never visit you, because I don't want to leave my home. You've been eating some with the vegetable and the chicken. They're S tier. What's the size? Is it like a large size? Beta cuck restaurant dumpling versus alpha cuck home dumplings. Panda bear pancreas, the big 2019 oopsie, 2019 panhandle. What's that? What? Electric Reliability Council of Texas. The 2019 Panhandle Stability Study was conducted. What happened in Texas? The 2019 Panhandle Honor Choir Packet. Never mind. You have to explain more. Oh, panda bear pancreas, because Mandarin's little like logo or mascot is a panda bear. The big 2019 oopsie. What is the 2019 oopsie? I don't get it. Have I tried dumplings with pineapples? What the fuck? No. Don't ever say that ever again. That sounds... Actually, that does sound pretty good. I will say, like, dumplings, they can do sweeter flavors. Like, you could do a sweeter flavored dumpling just fine, I think. And you would just... It would be almost like a pizza, almost. Vote ban. The ones you eat are small. Then you've never had a good dumpling. You were trying to say the pandemic. It's okay. Look, it's fine. You can say the pandemic here. This video is already demonetized because we're talking about 6G radio waves and China, right? You can just say the pandemic. This is a safe space for you to say it. I've banned everyone who turns it weird. This is a chat of intellectuals. Though sometimes I doubt how far that goes. Anyways, this is Mandarin. You may notice that they have the worst website of all time. This is a staple across... And actually, this is... Here, Mandarin. We can go to the Wikipedia page. Wikipedia. No, not the language. Mandarin buffet. It is founded in 1979 and has chains all across southern Ontario. It is the best restaurant in the world. They have some really cool things, and they might be the only buffet that has unlimited teriyaki salmon. To this day, like there's like, you are correct that most, if not every single buffet chain died, but there's also like the bespoke buffets, like Taste the Spoon or something, or like Taste of Asia, or like Spoon or Spoonful and stuff in like, you know, very like in like fancy rich areas, right? And mind you, they take me hours to go to, so it's a thing that I do maybe once in like a couple of years. But even they, with their fanciness, don't have unlimited teriyaki salmon. That's why Mandarin is so good. Why is their website so awful? What is this? Fun and games for your munchkin. What? Download and can you find all of Mandy's favorite foods? Wait, we should try these after. We should try these after. You guys want to? Let's try these kids games after. Join the team. What? Why join? I don't know. Why should I join? Please send your resume to here. Maybe I can be their web developer because the website sucks ass. Yeah, so Mandarin is a buffet in southern Ontario. It's very good. You get salads, get soups, get Mandarin classics. The Mandarin classics are everything and anything. Noodles and the rice. They have a really good grill. I actually think their grill is really good. They have a lot of variety, and their price is not that bad. It's still less than every other buffet out there. So it's still a pretty good price, but every buffet has reached like the $60 level roughly. Though with a promotion, you can get something for cheap. And I think they do a birthday deal where it's either free or something. Look, there's even a dumpling delight. Never order takeout from a buffet, but some people do order takeout from a buffet, and I don't really know why. It is weird to order takeout from a buffet. It is odd. You have a bunch of January birthdays in your family, so you always end up going during the Lunar New Year. It is incredibly impossible to get a seat during that time. Like, that's the thing, right? Is Lunar New Year for Mandarin is just like any other place where you have to struggle to get like a booking, and even if you go and you get a seat, it's always filled up to the brim, and it's never really fun for somebody to spend time there. This is a link to a Chinese you've been to. I love how you say to a Chinese you've been to, but like that's just the way that like British English is like said, because you mean British, because you mean a Chinese restaurant, but it's like it's just it's just funny. I don't know, because it's in any other context it just sounds racist. This is a Chinese that I know. Yeah, link to some random person. Yeah, but there's nowhere where you currently live. In case you want to see what a menu looks like in the UK, you basically have no chains in the UK. But that's a good thing though. I think it's better to not have chains. Like, most chains don't stay good like Mandarin. Most chains go the way of the dinosaur, and they get significantly worse. Like, most chains end up something like Subway or like, you know, or like Walmart, where it's just shit and like lower levels of shit that they keep on getting shittier. When you have like a homegrown thing, the fear of going bankrupt and losing their entire family to the streets forces them to stay competitive, and thus forces their stuff to be good. Chains don't have that problem. Chains can fire people at will and they still make bajillions of like dollars, right? The fear of homelessness is what keeps the mom and pop shops so good. Like, that's the one thing that you miss, is the flavor of desperation in the food that they cook at a chain restaurant. You just don't have the blood, sweat, and tears that you would have in a mom and pop shop. Stick thing, Mandarin meetup, but it's just us two. I have a new name now. I have a new name. No one cares about my new name. Well, not on the day, but during their months-long promotion for it. Oh yeah, it is a month long. Yeah. I mean, even then, I feel like it's super busy most of the time. Let's see what do you have. Do you want to see two chat? This shouldn't dox them, so let's check this out. Hey, chat, look. Our mod is Chinese. Hey mod, what Chinese Canadian food do you like? Like, what's your favorite, not Chinese food, but Chinese Canadian? Like, like the weird stuff that like people eat. Like, you know how like Kanji Queen has like food? He called me I didn't call you that. Please don't type that, mod. Please don't type that. Listen, we can only type that in our Asian-only chat because we make fun of the state of the Asian world. You can't type that on Twitch, mod. You can't type that on Twitch. Listen, we only say that within the Asian-only chat because we make fun of listen, we're all Asian and we're making fun of the way that people look at Asian people. Okay, like it's a long term. It is a long term. It is an in-community joke. Okay. And we're gonna write them an email too. I will be a web developer for a bi-weekly provision of dumplings. No, not for dumplings, for a single slice of a teriyaki salmon. It's forever stained. It's stick forever and ever. You know what's funny? Even when I do play with other people, they call me Sticky. Cancelled. Mod, ban this mod. Mod, ban the mod. Keep digging. Find more. Just find more material. Cancel him. A colleague to ask you a work question on Teams. What the fuck did you miss? Okay, well, listen, the mod and I are close friends. We're both Asian. We're in like a full Asian group. We make fun of the way that people look at Asian people. It's a long-term thing. It's an in-joke between us, and it's I didn't call her that. She was telling a story. Okay, she was telling a story. Mod, can I tell you a story? So she was at work, and a customer was asking her about something, and then the customer wanted to be paid out, right? But she's hard of hearing, our mod. So, and the customer used a very strange way of saying this. The customer was like, "Hey, are you the one who's gonna handle me? Who's gonna handle the ching ching?" As in like ching ching, the money that like your money makes, right? Like, and then they were saying it in the way of like, "Are you going to check me out?" But the mod, being hard of hearing, thought that he called her, thought that he said, thought that he called her Ching Chong. So the mod got offended. Oh man, even saying it again, that's so funny because it's like, no, but for real though, like, why would you say ching ching? Like, why would you say ching ching? Like, are you the one who's gonna handle my ching ching? Like, just say, are you the one who's gonna check me out? Just say, are you the one that's gonna check me out? It doesn't it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's almost more polite to wave money in their face. That's exactly, yeah. So like that's the reason why we were joking about the Ching Chong thing, because I was like, that's crazy. So we just kept calling her Ching Chong the entire night because of the customer. And again, we as in like an entirely Asian group of friends. We were all Asian, okay? Like we all understood the joke there. You can't cancel me for what you're saying, okay? Salt and pepper is a UK thing where after cooking it, it's stir-fried with salt, MSG, 5 spice, and chili peppers. That sounds amazing, and I like how that salt and pepper, there's no pepper. There's no pepper. English is hard. I mean, English is easy. I would say, English is hard, but some things are easier than others to understand, right? Like, I will never say certain phrases around certain people because the chance of it being misinterpreted is simply too high, right? Saying ching ching to an Asian person is is up there in terms of riskiness, okay? But that's the context. You can't cancel me. I'm not racist. As far as you know. I'm just kidding. I'm not racist. Oh man. Anyways, this is a UK Chinese menu, UK Chinese food menu. Oh, free spring rolls over when you order over 30 euros. Please do not call that number. Imagine the streamer is the whitest guy there is. Imagine I'm the whitest guy there is. No, chat. It's if you could see me, if I allowed you to gaze upon me, you would recognize. Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? If you say that I look Asian, is that racist? Like, what are you basing it off of? You just have to trust me, man, okay? Just like trust me, chat. Let's see. Sweet and sour chicken balls. The classic. I would still say sweet and sour chicken balls. You should get it, but it really depends on the balls. Is it mostly bread or is it mostly chicken? You want to try the chips with the curry sauce. Where is it? Where's the chips with the curry sauce here? Is that a British Chinese thing? Chips with the curry? No, I think that's... Isn't that like a German thing? What do you mean by chips? Do you mean chips as in French fries? Or do you mean chips as in like potato chips? Because French fries with curry sauce is actually currywurst. I mean, is it a hot dog? Like, this is German. Currywurst is a German. Depends on the balls quilted. The British pound always being called euro will always be funny. I keep forgetting that it's not euro. Sorry. Look, it's not my fault that they both consist of the letter E. Well, technically, what we call French fries would also be potato chips into the bread. Yeah, so that's why. Like I'm confused on like which is which. Yeah, exactly. Just use Lay's to not confuse people. You do chips fries with curry sauce. Though at Chinese you would order the two separate. It's more a North UK thing. Wait, what? UK chips with curry. Oh, chip shop curry sauce by Don't Go Bacon My Heart. .co.uk. .co.uk. Chip shop curry sauce. Chip shop curry sauce. Chip shop curry sauce. What is chip shop curry sauce made of? Chip shop curry sauce ingredients. What is the difference between chip shop curry sauce and the Chinese curry sauce? Chip shop curry sauce tends to be more mildly spiced. Why do chip shops sell curry sauce? Who, what to have with chip shop curry sauce? What are the little bits in chip shop curry? What are the ingredients in a Chippy's Choice curry sauce? Does chip shop curry sauce have chicken in it? Does a chip shop curry sauce contain milk? Does Chinese curry taste like Indian curry? What is the brown sauce on fish and chips? Why do British people love curry sauce? Why does restaurant curry taste better? Chip shop curry sauce. Chip shop curry sauce recipe by BBC Good Food. Chip shop curry sauce. A homemade chip shop curry sauce will rival that of any takeaway. So wait, this actually sounds good. I do agree because like I feel like curry and potato is already a classic dish, right? Like it is like it's already a staple combination of like a curry sauce and potatoes. It's so good that it's like all across South Asia, and it even spreads in the in the Southeast Asia. Like here in Southeast in Vietnamese, we have Vietnamese coconut chicken curry, gari ra, okay? And it's literally potatoes and curry sauce. So it is a killer combination. So it does make sense on a conceptual level. BBC Good Food is actually a fantastic resource for recipes. X3. Is BBC Good Food a government initiative to improve the nation's flavor profile? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy because Justin Trudeau just met with the king. And we're still throwing pot shots across the ocean here. We're still throwing pot shots to our cousins across the waters. I'm a British descent, so it's not race. Oh, that was fantastic. That was good. The British are addicted to curry. They were deprived of flavor for the 50 years after World War II. We all are. Don't worry. Yeah, including me. Which does then make it, it does then bring into question the things that I just said. You did in fact boil vegetables in your household. Sad. So boiled vegetables aren't the worst thing ever. It really depends on the vegetable, but it's not the worst thing ever. I think the problem is that most people boil to mushiness. But it's like, depending on the flavor profile and how you eat it, it can be good. But yeah, most people boil everything, which is bad. Crispy, wait, you get duck? You get to order duck. Shredded crispy beef? What in the world is this? Whoa, okay, so this is known by a different name to me, but it looks a lot like, it's not General Tso's. Is it General... But yeah, this looks like chili garlic chicken, which is really good. Chicken fried rice. I will say most chicken fried rice. Chow mein. I also say chow mein is not that good. I would say chow mein. Most stir-fry noodles are too many noodles, not enough flavor, and like not enough meat. Overcooking is a huge issue in the UK. I'm sorry. It's just... That's the funniest statement I've ever heard in my life. Overcooking is it's just the entirety of the UK. Overcooking is a huge issue. It's cut super thin, then quick fried in a really thin batter. It's super good. Normally served with chili sauce. Oh, that sounds really good. Yeah. See, because like this does sound interesting. Because meats, I will say, the thinner the cut of meat, the better it tastes. Like it's like it has much more crispiness to it, and it also you get like. It's more concentrated meat flavor, and you get to have more of it. Duck pancakes are great. That sounds amazing. Apparently, ginger beef is classic Chinese. Really? You guys don't have ginger beef? It's Canadian only? Wow. Yeah, this is amazing. If you never had ginger beef, I think you should. Ginger beef is fantastic. Like, look at that. Mac Mail. Who is Mac Mail? I'm a software developer. Sorry. Guess what game Overcooked's developers are from? The UK. So it makes sense. They're just applying their life experiences here. Your grandmother, who doesn't finish antibiotics courses, was born in the UK, and she always overcooked the turkey a little bit. Why are you being so mean to her today? Is it mean if it's the truth, right? If anything, it's really her fault. Grandma, please, the streamer made me do it. Sure, reminds you of when your dad cooks spaghetti. When it gets mushy. That's the worst part, is when it gets mushy. What? Mixed hors d'oeuvres. Oh, I thought it was the eggs. Isn't like the egg the hors d'oeuvre? Manto. Okay, I will say mantos aren't that good. I know I butchered the pronunciation, but I don't think that they're that good. It's just bread. It's literally like somebody looks at you and says you have to try this, and it's just bread, and I look at it and I go, I'm not really bread pilled today. Like I'm you know what I mean? Like but like I would never be bread pilled for just bread. It's just fluffy bread. You can get it's just bread. For like €4, that's, I mean, £4 is, it's too much. You might as well get some shumai or hakao or char siu bun. That's pretty good. Honey spare ribs. We have this too. Ribs in barbecued sauce. Okay, is it barbecued sauce or is it barbecue sauce? Because I've had to write menus for restaurants before in a past life, and I had that same problem where I was like, should I call it barbecue sauce or barbecued sauce? Right? It's BBQ sauce, but it's not barbecued. It's like, because to barbecue, it's like the past tense of barbecue doesn't make sense. So to me, it's like barbecue sauce. Could be either. Normally, it's a Korean barbecue sauce. Wait, it's so true though. Yeah, a lot of places use like the Korean barbecue sauce bottles, and then they just and then they just sell it. And but what's crazy is that those sauce bottles you can just get yourself, and you do it yourself too. Barbecue or barbecue. All right, because they love the Q over there. Right. Barbecue sauce. Pancake rolls. I don't know what this is. Spare ribs dry. Sounds disgusting. I'm sorry. This wouldn't make me happy. Like, if I ordered this, if I saw this on the menu, I'd be like, can I get it like slightly wet or something? I don't know. It just seems bad. Capital spare ribs fruity sauce. What the fuck does that mean? Capital spare ribs fruity sauce. Spice. Okay, spicemountain.co.uk. Your online shop will be closed for 1 month as we... What? Dear... A special announcement. Dear valued customers, our online shop will be closed for 1 month as we travel to source exciting new spices for you. What? Guys, you can't do that anymore. This isn't like the 1970s or like the 1700s. This isn't... Spice Mountain. This is not the 1700s. You cannot go and find the spices again, okay? It's... Just go to the market. Not me eating dry ribs right now. It just doesn't sound appealing. Lowercase spare ribs are too lower class for that establishment. Same ribs as the others, but no sauce. Wait, so just what do you eat? Ribs dry? It's just bones. Yeah, it sounds very British. Yeah, like what? There's no flavor. Okay, to be fair though, salt is dry. So another chance to make one of your favorite takeaways at home. This recipe is one of the best things that can happen to a spare rib. Oh. Capital spare ribs. Oh, because it comes from the capital north of China, around the capital city of Peking. That's the name. Vegetable sesame prawn on toast. Okay, the you know like the like there's this thing. It's like a prawn cake. This is really good. It's not a shrimp cake. It's like a Vietnamese prawn cake. No, Vietnamese prawn cracker. Here we go. Okay, not these either. It's like you have the shrimp inside. That's what that reminds me of, but I don't know if it's the same. Sesame prawn and toast. Now you want dry ribs. Okay, I'm gonna switch up dry ribs. Oh, is it dry rubbed ribs like barbecue style? Is it like this? Okay, this makes sense now. Aren't prawn and shrimp the same thing? No, don't. That's a dangerous question to ask. I think we had a discussion about this for like 2 hours, where we were trying to figure out what the difference between a prawn and a shrimp was, and we couldn't figure it out. Because in my mind, because it's okay. Look, you prawn, shrimp, and jumbo shrimp. All right, what's the difference? Jumbo shrimp is just shrimp, but it's larger, but it's not the same thing because it has a different flavor profile. But like, when does a jumbo shrimp become a lobster? You know what I mean? Like, there's too many different delineations between like various shrimps. Most of your Chinese or Cantonese or Peking style cooking. Oh, actually that makes sense then. Yeah, because there's a lot of like, because even like the duck, right? Because duck is a very Peking style dish. Duck in general is like a very Peking style type of cooking because they have like a shit ton of ducks. This makes sense. Makes me think of those mukbangers eating big shrimps the size of lobsters. Yeah, exactly. But then it's like at that point, it's like, do you call it a shrimp or do you call it a lobster? In the UK, prawn is saltwater, shrimp is freshwater. Wait, what? Prawn and lobster are two different creatures, most easily told apart by face and claw structure. That is fair. That is a good point. I've never had a shrimp/prawn try to take my finger off, so. Don't let them deceive you. They are the same, don't let them deceive you. Just don't call it late for dinner. Yeah, salt and pepper chicken wings, smoked shredded chicken. Okay, you have some of the best restaurants I've ever seen. This is amazing. You get 6 crab claws for £6? How many? What? £6 to Canadian. 11 Canadian dollars? 6 crab claws? Listen, over here, buddy. All right, over here, chat. Here, you get one crab claw. It costs you like an arm and a leg. It's like $5 each. Chips for £4. I don't know why you buy chips for £4. An extra 6 pancakes. What's funny is that they have this. Like, they don't say anything about the pancakes. They just say it's extra. But like, it's not like a modifier. It's like its own dish. But they just have it there. Oh man, these are pretty good though. Because I will say our Chinese restaurants, like, or like the Chinese Canadian restaurants, they can be very, I don't know. Like, they have a lot of selection, but they also have a lot of like the same dish over and over and over. And a lot of it is like very weakly flavored compared to the traditional stuff. And even compared to like the like, to the very Chinese Canadian stuff, right? Like, it's like, why would you ever order like stir fry noodles when you could get, again, ginger chicken? Used to keep shrimp and crayfish as the pets. Crayfish is freshwater lobsters. I'm not kidding you. I thought they were shrimp. Smoked shredded chicken sounds amazing. Yeah, right? Like, these actually sound amazing compared to what we have. Though I will say your soup selection is the same as ours. Tom yum soup, hot and sour soup. They never say the flavor too. They always say it's just hot and sour. But in some places it's a little bit more sour and not so much like savory. In other places it's more savory versus sour. You only know what crayfish are because of Stardew Valley. POV, when you've lived in a city your whole life and you grow a cucumber and you didn't know that they come from the floor. To be fair, like it's like, how often are you gonna see like a crayfish, right? Unless you live in New Orleans or like anywhere else that has like a swampy land, or like rice paddies, you're not gonna find crayfish. They just don't exist. Like, and we don't grow rice in Canada. I don't think. Like, we make tofu in like one factory and that's it. So it's kind of hard. And we have no swamps that people want to live in. All of our swamps are frozen over. So there's no way to find like crayfish here, I don't think. King prawn? Yo, yeah, jumbo shrimp. King prawn. Wait, this is not jumbo shrimp. This is a normal shrimp. I've been lied to. This is a normal shrimp. When does a shrimp become a jumbo shrimp? Jumbo shrimps versus prawn. Prawns are bigger, but shrimp win on variety. What? But these are good. Yeah, exactly. Most of our swamps are too cold or got drained to make farmland. Exactly, yeah. Like, we have no really good swamps anymore. Kind of sad. But I also, okay, this is also a staple of most Chinese restaurants, like whether it's Chinese, Canadian, American, or like British. They always do this, where they have the same ingredient done multiple ways. And there's an entire section on the menu for it. So you have king prawn in every sauce that they have available. And it's all the same price. In the UK, you only really have shrimps and prawns. As soon as they're bigger than your little finger, they are king prawns. It's more a size thing. Oh, this explains why my UK viewers always say that there's... Like, my UK viewers are the first to bring up size queens. every other person from every other place, I've never heard them say anything about size. It's only the UK viewers that say something size queen. Sweet and sour chicken Hong Kong style. Sweet and sour chicken balls. Lemon chicken is pretty good. I will say I do love a lemon chicken. Chicken with mushrooms sounds amazing. Chicken with tomatoes sounds kind of iffy on it. Chicken in orange sauce. I actually don't like orange sauce. It tastes too much like an orange and it tastes too sweet. Pineapple is pretty good. Kung Po chicken. Sea spicy chicken. What does that even mean? Chicken Szechuan style. Chicken, okay, saute sauce kind of slaps. But some places make saute sauce really bad. Some places make it amazing. Bamboo shoots and water chestnuts. This is the best thing here. Beef. Okay, this is okay. Now at the beef section. Okay, beef in a million different ways. It's all the same. It's all the same dishes, but they changed the protein. You only had lemon chicken once. Okay, well you can't just you can't just take a Costco chicken and pour lemon on it. Is it supposed to taste like chicken in lemon candy? Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah. It's a very sweet savory dish. It's not meant to be like a sour thing. Though I prefer when people do it like with a more sour lemon base versus like the sweet thick sauce. Like, I prefer when there's less sweetness to it and more sourness to it. But then it's like if you go too far towards sour, then you just have sweet and sour chicken. Hong Kong style sweet and sour is a thinner, crispy batter with the sweet and sour dish rather than a thick batter. Oh, think chicken nuggets versus chicken balls. Okay, that actually does sound good. Okay, so then that's our version of like say garlic chicken, or like that's like our version of sweet and sour chicken actually. Because our version of sweet and sour chicken in Canada is basically that, where it's a thin batter, or sometimes even no batter, and it's just the sauce. So so basically the same thing. That makes sense. Okay, beef with oyster sauce. It's all the same dish as the one above. Char siu is really good. Char siu is the best thing ever. If I could just eat char siu over and over and over, I would. Spicy roast duck. The fact that you have roast duck is amazing. The curry sounds really good. That's the problem with over here. We don't really like. We don't have a lot of curry dishes, and a lot of curry dishes are like. At least the curry dishes here, it's only found at Indian or Thai places, but never anywhere else. Like it's very rare to find, say, Vietnamese curry or Chinese curry. It's very rare to find it on the menus. You love putting the sweet and sour sauce on your rice, but your parents call it nuclear sauce because they don't like how vibrant red it is. Yeah, there's something funny about how people get afraid of like the colors of certain foods. But I'm like, a shrimp is perfectly red when you cook it. Like you almost can't avoid the color. And actually, if you want to try something, if you ground the shell of shrimp, and you add it to something, it adds like a nice flavor base. But also, you should try this. I'm going to teach you guys a sweet and sour chicken secret. A sweet and sour anything secret, okay? Order sweet and sour chicken. Ask for the sauce on the side. That's the secret. Give me a second. Sorry, that's my phone alarm. I forgot that I set my phone alarm to this time. Sorry. I don't know why I set it to this time, but it's just it's like my phone alarm where I say it in case I don't wake up in the time. It's my last nice alarm. Thank you. Wait, some places don't give you the sauce on the side? No, some places don't. But it's like the only way to eat it, right? Because this is the problem with sweet and sour chicken. It's the problem with any inherently battered food. When it gets sauced up, it gets soggy. And then you have soggy chicken. And so what you need to ask for is sauce on the side, right? That's the secret. That's the secret to a good sweet and sour chicken. What the? You pay £2 for Coca-Cola? I'm sorry for you guys. You're kidding me, right? It's like $1 for Coca-Cola here, or $1.50. Set meal for 1 person, set meal D for 4 persons. Oh, this is good. I love how you can buy sauce. Like hoisin sauce, small for £3. You can buy a bottle of hoisin sauce for like £2 at the grocery store. And that bottle will last you like years, like actual years. Just go and buy the bottle yourself. Just don't even bother. But that's a good menu. That's a very solid menu. Not anymore. It's like $3.50 for a pop at restaurants now. Really? Yeah, I haven't eaten out in so long that I don't know the prices anymore. The last time we ate out, I was like, we're never eating out ever again. The prices were too much. Can anybody? Chat, I forgot that we were even playing like a game. Like we spent 1 hour talking about Chinese food. We need to go back. How do we unwind this? So we got here. What did we? How do we get here? It was Chinese food, something about my mod, and like some racial term that I can't say anymore, and then something else. But everything started when we started going down the like Chinese route. Okay, we need to go back to the American route here. Yeah, it is sad when you see like the prices of pop go up a lot because it is cheap. Like pop is really cheap for restaurants. So the dirty secret. I'm going to tell this to you because I used to be a part of the restaurant life and I actually know the supply prices. You can get a lot of it for cheap. Like every can of pop is maybe 20 to 30 cents per. At most. And that's if you buy like, you know, the ones at like the wholesale. If you have a direct order, you can get it for even cheaper. And so even at selling it for like $1, they're making a lot of money off of it. Let alone, well, to be fair, this is like back in like the 2010s. But still, like it's a pretty nice margin. So the fact that they're selling it for like $3.50 per can now is a lot. Rip Elias Roottrees. You would have loved sweet and sour sauce on the side. Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? What did the Americans used to eat back then? The food back then was awful. I think nowadays, people just kind of forget how good our life is because we have a lot of interesting dishes in our day and age that people simply don't get access to anymore. Or like people wouldn't have gotten access to in any other lifetime. Like, you know what I mean? Like we live in the best time of our life for food, where the food is fantastic. Gwyneth cooked everything. Yeah, that is fair. And well, to be fair, she must have had some good choices because they did run a maple farm. They could have just had a lot of maple candy and stuff. A mediocre sushi place near me is doing an all-you-can-drink thing. Me. How do you know where I live, Maud? This person that I totally know. The Roottrees wouldn't have eaten anything that ethnic. That is fair. That is true. Drinks have a high microbeer. There's also an extra tax on high sugar drinks. What? Is it... Are you... What? Why does the UK hate flavor? Why does the UK despise flavor? Why do you do this to yourselves? What do you mean you have a high tax on sugar? You're not allowed to have sweets? Well, what are you allowed to do? Are you allowed to laugh? Can you smile over there? Yeah, so like cola has a tax, but Diet Cola doesn't. Less obesity, right? Yeah, but obesity is happiness. You know? Like, listen, everyone knows when you're happier because you don't have to care about your looks anymore and you can get a little bit, larger, right? That's a little bit of plumpness never hurt anyone except for your organs. That's sugar racism. I don't think that's sugar racism. You have a World War ration book your nan gave you, and it's very boring dishes. I'm sorry, that's just a great sentence. Because taxing things that poor people do is more effective than actually addressing problems. See, that's the thing, right? Because the other things about how the UK handles sort of obesity and like handles like the very bad stuff, like it feels like it's a lot better in the sense of like they make sure that like systemically there's more focus on like exercise and stuff like that. At least compared to like say America. I forget how it's done in Canada, but we did have like tests for athleticism, and like that feels more effective to me than taxing sugar, because it just feels like, oh, you're just paying more for things, right? And like the thing is like, yeah, it's exactly that. Like when you're poor, a can of Coke is a nice treat because you can't afford the other treats in life. Like the larger treats in life cost a lot more. You can't go and have a steak because a steak is $50, and $50 is like your entire monthly savings, so you can't really do that. But $1 can of Coke, like it's pretty good for you to have. It's a nice treat. You can have it once a month and it won't hurt you too much, right? Though to be fair, at that point you can just buy table sugar and just eat it by the spoonful, and you're gonna be okay. And I have a way to solve this. I know what to do. It's this. It's the children. The children are all fucked up. Right? I don't know. I don't know. There's a second photo of her, which we have. Maybe the photo matters? Does the photo matter? She started when she was 5 in 1981, so she's like something now. Tony is what? Life after high school. William Sharon, hairdresser. She could be retired, so she could be a housewife. No. Ophelia Williams is not her real name, but it doesn't really matter. The side characters don't matter. If I ignore the side characters and I pivot the entire chat away from talking about food and we go back to the Roottrees, then I just need to focus on these 4 and I'm done. You try to drink more water than pop nowadays. You plan to transition to water flavoring squirt bottles, but that got derailed by the trade war. Yeah, like we don't we don't have many native flavors within Canada. Like a lot of the weird wacky flavors all come from America, right? So it's like it's kind of hard for us to get interesting flavors. Like the only flavor that we really own is maple syrup, and it's like I was born in Canada. I love Canada. You can have too much maple syrup in your life. You can have a little bit too much, and you get a little bit sick of it. And sometimes you don't want, because maple syrup, it's not just the sugar flavor, it's the maple syrup flavor. It can be a little bit much over time. It's very sweet, and the flavor makes the sweetness even more in a way. It's also because you have an issue with the distrust of water creeping in, because we clean it with fluorine because it's incredibly good for your teeth, but American propaganda is starting to go fluorine bad. So you have people doing nothing but pound cola. Wait, what? Wait. So that's crazy. So wait. So people in the UK are falling for the fluorine bad propaganda, and so they're drinking cola because it's better than drinking fluorine, even though it's worse for everything else in your life. Wow. You know what? You should do like the Great Firewall. the British should have a great firewall to stop the American influence. Because because I mean, that is a solution that I've heard before. And it's a solution that I've heard even with like people in my community, in the sense of like even to this day, right? To this day, my parents do not trust tap water. Because back in the day, we lived in some very bad places that were very old, that had leaded tap water that we could not drink because it would make us because lead would kill you. So what they would do is they would buy bottled water. And they also had a distrust because back where they're from, tap water was non-existent. Like the water that you would find in your taps wasn't even good to cook with. Like it was so bad that you'd have to boil and filter it and like purify the water yourself at home. And very often they would just use rainwater because it was safer. So it totally makes sense that they would carry this forward, but because of that, they still buy bottled water, not realizing that the microplastics are it slowly compounds to become macroplastics in my balls. Honestly, you wouldn't believe how many problems that would fix. Honestly, yeah, because like a lot of it, like it's weird the amount of propaganda that comes across and the things that people believe. It's stupid. Your mom swears by breeder filters now because it tastes better than tap water. Yeah, and it's crazy to say, right? Because like most Canadian cities have such good tap water that it's like the best tap water in all of North America. Like it's so good, in fact, that like say like Toronto, for instance, right? Toronto has one of the best water processing facilities in the world, to the point where our tap water is consistently rated as like one of the top waters out there. Like it doesn't have the shrimp, like the mini microscopic shrimp that you find within New York water, but that's fine because I'd rather have clean tap water than shrimp flavored water, right? You don't always want to eat like a shrimp cracker every day in the form of water. Those of you who don't know that, by the way, I'm not kidding you, New York City water has microscopic shrimp that give it its distinctive flavor. It's why the bagels in New York taste better, because they use the tap water, because there's shrimp. There's mini shrimp. We don't have shrimp in our water. We just have like another water. And it's crazy because like, sure, it tastes different, but it's like, it's already as clean as it gets. Though I will say it depends on where you live. Because if your home is like somewhere that's like bad, let's say your home has like really bad pipes, then you can't really trust the water. Because there is, it's one thing to say that the water source is safe, right, from the water treatment. It's another thing to say that your downstream water source is like necessarily safe, because like it depends on the pipes in your home, it depends on the condition of things, it depends on a lot of things around you, and you know, it may even be that you might get things leaking into it. Like I've heard stories of people having like, you know, like a body, like a human body leaking juices into the tap water. Like, so it does happen, right? You went to a university in Guelph and there's a strong anti-Nestle sentiment there. You know what? I have heard of that too, and it makes sense given sort of the locale of Guelph. But yeah, it's good. I think it's better to have more anti-Nestle sentiments. They're very good at selling water back to you for a higher price. All this to say, I need water, actually. All this talk about Chinese food and stuff and like water has made my throat dry. I'll be right back in just a moment. In the meantime, just enjoy this and enjoy the background music. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. My bad, that took longer than expected. I'm back. You might hear some background noise. I've just taught my mother how to turn on the karaoke machine. So you might hear some singing soon. And boy, there's something funny about old people doing karaoke, okay? And I say this as somebody who like does care about old people. The old people usually have bad hearing, right? So they turn up so they turn up the karaoke machine to compensate for it, which gives them worse hearing. And then they turn up even more. So at some point, it's so loud that it shakes everything, but they don't notice because they can't hear anything anymore. I've also had some revelations. One, it's either that the kids are unordered wrong, or two, her name is Sherry. Because there's two names for her. There was Sherry and there's Sharon. There's no Sherry. So maybe it's just Sharon. These kids are ordered wrong. But at the same time, I don't know how else it could be ordered. Because Tony is the older one, Mark is the younger one. But maybe it's this? Okay, well, there's a problem, right? Is that based on the ages and based on the name, the reason why she wanted to be called York is because it's easier to pronounce than Jastrzemski, which is this guy over here, right? Which would make sense. And then Tony is probably just the short form of Anthony. And Mark is the younger one, because you go back to where she talks about her kids. Here, where is it? Sherry's hair. Tony is the oldest. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball. His little league team. And then cricket, I don't know what cricket is. Near the end has an entire section. Wait. Yeah, because this makes sense. Because like she had to have these two kids first, which is why they're here. And then she had them. You can't wait for me to never realize the flaw on the tree. Okay, well now I don't know what to do. now I'm worried. Now I'm worried about the flaw. This was her marriage to Drew. Why is there a different photo? What's this photo? Wait, who? Who's that? Courtney May Watts. Oh, this is Courtney May Watts' photo. Okay, well, that's Courtney May Watts. I don't need her. Okay, so this is her. Right? This is her, right? Please tell me that that's her. Please tell me I didn't mess up. It is. Right. Lanes Across Miami. That's her getting married to Drew Smith who died. Is that? Yeah. And then Tony's the oldest. Seems to get the short end of the stick. His little league team, Cricket York, is near the end and has entire cricket. Cricket York. And then her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it's easier to pronounce. Smith is easy to pronounce, but Yashizemski is very hard to pronounce. So that's why it's called York. So the cricket. Educate to you. Cricket and her brother is ready to learn from one of her talented tutors. Why is she in the middle? Well, I guess the middle doesn't really matter because of these three. Sharon Williams. Williams Barbara. Sharon Williams. Williams. John Doe, because it doesn't exist. Wait. Sherry's hair. The style of Brittany Christina or even Rachel Theodore. Sherry Yashizemski. Does it... Which name do I use? No, it's a birth name, no? Isn't it? It's always been birth name. Has it always been birth name? It hasn't been. Wait, it hasn't always been birth name. Because Susan Ford is not her birth name. That's the name of her husband. Sonia... But then Sonia Alves is her birth name. Or maybe it's a limitation of the game, where we only know her as Susan Ford, but not as her original name. So, but like we know her original name is Sharon. Is her name Sharon? Survived by his two daughters, Barb and Sharon Williams. Barb was Barbara, Sharon is Sharon Williams. She's a hairdresser because she runs a hair salon. I think it's a limitation of the brain. It's probably a limitation of the brain, yeah. Like I have to be missing something because the optionals don't matter, right? So it doesn't matter about Susan's husband. It matters about these kids. Like it's specifically these kids and this person. Life? Something Miami. Lanes Across Miami. You find some additional information. Uncropped photo of the same wedding photo. It seems that after Sharon left Lamb, they began to crop her and the rest of the wedding party out. With photo to focus solely on Drew, who's the face of the charity. So that's how we know that that's Drew, and she's married to Drew Smith. She was married to Drew Smith, who's this guy. The other option that I'm thinking of is maybe the kids took after Yashizemski's name. There is a possibility that he's such a good stepfather that they took over his name. But I highly doubt that because I've never seen a happy stepfather. Like, outside the movies, I've never seen an example of a happy stepfather. Knowing the answer and not saying anything is agony. What'd you say last time within Discord? It's Schadenfreude. It's Shittenfreude. Yeah, it's a very Shittenfreude situation. But for me to you, and not from you to me. I enjoy your pain. This is the best part about the no spoiler rule, is that you have to watch me suffer and you suffer with me. Maybe okay, Smith. Wait a minute. How old is he? How old is he? Because there was one particular note here. When is this photo taken? And it specifically mentioned when she started. I need to find information about that child again. Greta Flores, 25 Sisters of Storyhood. No. Sherry's hair. Her oldest, Tony, is that he's the oldest and he's a straight A student. But then where library children's show Educate to You. She joined the cast in 1997 at the age of 5, so she's 7 right now. She's 7 right now. What? And then Tony's the oldest, which makes Mark the other one. Educate to You, Cricket and her brothers. You don't find much about Educate to You. Unsettled by the Thing, Creepy Doll. Shooting schedules, Arithmetic. This is just a rant on thing. It's just like my streams. Arithmetic, Cricket York joined the cast, current cast member. Here's a clip from when the first episodes was added to your thing, Sherry's hair. She never spent, her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. Peter. Sherry Yashizemski. Sherry's a large van. She's an actress on a local television show named Library. There's no way it's this. Student. K-12. College? No. Student, K-12. Actor. It's still broken. She not a hairdresser? What the fuck is the job? You know what? We're just gonna do this until we figure it out. Author, baby. Wait a minute. 5'7". She's a baby. When did you stop being a baby? Are you a baby? He doesn't look like student. When do you stop being a baby? CEO, chef. Grow up, kiddo. Construction, dancer, director. Grow up, kiddo. It's time for you to be a doctor. Firefighter, hairdresser, housewife, lawyer, military, model, news anchor, preacher, president, public speaker. You're not a public speaker. That's your retail. No, she has to be a hairdresser. She runs a salon. You stop being a baby at like 3 or 4. Well, listen, you know, some of us take longer than others. Okay? Why am I even looking over here? This is all done. So, Sharon Williams. But then Cecily, Sharon, Sonia Sterling. There's no Sherry. But that makes sense because Sherry and Sharon with a 2. Technically, like it's the same thing. The owner of the business is listed as a Sherry Yashizemski. Sherry is a large van that we can sense being the style of Brittany, Christina, or even Rachel to your door. Husband was her thing about Sherry thing. She's an actress. Cricket York is an actress. She has to be an actor then. You heard in some old movies they say boyo. In your opinion, it sounds cool. I do like the word boyo. It sounds fun to say as well. Hey, boyo. Anthony Smith. Wait. Smith. Mark Smith. Yes, Rzemski? Yes, Rzemski. I don't understand. What permutation of these people is gonna work? Pete. There's only a Peter. Cricket. Is your name Cricket? Cricket York. Brags about the kids Cricket York. Library. Cricket York. Is that even her real name, maybe? Library. Throwing hammers at me. You're throwing hammers at me, please. Please, streamer. Look at it. Look at it carefully. Think about this, streamer. It's so obvious. I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing. I actually don't understand. I don't understand. That's her marriage to Drew. That's Barb Williams. I don't even know who this person is. I mean, that has to be a sister, though, right? Like, it's college roommate, sister that you grew up with, and then presumably they rekindled because of the story that was within the stories, the storytelling of the sisters. Yeah, presumably they rekindled after that story. Sisters of Storyhood. Oh, wait. Let me look at this evidence more closely. Wait, what's the difference between Sherry the Brat and Sharon the Beauty? Is it nature or nurture? There's no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. I met my daughter. She was only 15. My daughter, Sharon. What's your last name? I don't know. Just Williams. Chatter holding with all their powers, not spoil. How many of you know? Okay, raise your hands. How many of you know the answer? How many of you know the answer? Raise your hands. Do the hand raise emoji that you have on your phone right now. The whole chat. There's no way all of you know the answer to this. There's no way. You've beaten this game all already. See, you're the only person that I trust knows the answer. Everyone else, they're just they're in on the joke. They're gaslighting me. Because if one chatter knows it, I speedrun this game twice. I speedrun this game several times now. Okay, if you think about it, right? Imagine how weird it must be to be Sam Madsen. You knock on the door of this detective. You just walk down the steps. They open the door again. And they say, hey, I finished the entire tree. And you go, what the fuck? It's right. The speedrun speedruns within universe are kind of freaky to think about. Sharon Smith? I'm gonna say this is Sharon Williams. Hank Williams. Yesterday, you informed Jeremy Johnson, the creator, what melon means in Facade, because you made a joke about it and he didn't get it. Really? I thought melon... I mean, melons are kind of even just the shape of a melon reminds you of a beautiful titty, right? Like a bare titty. Every time you gaze upon a bare titty, I always think to myself, those are some nice melons. I could suckle on that, right? It's very hard not to get the reference, I think. But that... I mean, to be fair, I'm not... Listen, Jeremy did all of this, okay? I don't blame him for not... he's in a whole different mindset. I'm sure the developer... You know what I mean? Yeah, well, he's not a streamer. Mr. Genius streamer. Oh yeah, so cool streamer. You're so smart compared to everyone else. Is her child named Mark? Library. Roottrees, France. No. Sherry's here. Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. There's no Tony. What could Tony be a shorthand for? It's short for Michelangelo. Michelangelo. My daughter Sharon on the day was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school. No. Well, she was pregnant. Employee to find the beauties for yourself within yourself. Sherry's here in Orlando. Is this even her company? How did it even get here? 25 Sisters of Storyhood. No, but it has to be, because the story is from Barb Williams. She ran away from home to work at an animal shelter. Her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. Beauty was always there. The brat and the beauty in between us. But then she left the charity at some point. So we know that she left the charity, and in fact, Sherry's hair makes a reference to the charity itself. Right? A very long, multiple run-on sentences. Since she was doing hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. Her Pete was her husband's late college roommate. She had never spent any significant time. Her name is Sherry Yastrzemski. She and he had never spent... They left the charity behind, so the charity was after... Charity was before the hair thing. Right. Her oldest, Tony, says to get the short end of the stick. His 2 listed accomplishments, Mark has multiple baseball accomplishments. His little league team is nationally recognized. Wait. Mark Smith. His little league team is nationally recognized. Little League... And where are they located? Wait. Orlando Little League Baseball. Little League Baseball. No. His Little League team is nationally recognized, but Cricket York is an actor. The reason why she relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to be able to come do your due, her agent recommended they change where the passage about her daughter recommends they change her name to York. How she got the part, but it's unimportant. Let me read through this again. Library. Wait, Sherry's hair. Library. Children's show filmed in Orlando, Florida, a small town called Library. Like some other popular shows, this one isn't funded by the public. It's donations from businesses related to education. Oh. Wait, no, yeah. So we know this. Educate You, to name a few. Tutoring service. According to the site, they provide tutoring for all the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate. Included is a cricket. Wait, actors and actresses. Are they all actors? Are they all actors? No, this is stupid. No, he's a grade A student. He's a grade A student. No way he's in college, right? Like it's... No, because then that's a photo from when she was still a kid. She's only 7 now, which means he's probably like 14 or something. Like he's still within this thing. I don't know. 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 What the fuck do I do? Oh, yes, Shazemski. Did she keep her first husband's last name? I don't know. One of these has to pop. One of these has to pop. Somebody, please pop for me. Please pop for me, please. Please pop for me, please. Pop. Marcia. Maybe you're a Marcia. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you both take his last name, Yashazemski. And then maybe her name now is York. Or Yashazemski. Maybe they're all Yorks. I'm going crazy. Just try everything. York. 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 No. Go with my... It has to be Williams. Maybe they're Williams. Maybe they took after their mother's name. Oh, oops. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know. How do I know who is Mark and who is Thing? I assume based on the position. But it could be like this. Like, I have no clue. Let me look closely. Perfect student. Oh, he's the baseball kid. He's the young one. So Mark is this kid. Tony is this kid. Because he's the baseball kid. That's cricket. Yes, Shazempi. Mark Borgia. That game has still stuck with us. Oh, hi, Mark. I don't get it. I actually don't understand it. Smith? Like, there's no way they would take the stepfather's name. But at the same time, it's like maybe they were so young that the stepfather is their father. Right? There's a very good chance that the stepfather is their father. But then are they all Yorks? I don't know. It would make sense why cricket gets changed to York because she's on TV. Like, they need to write art, like they have to write articles, right? But I will say this. I think you should always keep your native name, even as an actor. I think nowadays, the world is much more amenable to it, right? Like, a long time ago, Rami Malek probably would not have succeeded. But now, I think Rami Malek can still, like, he can still be, like, he can be his own he can be his own person now. Can you scrub forward to when I figure it out? Chat. I don't think I'll ever figure this out. I genuinely, I don't think I'm gonna figure this out. The optionals don't matter. If the optionals don't matter, and only the main character matters, I can't imagine what I'm missing. I legitimately cannot imagine what I'm missing. Tony, Mark, Yashazemski, York. It's their child with Peter. Because he's dead. So he dies, and then he comes in. Right? And then that's why she's down here. But she's not the oldest. Tony's the oldest, but he has his own tree over here. Because it's based on, like, the trees. Like, left, right, this, that. So it's like, aside from last names and roles, I can't imagine what I'm missing. I legitimately cannot imagine what I'm missing. housewife. And I know the optionals don't matter because it would have just be like it would have been fine. So what do I do? So it's just last names. Drew, Andrew. Pete, Peter. Tony, Anthony. Mark, Mark. Cricket, weird fucking name, but Cricket. Sharon Williams. If you're named Cricket, I'm sorry. Your name is beautiful. Ophelia, I don't know. But these don't matter. It's just these 4. Chat. Who wants to be my duck? I'm actually genuinely lost. Wait. Yes, who wants to be my duck? Give me a hint. But don't say the full thing. You can be my hero, baby. Alright, be my hero. And we're gonna figure this out. Because I can't imagine what this is. I actually have no clue. Give me a hint. Give me a hint in the most hintful way that you can. I want it to be so obscure. How many do I need to lock in? 6. No? It's like 6 now. But like that's the problem. I don't know any of the names. Like, I've done everything. I've done them. I've done all of these. I've done this. I've done these. I've done these. I've done these. But it's like, the optionals have never mattered. So do I need the optionals? If I need the optionals, then it makes sense. Okay, you want to... Do I need to do the optionals to get it to lock in? Because now it's like I need 6 people or something. Or something like that. Where is it? There was a note somewhere. There was a note that they wrote me. There was a note that they wrote me. I hired you, so please fill in the tree. Was it this? I don't know. It's been 8 months, or maybe it was on the tree itself. You need 5 people. Who are the 5? I don't know. I don't know. Where? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But there's only 4. There's only 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the game has never needed spouses. So you're telling me that I need spouses? Now I need spouses? Wait, so if I need 5 and I need spouses, am I just soft locked? Like what? But maybe then I do need to find the name of spouses. But then like I have the name of spouses. Like it still points to me that I'm wrong in some way. Am I missing like a very undone thing? Cause she's in, he's in. I can't do the top secret yet. But I'm pretty sure top secret is the Ruby Sprat and the Dirty Davy angle. That's all locked in. 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 Everything's locked in. What do I do? You're a hairdresser. Wait, is there a stylist? No. Artist? Your hints are giving me existential dread. Because your hints imply that there's nothing I can do except get every single thing right. But then it's like, what am I missing then? Because presuming that this is correct, this is true. Wait, is his name actually Andrew Smith? Is his name actually Andrew Smith? Lanes across America. Death of Drew Smith. Drew Smith. Drew is only an Andrew. She died after being hit by a car. And then she met the best friend. This must be some kind of new torture tactic. Yeah, probably. And his photo is a singular photo. Guess the shoe's on the other foot now. Now I'm the one being tortured. I was about to type lanes across Mamma Mia. It's founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. So Sharon Williams, Sharon Smith, and still nothing happens. Actor York. If we assume that this is the way, still nothing. Tony Smith, Mark Smith. He's a baseball player. Do I say that he's a sports player? But like he's a child. I don't know. Like I'm genuinely stumped. Sharon Smith, and she went on to marry Yashizemski, changed her name again. But the whole point of this tree is you go for like the original name. Or maybe it is Yashizemki. I have no clue. Is it Williams? One of the oldest articles. Yep, Lanes Across America. Lanes Across Miami does this. Yeah, Lanes Across America. Sharon and the other one, Lanes Across America. Photo has been added to Drew. There was one other thing that I could search. One other thing. It's on this thing here. I think it was specifically the Isabel Crosby thing. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. That's the only thing that I haven't checked yet. Isabel Crosby. Benton County. Benton County. Superintendent of Benton County. There's Benton County in 9 different states. I swear I went down this route already. Benton County... Miami? Benton County... Where could Benton County be? Is Isabel Crosby. Maybe that one's a red herring. I don't know. Kikira Falls Gazette talked about specifically... If I search Vic Elmsworth, it talks about specifically Vic Elmsworth. It does a long form review about loss. The loss of her... Well, I guess it's not really her brother-in-law. It's her son-in-law. The conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical references. Finished by looping back to her original story and how she personally began to come around to decide, oh yeah, look, it's the rain sounds. One of the mods added rain inside the game. I mean, one of the updates. Hidden meanings in tragedy is the best thing we can do. Looping back to the ideology. Oh, it was her son-in-law. Right, so this, yeah, it's her daughter experience. It, the charity, was a new light. And then Chris Elmsworth is like a non-real person. Like, I don't know which one's not real. Kikira Falls Gazette online article, small show, store instructions is outlandish. Mermaids strike back. Unionized, there's no punchlines. No archives. Greta Jones angle was... What was the Greta Jones angle? It was this. Greta Flores, Springfield, Georgia. You come across a website that lists different channels there. How about Springfield, Illinois? Springfield is the capital of Illinois. It's located in Sangamon County. As far as you can tell by doing some basic such as the business, none of the people you've been investigating are located there. So yeah, the Greta Flores is the one that leads us here. We then get the book Sisters, Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. And then if I read that again, if I read this again, what's the difference between, okay, Barbara Williams had a transcript of the story. Always sulking, disobedient, she borrowed things without asking. My daughter Sharon, beautiful person. She thinks what's the difference between beauty and nature. She was only 15, pregnant at the town fair. My parents worked a job. They took over the child. That she went on to open up Sherry's hair after the charity was over with. Took far too long that the beauty was always there. I don't know. I don't know. Someone at your job is asking us if we have dietary restrictions. One of them is diary free. Oh, you want me to look back at the diary? Huh? At whatever this thing is? Huh? There's nothing here. Chat, there's nothing here. Nothing here. The cruelty diary, Roottrees diary, the only redundant information. Jacob and I married. Lauren Roottrees. Yeah, we had no choice. And in my heart, that was not for the soul. Okay, now I do not understand my contemporary. So I went to school. If I'm able to return true to a man, but my mother's cruelty is a perfect fit. Grammar goodness. That wasn't a hint. That was you commenting on your life. No, chat. Can you at least tell me if my game is broken? Can you at least tell me if I've ever accidentally stumbled upon the answer, and is my game broken? Like, is this actually doable? Because if I need 5 people, it's not broken. So, how do I do this? I don't know what to do. Bess Williams. Williams Frank, Williams Barbara. What else am I missing? Let me go back. Let me go back even further. Ophelia, as a matter of courtesy and convenience, she wouldn't have to change her last name. So, obituary on the website local news channel written by survived family. Frank in his youth, he is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. But, and then we don't know the father, but she didn't take the father's name, she took the Williams name. Wildcat Construction. Ophelia is also somebody that we tried to find information on, but we didn't find anything. Ophelia handled outreach. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers. Bocadoro Library. Wait. Bocadoro Library expansion. Left Florida became a construction worker. Wildcat Construction. Ophelia was handled outreach. She had 13 veterans. Community support was unending and unwavering. This story, by the way, does remind me. Like, the Wildcat story reminds me of how back then the farmers would, like, go to auctions for farm sites and would basically sit there and ensure that nobody bid on the farm site for, like, a widow so that they could buy back the farm for, like, a penny. Which I always thought was a really cool thing to do. Business Watch, no. Butler County Times. Grandos Cliff, no. Library. I feel like the more I read this, the more crazy I get. Arithmetic. Children on the air since 1991, so 8 years ago. But she joined in 1997 at the age of 5. She's a current cast member. I don't get it. 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 Chat. I have no other leads. The book is here. Isla Hale. Maybe we can find Isla Hale. This is the only thing that she's ever written. 24 stories? 26? Is the editor not the sole author? You don't know what kind of hint that I want. I don't think there's any hint that you can give me that wouldn't be an outright spoiler. Like that's a thing, right? If it's so simple so as to be the answer, but I can't see it, I'm missing something that's very, very straightforward. But it's like, I can't imagine how it could be. You know what, chat? I'm gonna do it again. Be my duck. Be my duck. Be my duck, because I can't use the duck. Like, I just don't know why the duck is telling me to do the Elias thing when it's already done. So, be my duck. What is the answer? Because I don't understand. The duck is broken. It should work. It only cares about the main line. The spouses don't matter. And I can't imagine what any other permutation of this could go. Aside from maybe she's Yashizemski and then she's an actor, but I keep trying this and it doesn't do it. Hide the answer, chat. Do not tell him. There's no way it's this. There's no way it's this obvious, is it? There's no way. What am I missing? What am I missing? What's the answer? How do you solve the Sharon Williams line? Because I feel like I've gone through everything. Barb Williams. Yeah, just chat. I'm gonna ask for the. Imagine I click your duck 3 times. Okay. You are now allowed to give me the answer. Well, like this. There are 5 people without the yellow border. What? Where? Roottrees? Oh my god. Is this? Oh my god. Now you get to bludgeon me, right? Look, I blame the fact. Listen, when you because in my mind, I'm gonna explain myself. In my mind, the special color is a special color. So every special color to me is the same. Every single special color. I'm a category kind of guy, okay? If something is a special color, everything is a special color. So there's no difference between green and yellow for me. The duck was never broken. I don't know. I didn't know. I saw the green and I was like, it's done, right? I thought it was done.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done. But it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Well, I know what's happening. Ruby Sprat is changing the DNA test results.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Very important things.
Just skip to the important part.
Yeah, don't give me your life story.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Sprat's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's.
Oh, and then yeah, because she used that to fake the DNA
sister.
test.
She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's.
Yeah. Remember 3 streams ago when I said that Ruby was a base? No, yeah. So last stream when we found out about the connection between Ruby Sprat and Dirty Davy, and then I re-examined the way that she approached the Roottrees first, that's when I realized she's not actually based, and she's in it for the money. Like, she actually just self-inserted herself.
But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided.
Exactly.
When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
That's what you love about this game. The revelations are top-notch. Yeah, I really like that. I really like the revelation that Elias Roottree was the first president. that revelation, that one got me good. That one got me really good. I was like, whoa, he's the first president? No way, whoa.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on.
Yep.
You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
I've got a lot of smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottree.
Can't be a Roottrie, okay.
Or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees.
Uh-huh.
Then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
I know who is who. Yeah, I know who is who. So now there's a new piece of evidence. Thank God. Possible what was this? What's this? Oh, it's a new mechanic. Oh my God, wait. Okay, so the game gets even better. I thought it was just going to be the same old, fill in the old name and stuff. But no, there's a new mechanic where you verify the claims too. So he's not a Roottree for sure. Because of the Fountain of Youths. Like that's the most. This is the largest smoking gun. It's the Fountain of Youths, right? You haven't found this. What? I haven't found this clue yet. What am I missing? There's more? And then we gotta figure out, now's the time to review all possible root trees and input your deductions. You'll then be able to any search and reveal the truth. You have 12 possible root trees left to identify. He's for sure a root tree because of the Bess Williams. Okay, let's just do the ones that I know for sure, okay? This one, yes. I'm gonna say yes because she was found to be cheating twice, I think, or something like that. There was something specific about the way that this found. Wait, no, he's not. Wait, no. Oh, right, because these are under the same bracket of like who comes from where. He's not. He is. Wait, what is it? Wait, what was this thing again? Why do I think he's the one again? What was my train of logic? What was my train of logic? Tragedy. He's a liar. Went on to announce get fucked miracle. This makes 4 people married by Clementine. Yeah. Given a silence by the Roottree family. Third family. Mother was a singer who toured. Dead. Died of a stroke. Adopted 2 children, the latter of which, under the unusual circumstances, was twice divorced, gasped with a harlot, which ruined her reputation amongst the goodly religious. Interestingly, she was married and divorced both times to her husband Sterling. What? Mary Beth Quaker, married to Sterling physical altercation. What? Leading to a divorce. This implies that he was physically abusive and we should chop his balls off, right? Mark's criminal name. He's like a crime syndicate. Was abandoned by Miracle in a basket. Raise him as our own. Punched a man named Billy Sims over something involving his daughter. Kind of a badass. Old day Leon Kennedy with how he suplexed. Why'd I write this? Notably, this was in March to visit his daughter for the graduation. Notes he had a restraining order filed against him by his ex-wife. These time did a small fight. Colleen Webb, his ex-wife, notes that his daughter is named Webb. His daughter Mary was graduating. Stitches get stitches. Knows how to make Molotovs based. Tostarito Jacobson is actually Lucinda Jacobson of Wheelchair and Fake Employee fame. Oh yeah, this one. This thing. The Tostitos. Lucinda Jacobson. And if you search up specifically, what's her name again? Edith Jacobson. You get this. Crime blotter. A Helen Roottree. Lucinda Jacobson. Helen Roottree being Miracle's wife. Helen Lennon. They were pretending to be church employees in order to get inside of there, and then Jesus forgives. I'm confident that he brought these women to us for a greater purpose. Wait a minute. He brought this woman to us for a greater purpose. What? Why was Tostitos so important? Why did they put it here? Why was Tostitos so important? Billy Sims was once known. Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. What does that imply? It was fairly expensive. What does that imply? I think I remember my original train of thought was that she paid for the bail because he was a part of the family. Right? And so it's like she was the one carrying onwards the sort of, things that the family needed to do. But there's other implications to them doing that. The other implication is that he's not a Roottree. And they're doing this to keep up, but then they don't. That doesn't make sense. I was gonna say he's not a Roottrie and they're doing it to keep up the illusion of it, but that doesn't make sense because you wouldn't just pay, you would just not pay him then. You just wouldn't bother paying him. But the reason why he did it, but then why is he acting for Miracle? Why is Lucinda acting for Miracle instead of these two? Or is it because these two are so much in the limelight that they can't? So they need to use Tostitos. But I don't think it's him. I don't think Clementine Stewart is a Roottree. This. It might be a Roottree. But I don't know if they accept this answer. I feel like this is an answer that doesn't really make sense. What other clues are there? Wait. One major clue is the money, or is the names of the candies. Sugar plum, strawberry, Susie, Christine, Shinyu, Sonia, and what was the last one again? Right, there was this angle for him. Butterscotch is the only one that I didn't have, I think, right? So if I go to this, Butterscotch, there's no B, there's a R. By your powers combined, I am Guy Hudson. I like that fantasy. I like that fantasy of him being the obelisk, him taking all the power from all of these women to form him. There was, if you think about it, right? There's some people, there were apparently some royalty and nobility that were so inbred that basically the family tree did look like this. Where you could just draw arbitrary lines to anybody back to them and it would still make sense. But yeah, Shinyu, strawberry and sugar plum. Shigua. Is it the one? Shigua? Yeah, Shigua. Sugar Plum Strawberry. Sonia and Susie. Caviar for Christine. Butterscotch is a B. So, not a root tree. There's a B name over here. It's a B. Butterscotch. Which I knew before because because it makes sense. It's why Ruby Sprat threw it out because she knows Dirty Davy, right? But B, wait, B. No, it's the mother of Christine May. What's her name? No, stop. Stop! Where is it? Courtney May Watts. It's her mother. I just fit her name. Courtney May Watts. Oh, wait. Courtney Watts. Courtney May Watts. The true... My mother is everything. My mom approached it, yet before 5 trees. Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. So she's Beatrice, and then Courtney May Watts. So this is Beatrice Watts. Beatrice, and this is Courtney. Courtney May Watts. So yeah, I remember. And she was secretary. Like she's unemployed now. Wait, no, she's a cashier now, right? She's a cashier now, no? Mom, with the first time legal group. Something about her being a cashier, nicest person. Worked at the department still to pay my bills. Okay, so cashier, I'm gonna assume. And then you, wedding, Courtney May Watts. What are you again? Jane the Courtney May Newton. Okay. Help pay for my. I got a degree in nursing. She's a nurse. And then what other photo do I have her? I have no other photo of her. Oh right, that's her. Her spouse is whatever this guy is. What's his name? Wedding on the photo. So that's him. He looks very familiar. 5 P's, DNA test is amazing. My mom is confident. There's proof she has. I'm not scared for the ones. Different photo of hers when she's a thing. On the headline, formerly May Watts, Courtney May Watts, scan letter accusing me. The first mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell News Time that seeing 5 P's. What the fuck is Ryan and Cork? What? Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork. She's the nicest woman in the world. Okay, well, this is so this is easy. We know this to be true. We know this to be not true. We know this to be true. This to be true. Wait, no, one of these is not true. But one of these comes from somewhere else. I think it's they eloped when they had. When did they elope? No, he's not the root tree. He's the root tree. She's a root tree because they eloped with the thing, and then he's a root tree. I mean, we don't really have evidence that they're root trees, but it's pretty. I mean, no, we do have evidence, yeah. And then yeah, okay, so we have this, okay, and then over here we have this guy. I don't really know. I'm gonna say yes though, because why else would they pay him out to save him? I thought this said I thought this said incestuous. Like from far away, it looked like the word incestuous, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on in this game?" Inconsistencies. Okay, so how many are left? 2 possible root trees left to identify. Oh yeah, right. Because one of these came from Wild Bill. Right. He was the one who was from Wild Bill, and he was the one from not from Wild Bill. Wait, who was from Wild Bill? Robert was from Wild Bill. Wait, but that doesn't matter. I mean, if it brings this into question, now I'm curious. Wait, so maybe it's based on this. Now, after putting together the tree of potential new root trees, Clark and Sam appeared at your door together. According to Clark, Ruby Spratt, the company's lawyer, was caught throwing away DNA samples from Bonnie Hudson. These were intended to be used to test new potential Roottrees. Something doesn't sit right with Sam. The two of them asked for your help. They're hoping that with your evidence and understand the family, you can verify which people in the database are almost certainly legitimate Roottrees, very unlikely to be legitimate Roottrees, and which of them are too ambiguous to make a decision one way or another. Additionally, with this suspicion on Ruby Spratt, it's possible that some of your behaviors in the past may have also been cast in doubt. A new section of the tree has been added for you to fill in. Well, I mean, these guys are pretty ambiguous then. No? Wait, isn't it ambiguous though? Like, wait, update Wild Bill Williams, my death? I think it was Mark Twain that said the rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. The word never changes. That's a good sign that you're frustrated. Off topic was with accordions, drop downs, and tree views. Why is the chevron / arrow always random? The arrow either shows the state of the action, and it's either to the right to the down or bottom to the top. Why do we have to suffer? If you want to stand out, but you have to use standard tools, you try your best to make it slightly different. It's why, think about this. Same reason why every restaurant's fried rice tastes a little different. It's the same dish, but everybody has a different flavor profile. It's the same problem. Starlet, divorced, the gossip is full of thing, has multiple affairs, left the heart broken. The power of my name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names. A Cornwall, my husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. The really good bears, I know you use Wild Bill, and I have a child on the way. When sticking with the Richie for the last name, not willing, we also have to have. So one child. I mean, this makes it obvious then. He's not a Roottrie. He is a Roottrie. Why? Tell me. No, I mean. That's pretty much exactly this, right? That's pretty much exactly this, where it's like it's just they want to make their mark on the world effectively, like they just want to make their mark on the world and change it slightly to make it fit their own thing. Like it's, I'm not kidding you. Like that's most of the time that's like why it's slightly different compared to the last. It's why it's like weird because it's like. You would think it wouldn't matter as much, but that's how it ends up being. Like, a lot of places seem to want to put their own twist onto things, even if it's standard, and so you'll see it slightly differ. And there's no, many times there's no better reason than we just want to. It's one of the more frustrating things that I had to deal with too. You know, I was frustrated at this part. You got one of the stamps wrong, so if you're not 100% on them either, then that's just the way it goes. Well, I'm going to show you that even though I totally... Listen, maybe I'm colorblind. Isn't there a color blindness where green and yellow are the same color? Like, maybe I'm colorblind. No, you know what? I'm concept blind. I see green, I think, okay, static. I don't need to touch that. There's no need to touch it because it's a green, like it's unimportant. I blame the game for putting colors into my... Look, some colors mean different things, okay? Get rid of this photo. Take that photo out. See trees are green. Okay, how many photos are left? Oh, that's every photo. Okay, so we have every photo. But every person has different clues that I'm missing. For instance, I'm done all of Frank Williams. I know Frank Williams is here. And it makes sense why he would want to do this. Like, it makes sense why Frank would want to... Like, this all tracks. Why Frank? Because, like, okay, look. It's... Look. Why is Frank... Okay, now we apply the reason. Why is Frank a Roottrie? Bess Williams is a nobody. Nobody cared about her book. She's a nobody. So, why... does she have a statue in the rebuild of the Bocadoro Library? Because Frank... because that's Frank's mother. Like, he loves her. That's why he did that. That's how we know that Frank is a Frank Williams and why they're both Williams, right? But maybe somewhere, maybe it said his last name and maybe it said that he's the son of Bess Williams. But I'm going to assume that that's why, right? So it makes sense. And we know about... because of the list that they're together. So this whole tree is this. You actually didn't know a person can have a chromatopsia, aka black and white vision. 1 in 30,000 live births worldwide. So, you know what's funny? I found out about that because there's an old game on the PS2 where you play as a samurai who, as a baby, your parents sacrificed all of your body parts to the demons in return for money. And so in return, your entire body is built out of prosthetics, but like with like magic. So you're a samurai where the only real part of your body is your brain. Your eyes and everything is gone. So the first half of the game is played in black and white, and so you recover your eyes. It's a really cool concept because you actually get more and more mechanics, and like the game genuinely changes in the way that it looks and it sounds too. Like I don't think you can hear anything until you beat the first boss. It's a pretty cool like game. Imagine living in a noir movie your whole life. Now I do wonder how they live, though. I imagine, you know, for them every movie is a noir movie. Like if you describe a noir movie to a person with that condition, they just go, wait, isn't that every movie? But also, like, when do they notice, right? I guess they would notice when they can't tell the difference between certain things, because it's only shapes and not colors. Yeah, that would be a rough life, I think. There's another clue? Wait, there's another clue for this kid. There's another clue for Clementine Stewart. Really? How many other... Clementine Stewart. Wait, sorry. Stewart Clementine. One of the many officers... He's a police officer. He has no web presence. You know what? You know who does have web presence? Regina Salazar. Regina Salazar. Because she uses email. If you... Like... You know what I've noticed? Old people don't use email. Young people don't use email either. It's just millennials. It's like that one slice of life. There's like no other timeline in human history where they use emails. So it's like, if you use an email, you're incredibly technically skilled, or like you're incredibly technically minded. Because nowadays it's just Discord. Like I had to make Discord because all of you don't know how to send an email. Only a handful of you ever sent me an email. I've only ever handed out 4 stars. What is the other clue then? Clementine Stewart. Mary Beth Clementine. So we know she had 2 adoptions. You do emails, but they're not fun. Well, says you. That's because you've never gotten a star for your email. But if you email me at licorice.com, you too can get a star. Hand-drawn by me. You hate when websites use mail links, so they force you to open a desktop app. Yes, I hate the mail links too. Yeah, to me, what it should be is a copy thing. Like, it should just be something like this and a button to the right that says copy the text. Because the mail link never opens the correct thing, and you'd never want it to open... Like, you never want your browser to open another application. It's weird. Like, it actually sucks most of the time. The only time you want to is on your phone for deep linking for mobile apps. But that's a whole different concern almost. Like, you want deep linking because the deep links carry data that you need for your application to, like, say, you know, redeem rewards or point you to the specific screen or get you, you know, halfway through, right? But mail links never get it right. Like, how many people install the Gmail desktop app? I don't know anybody who uses the like Gmail desktop app. So what you have by default on Windows is like the Outlook app most of the time, right? Or if you have it for like work, you have the Outlook app. But nobody uses the Outlook app because it sucks. Everyone goes to the web interface Gmail, but you click on the mail link, it opens up Outlook. It's like, I don't want this. And that's if you use the 2 most popular ones. If you use a custom provider because of pricing or custom domain purposes, without having to go into the full corporate enterprise thing, you're shit out of luck. Proton Mail, Fast Mail, I don't know, Yahoo Mail, if you happen to still use that. They all use very different, you know, applications and websites. It's always going to open the wrong thing. And sure, you can add those email accounts to your mail application, but then it's like you're using an inferior version of the native thing. Someone with pure evil made mail links. Agreed. If I send you a star, does that make you a notable root tree? Yes. It also means that you're a cheater. Hey, do you want to use the Outlook app installed on your computer? Exactly, right? Yeah, why would you ever want to use the Outlook app built into your computer? Exactly. It doesn't make sense. Like, it's terrible. And you're lucky if you have that, because there's also a default mail app. For some reason, Windows has now a default mail app, which is even worse than Outlook. And that's if you're on Windows. On Mac OS, they have their own mail app, which it lives in a whole different universe. I look at the Mac OS mail app and I go, what the fuck is going on here? Because like, it's only really good if you have an Apple ID. Like if you have an Apple email address, that's the only time that's really good. Everything else, it's the worst mail app I've ever seen before. Syncing never works. Sending things is usually awful. It has a weird way of displaying things because Apple's always behind on like, you know, the display standards. And mind you, these are display standards from like, you know, the 1990s because email hasn't really evolved much. It's pretty bad. One of these days, you're switching to Linux. Here we go again. Here we go again. There's another Linux user. I need to get rid of you. I need to get rid of Linux users here, okay? Listen, there's too many of you, okay? There's too many, okay? The pipeline, we need to stop the pipeline. We need to stop the pipeline. The more that we go down this pipeline, the worse it is. 6 pieces at prodigy.us. 6 pieces at prodigy.us. Genealogy genie. Genealogy. Is that how you spell it? Yeah. Genealogy. Genealogy genie. Wait, so what is genealogy? Is that not the same? Wait, maybe I can find myself. Right? Maybe I'm the genealogy genie. No. But yeah, Linux. I mean, even with the Linux, you still have to have the same problem. Like, you're still gonna get the open the mail link thing on your browser, right? But your default apps are gonna be like it'll be like Thunderbird, and no one uses Thunderbird. I'm gonna be honest with you, Thunderbird is not that good. Or you know, okay, I have seen some people have some crazy setups though, where I've seen one person who was able to get it to open because they use Emacs for everything, and Emacs has like everything for everything, so he uses his Emacs to read his emails, and so he had his emails open with an Emacs. I've seen another guy who read all of his emails on the terminal, didn't load any assets, was just plain text. Like, I've never gone that far, to be fair. I don't think I would ever want to, but it is possible to get pretty complex there. It is possible. Stuart Clementine. Miracle Baby. Well, what is the other clue? One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. Mary Beth Clementine. Mary Beth Clementine. And Mary Beth had a different name, actually. Most popular singer, one thing she was known for. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. In 1959, she had been divorced twice. So Stuart was adopted too, but she only had one miracle baby. And maybe I'm being fooled into believing that this is the miracle line of things. Like, maybe the miracle line doesn't actually matter. And all this information doesn't matter. Like, he could be the red herring child. But he has the most evidence. This guy does not look like a Roottrees. But then what's this other evidence? Like, there's one other evidence for him. I need to go look at tragedy again. She had a real name. Third family that contacted them. Mary Beth Quaker. Original last name is Quaker. Mary Beth Quaker. The old rugged cross for New Edison when it was advertised for the first time. New Edison, the old rugged cross for New Edison. There's a popular hymn you won't find. Mary Beth Quaker. Well, yeah, so we know about this one. So we got the evidence for this one. Like, how do you go from this into Stuart's... Like, what is the final Stuart evidence? Stuart Clementine, née Salazar. Her husband, who was a police officer, never knew her father. Stuart's mother was named... She's pretty well known in the 30s and 50s. Though for fact, he in the Butler County a few times. Regina said that Stuart told her that she always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Wait, Stuart Clementine. Clementine. Police officer. Stuart Clementine. We know that he's a police officer because this shows up the police officer, but he has no online web presence. So what other information could I possibly find about Stuart Clementine? It must be incidental information. Like, it happens to mention Stuart, but it's not about Stuart. And I bet you it's based on this clue involving Mark Clementine. That's what it is. It's this extra clue involving Mark Clementine that probably mentions both kids. So if I look at the Miracle Baby, if I go back to Mary Beth Clementine, it's got the whole world in her hands, released on the thing. What? Label New Innocent. It's got the whole world in his hands. Mary Beth Clementine. Butler County Times. She played religious hymns. I think we read this last time too. Though the first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. What? You started putting together a family tree for one of Gwyneth Anderson's younger sisters because you're a psycho. What? She has a sister? What do you mean she has a sister? What? How are you doing that? Okay, you know what? I do think putting a family tree for your own family would be fun though. Like, forget the fake stuff. Doing it for your own family would be terrifying. Because think about how many secrets you could unveil. Like, have you ever really thought about how young your siblings were born and what that means, right? Like, what is the relative age of your mother to your siblings being born? Your older siblings? Because, like, if it's under 18, then it's like, oh, there was a problem back then. But then also, have you thought about your age when you were born? Like, if it's over the age of, like, whatever, 35, after, typical menopause age, it's like, oh, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of weird things going on here, right? Like, for fun, not based on anything in the game. Wait, is she a real person? Is that what you mean? Or do you just mean like you're making things up? You already had to make a real family tree for a class project in grade 9. Turns out your mom has family records going back to the 1700s. Holy shit. Okay, to be fair, I think my family's like that too. Like, I feel like everyone who's alive today. To be fair, right? This is the thing, okay? I want you to think about this, because this is a weird realization that I had. Everyone who's alive today has a family tree going back to the beginning of humanity. Because it's literally like you had to have a predecessor. Everyone that you had in your life had to have a predecessor. All the way to the beginning of humanity to make it here. So all of us have a very large family tree. It's just how many records were kept of it. Think of all the incest and adultery that you're gonna find. Oh my, yeah. I feel like there's a lot of adultery in my family. Incest, I don't think so. Well, on your dad's side, a lot of records were destroyed in the bombings of London in World War II. That, yeah. So okay, well, yeah, I can see that too. Like, mine are for sure lost in like Vietnam. Like, but it's funny though, because my sister apparently found a branch of our family in Vietnam. It was very odd. She went back and she found a whole branch of our family there. And we had no clue that they existed, but she somehow found them. And it wasn't a scam, like they had proof of it. And I was like, holy shit. So apparently there's records of my family there, like all the way back then, that my sister knows about, but she didn't share. She was like, one day you'll know. And like the way she said it made me afraid, because I was like, are we adopted? Because for my sister and I, right? I really do think her and I are adopted. The way that we're so different from the rest of everyone else. But at the same time, it could mean more things. Like, it either means we're adopted, or some really bad shit happened, right? Like, maybe she's like, one day you'll know the truth, and I don't want to tell you because it'll make you sad. Or one day you'll know the truth, we're adopted. Like, I don't really know. Or what if my sister is my mom, because she took a lot of care of me when I was younger? Like, I have no clue. No incest. No incest. Why'd people sad? Your nan, when she was younger, made the family tree because there were 3 generations. Not sure how far back she made it though. But she's been adding with younger gens being born. Yeah, I need to start mine now. You know what? I should start mine now. And then I want to do like a clean cut. I want to do a clean cut starting from my generation. I want to do it right where I am. And then because my wife and I are not going to have kids, it'll stop. It's just one single line. My family tree will be a single line, and that's it. No one else will ever know. They'll find like a genealogical record of myself, and they'll wonder, why is there nothing else? Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She mentioned 2 times the first visit was more substantial, right? Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. I've never read this. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eyes on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. That's interesting. Here we go. We have a lot of information here. His eye is on the sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing. It's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle, right? Because of the fact that he was born blind in one eye. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. And then this is when you throw in the paradox. Like there's a specific philosophical paradox where it's like, you know, every argument you can always circle back to God doesn't exist. That's gonna piss people off. But it's a very short tree. It's a very short logic tree. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading His word, and I felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. So, this actually is an amazing thing. She and her son displaces Stuart Clementine to before she met Miracle. Because the first visit from 1949, she's mentioned 2 times. It may be that they only wrote about her 2 times, but the fact that they welcome her means that this is the first time he's known of her. Which means that her son by this point was already born, and they had not really known each other, though he could be lying, which means that Stuart is not a Roottree. Welcome to stay in a guest home. The second visit was a few years later in 1953. The article mentions that the first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she is returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. So that's the smoking gun. That's the smoking gun that says, okay, you aren't, your brother is, because you were able to go to his home before they met. But that also makes sense though, because in the letter, he remembers his mom going to the church very often. So, you know. And what was the song thing again? His Eye on the Sparrow is a religious hymn. It has been covered over the years by many artists, so it's likely not relevant to your search. The premise is that the singer realizes they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by the troubles, as God is watching over every creature. If God can watch over and love something as small as a sparrow, then the singer knows that God is also there to watch over them. Okay. So that verifies that. I don't know if she's a cashier. I don't actually know. The spouse, I don't know his name. We'll figure out his name after. But she's for sure this, because the B implies, like the B in this, in the butterscotch, implies that it's her. There's no J candy. And he named all of the candies after her because Guy Hudson wanted to act in the same form that Elias did. And so in doing so, he would name the candy after his children too, just as Elias did with the 5 pieces. And all the names except for Joanna have a candy flavor. So caviar, chigua, strawberry, and sour puss. I don't know what the other one is called. And then B for Beatrice. So this makes sense. And then so she's not a Roottrie. One of these kids came from the father. Is there any missing evidence here? Holy shit, there's still 2 pieces of missing evidence. Okay, this is like these are obvious though. I don't need those, but I would want to read them. You personally believe Guy still slept with Joanna, it just didn't lead to 5 V's. Yeah, that's a fair point actually, yeah. You know what? I think so too, because she was like, they were seen together very often. The way that she looks at him is like that. And then sort of the reason why she divorced from her husband, we know it was because of the time that they spent together. But specifically, yeah, it didn't lead to him. And we know this because of the candy. It's like, we know which child he considers his own versus not his own. It was just an affair with them, with Joanna. But these ones for sure. But I just forget which one's which. So, cause something, it's a story. It's this story. For years, 2 bakers, they flirted. So this is their story right here. Tears began to salt the bread, and then I was thinking of like I remember trying to translate this into real cooking instructions, and I was going crazy. Both delighted, she felt as if she had not been made aware of the gift. She had already prepared buns for the palace oven. She was she faced retribution for being unprepared. How do I know? How do I know? How do I know which is which? Oh, but she was pregnant when she was there. And the story, that story combined with this, one. Here we go. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, age difference, but it's here. That's how they met. I don't have any memories of the farm or anything like that. So James is the older one. They told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. Unfortunately, never got it off. They talked about how he had to do something while she was still pregnant. There was something about them doing something while she was still pregnant, and that was a smoking gun for me. Mike Zimmer, he was sued. Kitchen Tales, yada yada. I got the book. What was the book called again? I don't remember. No. What was the book called again? What's the book? Garland. Gourmet for the Groovy. Steve Garland. Kitchen Tales, local author, Mark Zimmer. Okay, so Mark Zimmer, this is the one sued by Steve Garland. Bookmarks, and we go to Mark Zimmer. It's the book. It's something. It's Kitchen Tales recipes. And then you go to here, Mark Zimmer. This book specifically had like an excerpt, but I can't remember Mark Zimmer. The Zimmers. Here we go. Mark Zimmer. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, they're the ones who own Antonelli's, and that's why. Wait, that's kind of fucked up actually. Damn. Wait, I only just realized the implications of this. So Steve and her wife are struggling. Mark and Rochelle, who own the restaurant Antonelli's where Christine works, is talking about her husband's book because she's happy for him. And then for some reason, Mark is like, "Oh, that's a nice book that your husband has there. Let me steal it." Like, buddy, you're already the boss. You're already profiting off of her labor. Why do you have to do that to her too? It's kind of fucked up. But what was the name of the book? There was an excerpt in the book that clarified exactly what it was. There was an excerpt in the book about how they were still pregnant. There was something about how she was still pregnant. I'm gonna trust my memories. I'm gonna trust my memories and say that that's why. That he was young enough to know things before he was even born. But they were already working on the farm and they had already met. Right? But then she had to leave to go back to be a secretary, and then that's how Robert was formed. Okay. This one we know because of the whole thing involving the business over there and how the scandal with the IVF clinic. This one we know because of the way that at the party where they were propositioning people, and the way that the name with the candy as well as the money being spent, and like the way that they had that money deal going on. We know this as well. The page about Nia lists her as unmarried. Nia Alves, Sonia Alves. Yes, Sonia Alves. Nenhum resultado relevante, which is Portuguese for no relevant results. Right. She felt it was a perfect opportunity. Yada yada yada. She doesn't appear at shareholder meetings. She's still just thinking. But what is this one clue that I didn't find? Flavio Suarez. What was this one clue that I didn't find? Never found. Flavio Suarez. Golden haired. Flavio Suarez. Oh, you know what? Maybe we've never searched him in the periodicals. Teen Blast! Rio for Carnival. Wait, no, we did find this. Yeah, because this is where we got here to get the Transmissa Paulo. Right. Transmissa Paulo. Here we go. The to me results based on one of the wealthiest media companies, right? Sonia Alves is a common name. So Maybe, what if I switch his real name? Flavio Alves. Oh. Flavio Alves? Flavio Suarez. Team Blast! Ashley York. What about that? Maybe Ashley York has something interesting that could lead to him. In a Team Blast, they talked about how they met. Yep, okay. Yeah, Team Blast. That was the only time that Team Blast actually came in handy. Team Blast! Team Blast. Fan site. Fan camp. Young Brazilian fan fiction. Fan fiction has recently been around for a while offline, but has recently begun to gain popularity on the internet as well. After browsing a site dedicated to fan fiction, your first instinct is that while some is based in truth, it likely won't be a reliable or dependable resource for hard facts. For example, in one of the fan fictions, with a capital I, you discover about Flavio, Ashley York is captured by pirates, and Flavio was teamed with a popular team of reptile ninjas to rescue her. Right. The mutant turtles. As far as you can tell, that didn't happen. Well, how do we really know? Cool. That wasn't the clue? What's the other clue? It wasn't the turtles? Flavio Suarez. Women and some men of variety ages didn't find them worthy of inclusion. Yada, yada, yada. Oh. Carnival. In Rio. Carnival. Carnival. Rio. Where's the government hiding the reptile ninjas? This is the thing, right? If you said that, you could convince people that that's a real thing, okay? This is how you convince people that they're real, is you say that line, where is the government hiding the reptile ninjas? Then you say, I bet the same place where they put the rest of them, under the Denver airport. That's how you make the connection. All you need, and I said this before, all you need for a conspiracy theory is a nugget of a truth and a whole bunch of lies that connect back to it, and you build legitimacy to it because the links in people's mind matter more than the actual facts are behind something. It's the links and the relations that matter more. In a way, we're all like a shitty PageRank algorithm that's being fooled by the fact that we simply believe that the more that somebody talks about something, the more likely it is to be true. That's right. That's right. Where is Flavio Suarez? What is this final hint of his? Like, I know that he is a kid, but I want to see the hint. The kids, I'm pretty sure, are a blood relative, but I don't know the name of their father. There's no more clues for them. How am I supposed to find the name of the father? The kids only have this many clues? There was one arrest. Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher. He went, according to the reporters' investigations, Mrs. Hughes was convinced he was not the father, but he was current principal. He was released on bail and school was not really. It seems Thomas Hughes, Miss Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances. It seems someone defaced the school, outside the Hudson Wing, thinking of blah, blah, blah. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Thomas Hughes. Wait a minute. Former student at the school. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. I was going to say maybe Thomas Ford and Susie, but then it's like he just graduated recently. So it'd be kind of weird. But 1982... No, that wouldn't make sense because he'd be like 13 when she's dating him. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what his last name is. This I actually have no clue. But these seem to check out fine that they're blood relatives because they don't have the same problems. They have asthma, and she has a peanut allergy. But they're not blind. The key is that they're not blind, and she's getting money from Guy Hudson. Okay. These two are interesting because it really depends on who Wild Bill is, right? Update guys like us. Hey, we're Costco guys. Guys like us that admits the height of the craze. Gwyn Roottrees. It really depends on how Gwyn Roottrees did things. Somewhat minor actress, a well-known actress. Guys like us. She died peacefully in a sleep tree for a sudden severe case of pneumonia. Before that, she had apparently been in relatively good health. We know based on the case what the clan said trust. What? Wait, this is from the first version of the game. We're Costco guys. Of course I have nothing to do with my wife's disappearance. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're Costco guys. I don't know what the kid would say. I don't know. Just give me a moment. Why is this important? Why is the Clark piece important? What? Reading this back, I got deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob, and Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. You're quoting a TikTok that you'll have to share later. Wait, did someone make a parody TikTok of the Costco guys? Please share that. Yeah. I always love when TikTok parodies start to gain steam, because remember the TikTok parody of like this of the scoop bagels, and then eventually it became like 2 scoops of poop. Like that sentence means nothing to most people, but the 2 scoops of poop parody of like the scoop bagel trend over in like Los Angeles, that was top tier. Shane Top from Smosh did one about the Costco guys. Wait, Smosh? Oh yeah, because they came back, right? Smosh is now back now, and they sold it back to the original. Was it again? Something. The 2 red links sold it back to them, right? Okay, chat. There's no way you've never heard of the 2 scoops of poop. You've never heard of the 2 scoops of poop? 2 scoops of poop. The poop deli. Poop deli. Can I get the original? But that's like not these fake fucking links. It's like all stolen content. What is this? Okay, fine. It's just all stolen content. Sorry, chat. You just have to look for stolen content. You're on your own with that. The only poop related thing you know is this kind of. You've never. How have I never shown any of you the 2? I've never shown any of you the 2 scoops of poop. Really? I've never shown you. Hey, can I get a bucket of poop on the side?
How you doing? Can I do a plain bagel, cream cheese, and put a little poop on it? I'm gonna do an everything bagel, vegetable cream cheese, and then do a plop of poop right on top. A plop of poop. How you doing, man? I'm gonna do an everything bagel, lox, cream cheese, and then I'm gonna do a double poop scoop on top.
A double poop
2
scoop.
scoops of poop. How you doing, Mikey? I'm gonna do a bacon, egg, and cheese, and do a smear of poop. Not too much though. Joey, what's the Hershey squirt? 8 pounds of poop?
8 pounds of poop?
Yeah, I'll try it. What's up, boss man? I'm gonna do Italian bread, chicken cutlet, lettuce, tomato, poop, olive oil, and then do a half pound of poop on the side so I can dip the sandwich in the poop.
Oh, please tell me that you've seen this. Okay, you have seen it. Okay, good. Okay, at least some of you have like seen it. All right, I'm not on my own. That is a classic. That is a classic. It all started from the scoop bagels. Okay, when scoop bagels became a huge talking point, that came out of nowhere and it was funny. By the way, this implies that, yeah, this does make sense. Like, Robert, can we watch it again? Okay, yeah, sure. You don't have TikTok? I don't have TikTok anymore either, yeah. I've stopped all my social media consumption for the sake of my own health and my happiness.
How you doing? Can I do a
It's
bagel,
also, okay,
cream
the
cheese,
genius of it, right?
Put a little poop on it.
Listen to his accent morph. Like, it's very sort of like plain old American. And then it just gets more and more New York.
How you doing?
It gets crazier. Can we make that a redeem? Chat, that's just stealing content from other people. Like, React content is no different from redeem content that steals content. I'm going to make I refuse to steal content on this channel as I show you a TikTok in full screen during a game of the Roottrees, and so I make it seem like it's my content as I'm doing right now. But I refuse to steal content from people. I refuse to be a leech on society. Exactly. It's like a real streamer.
Put a little poop on it.
Yeah, okay. Well, you don't get to watch it. You now get my streamer rant. Okay. I am very disheartened that a lot of streaming has seemingly devolved into stealing content. Not to say that playing games is necessarily the most higher thing either. Like, all of this was made by somebody. And I think about this a lot. The stream isn't the game. It doesn't matter what I play. It's this. Right? It's this. The stream, like this right here, this is the stream. The conversation, the back and forth, the way that you can railroad me and get me to rant about things. Like, this is the point of streaming. Nothing else matters in the realm of streaming. And yet, I tend to find a lot of streaming seems to sort of like go away from that. And doesn't even play games. Like doesn't even show you your point of view within the game. Because like, at least seeing me play a game, you can see the way that I go through it, and you can see the way that I play, right? It seems to have devolved even further towards they turn on a video, they laugh at it, and then they move on. Like, a lot of the reaction streams that I see, or like the you laugh, you lose, is like a haha, that was funny. And then they just move. Like, there's no commentary! Like, I'm talking to you about the accents of the guy and the way that there's a history and like the history of the poop scoop bagel video, right? I'm giving you context, lore that you don't even understand. Most of you don't even know that Los Angeles exists. Most of you don't even know about the scoop bagel trend. Most of you don't even know what poop tastes like, all right? And there's a curry restaurant in Japan that replicates the flavor. Like, that's a reaction. But nowadays it's like, oh, poop bagel. Like, buddy, you're gonna have something more than that. Where's your substance? Where's the streamer's role to play in all of this? What about the poop? The point of your reactions is to have a reaction to that. Exactly. But not even at the end. Like, you gotta have more to it. It's like you have the opportunity to do a live video essay and blow people's minds and make them go and And like, that's the best feeling, right? When you make somebody go, what the fuck? Like, and nobody does it. All the react streamers that I see, they just sit there, they laugh, they say haha, and then they move on. And I am no better, because I play games made by other people, far more talented than I ever will be. And I pretend like these are real reactions, but these are not my reactions. I want you to think about this, and this is a philosophical concern that I've had for a very long time. Every reaction that you see is scripted by the game. Think about this game. The feeling of the revelation, when you see me have that moment of revelation of what's going on, and I stumble upon the Ruby Sprat, say, information, and I see that she has a connection to Dirty Davy, and that's why she faked the results, right? That reaction is not my own. It is scripted in the game specifically to give you that reaction. It is more of a reaction for me to be nonplussed about it, or for me to completely ignore it, to have it go over my head. That is a much more personal reaction than for me to say, I get it now. Because of course I get it. That's the point. The game lays it out bare for you to see. So even this, right here, is nothing more than leech content. Try not to laugh videos. To be fair, some of them are funny, and I will say there is one aspect to it that I do find interesting, where you get to share things with people. But I think to myself, why do you share it by watching the entire thing? Just share your synopsis or a summary, or just share your thoughts about it and then give it forward. Like, you know that whole conversation about Chinese food, and we're going over Chinese Canadian food and Chinese British food, and I gave you a documentary about General Tso's chicken called The Search for General Tso, and the way that it talks about how Chinese food in America grew up, and sort of like why it existed, and sort of how it was tied to the survival of Chinese people within America. I didn't need to show you the documentary to have that, but I can pique your interest in watching it, right? But at the same time, how am I ever going to find a funny video? Like, look at this. How are you ever going to find this?
Many times you forget them. And if you forget...
Wait. How are you ever going to find this on your own?
Many times you forget them. And if you forget a good idea, you want to commit suicide. So you have to write them down.
If a person forgets an idea that they love, it's a horror.
It's a horror.
And it could lead to
you
a real yearning
to commit suicide.
I write them down so
but you can't find this on your own.
Suicide
so sometimes showing you is just as important.
Forgotten the idea.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, if you like, maybe I should have hinted for you to find this on your own. I love the way that he looks at the camera to almost be like, is this family friendly? Can I say this? You found the TikTok, but it's part of a much longer video, and you don't think the video by itself is anywhere you can find something. That's great. You can send me the whole thing, and I'll cut it out after. You guess no poop scoop for you. No poop scoops for you. By the way, this says that the second child. So this one confirms that Robert is not a Roottrie, which makes sense. It makes sense too because like Ronnie and Robert were the original reason why this whole thing happened, right? So we know that Robert isn't, and we know that's why Ron tried to push him out, right? So that one's clear. I actually think I'm done. I just need to get the name of her husband. I need to figure out what Ophelia's name was. And then I just need to sort of move on. I just need to figure out the rest of this. Like, how do I find Ophelia's name, though? I need to find the name of her husband. And then I need to find the name of her husband. And I need to find the name of Ophelia. These are the hardest pieces so far that I can't find. But when I find them, it's going to be all over. So we've figured out who is a Roottrie. We know exactly who is a Roottrie. I think my delineation is correct, or my categorization is correct. We just need to figure out what the husband's name is now. So I think we stick with the husband because he's the easiest. He's also a part of a fire service, actually. You put it in the Discord, but enough talk. Find more blood relatives. I feel like I've found them all. These last two are optional. You can summon Sam and Clark whenever you wish. However, this will end your search from real truth, so be sure that you're ready. In the photo, there's a fire truck. How do I go back to the past? Or to the present? In the photo, there's a fire truck. On this fire truck, FD NY, his name is Danny. I'm stupid. Sorry, his name is Danny. Seduce a Roottrie and make another blood relative. Would you? Okay, I've had this talk with my wife. Both of us agree that if we ever, would want to, the other person is allowed to marry somebody rich as long as we bring the money back home and we know that the love is still here, okay? But would you do it? Chat, would you go marry somebody just for the money? And not, I think specifically, you don't, I'm going to make it so it's morally, friendly, right? Morally, it's okay. This person is old, they want to feel something in their life, so they're fine giving you the money in exchange for this. It's a transaction for them, right? They don't care. So morally, you're helping somebody by doing this. Would you do it even though you're with someone? Danny, I guess Daniel. Yeah, Daniel. Her name is Watts, but her married name is something. Watts? Whitney May. Having gone wrong. Wait, what's her name here? Whitney May Watts. Posted this on a photo to prove her thing. Do we need Beatrice Watts? What's the name again? It's not Beatrice Watts. Nope, never. You couldn't be apart from the person you would marry. But it's temporary. The other person's going to die soon. And when they die, all their money goes to... Okay. I'm gonna add another moral lever to this, okay? When they die, all their money goes to the state instead of you. Would you... think about it. It's morally good for you to take the money for yourself. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz. What's her name again? I love State. I love State. Okay, so her last name is Watts. What's her current name? How did I even get to that angle of Corinne Schwartz? Watts. Beatrice Watts. Courtney May Watts. She is Jane Doe Roottrie Courtney May Newton. Oops, sorry. So his name is Daniel Newton. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I'm not leaving. You're not leaving your partner alone. Okay, well, they're not alone, right? Okay. I'm gonna add another moral lever. You only need to be there to give comfort, but like you can still go home to your family. Or maybe the opposite. You need to give them comfort at nighttime, but then during the day, when they're busy with their, like, you know, high-paying office job, because probably they're like a CEO or something, you can then go back to your partner. That's another moral lever. The moral lever is keep treading. They keep treading on and on and on. Bess Williams, Family Man, hi to Roottreemania, expand again, close. What is the last name of your... What's the last name? Giving comfort to a CEO is against your moral code. Based. Is your name Waluigi? Is the old person willing to marry two people like you and your partner? Yeah, we did think about that. Like we did think about, like, we could pull a Castlevania on them. Like when Alucard has like the two people like trying to chain him down. I was thinking about that too. And like if he is willing, then maybe you could do that, and then you'd have no complications, right? How did I know about the Wildcat? How did I know about the Bocadoro Library? One of your first crushes was a 0.1%er, and you still turned them down later on when you lost interest. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's like the money that you have doesn't imply any good personality or like any good person. Like I've also been with a 1%er or like a 0.1%er. Like she was like disgustingly rich, and what's funny is that she was also very naive about the world, but she wanted to like learn. So she was like a genuinely curious person about the world, but she was like, but you know, the relationships as they are turn like sour, right? But like, yeah, the amount of money will never make up for the fact that like somebody is somebody, and you know, somebody needs to be somebody to be good. So he died at age 74 in a retirement home. Frank Wildcat Williams, military history sites, Navy Cross Medal, World War II, Sweetwater, Florida. Wait, he grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He barely remember his mother. Right. Construction company in the greater Miami area. How do I find your wife's name? Wildcat Construction. Oh, how do I find your wife's name? Oh yeah, the Mercury. Sweetwater, Florida. Bum bum ba. Okay, sorry, I don't know music references. I don't know. Like, you know how like, you ever see that like very famous Google or like Quora answer where somebody's like, or like on Stack Overflow where somebody types out the sound of a song, like they type out the, like bum bum ba bum ba, and somebody guesses the name of the song correctly. I can't do that. Like, I can't translate words into sounds. Okay, Wildcat Construction was also mentioned early in 1947 under the headline that I've already seen about the expansion. Right, having concern, he won the Navy Cross for his bravery. I'm carried. Now he and his wife Ophelia, Frank's company. Ophelia has handled outreach. She's through outreach found 13 veterans of the war. Oh wait, maybe I just search Ophelia. Why don't I just search Ophelia Wildcat Construction? I mean, it was a thing about courtesy, so maybe we should just leave it as unknown. Like, maybe her last name is just unknown. Well, if I can't recognize Sweet Caroline, then you believe me. It's one of those songs where, like, I can't remember what it sounds like, but I know it exists. And I swear I've heard it before, but you know what it is? I can't recall things. This is the thing, I can't recall things. I can only recall what's recent or what came in my childhood. But there's that middle ground of like sweetness where it's like, you know what it is? I don't care about Sweet Caroline. I don't, like, the song does nothing for me, so therefore it doesn't ever, like, it doesn't stick with me. It doesn't have an impact on my life. Whereas like Linkin Park and Numb, like that had a strong impact. So I listened to it and I can recall it, you know, because it's within me. Maybe her name is just unknown. What if her name is just unknown? You know what? What's your name? I don't know. Maybe your name is also unknown. Maybe both of their names are just unknown. Fuck it. Chat, I'm locking in. I give up on both of them. I'm gonna assume that both of the names are just staying unknown. The song is kind of mid. You can't tell me anything about it besides the first part of the chorus. That's the thing, right? And it's not that it's like... But at the same time, it makes you wonder how is it so well known then? Because everyone knows about Sweet Caroline. Although at the same time, everyone also knows about Sweet Home Alabama, so... Maybe it's not necessarily the quality, it's about the memeability, right? Last two are optional. Forward. Yeah, I give up. I have no clue how to even get his name. I swear we've done this. Because many of our parents played it in the car. True, many of your parents. My parents were playing stuff like this. My parents were playing stuff like this. Just listen. Here you go. This is a good one. This is 2 hours, actually. This is okay. No, we're not going to play a 2-hour version of this. No, please. Oh my god, it's all 2 hours. It's every single one is 2 hours. Jesus Christ. So basically what I'm going to show you is like Vietnamese opera. But the problem is that every Vietnamese opera thing it's not meant to be like a song. It's meant to be like an entire show. And every single show is like 4 hours. So imagine you're on a road trip to Philadelphia from Canada, okay? This was before the trade war. And then you have to listen to this thing for the next like 4 hours. And it's the same beat over and over. Like look, I'll choose this one and you're going to hear it stay the exact same all the way through. Okay, just no. Wait, just and then just So this dialogue and then there's more dialogue. Where's the singing? Here we go. So they sing, and then they cut to like dialogue. It's a mix of spoken word. It's a mix of Vietnamese spoken word as well as singing.
Thì là tình bạn học. Kìa, chỗ này vắng đâu có ai đâu.
Okay, the video's buffering. I can't show you anymore. The video's buffering. Even they don't want me to listen to it. Even YouTube doesn't want me to listen to it anymore. I'm free now. My parents would make me listen to Vietnamese musicals in the car. You would die. There's so many of them. And it's like most of them are bangers, but like you have to understand, okay? That beat that you heard never changes. For the next 3.5 hours, the beat, the music, the rhythm, like the melody, every single song goes the same. I'm ready. Chat, I can't find their spouses. I give up on the spouses. It's a really lazy musical. I wouldn't say lazy. It's just more so the style of music. It's like, it's hard to explain, but it's like, when I say spoken word, it's literally more about the spoken word. It's more about the ways that you say things. It's the ways that you express yourself through the word. And the musicality is in the way that you sing it, or like the way that you say it. So it's like you play with the tonality of it, and then you play with the ways that you say it, and you play with the ways that you speak it out. Like the musical melody side of it, it changes per play, but for the most part, it's going to be the same structure because it has to follow the storyline, and also it has to be an expression of like what you want to say. So it's like, that's the reason why the music is like mostly static. So I wouldn't say lazy musical. It's just, it's a whole different performance style almost. Like it's yeah, maybe musical is the wrong way to say it. It's like, well, that's the thing though. It's like, it is a mix of a musical plus a play plus spoken word poetry. Like it's very, or like slam poetry. It's like, it's a very interesting mix of it. It's a very traditional style. It's the kind of traditional style that you would have when musicians were more rare and the instruments that you had were more based around whatever your region had. Like you would just have what you had. We didn't have guitars back then, right? So you would just have whatever you had. Which is like the I don't know the English name, but like you've probably seen it where it's like one dude on the street and he's like a one string instrument and he has like a stick and he waves the stick around and it makes like a different noise every which like way. He goes ding 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 ding. You know, right? Stuff like that. Here's the final optional entries you have found. Yep. Got them. Yep. 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 Got her. What? Oh, okay. So, okay. I also got those. Okay, good.
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
Real DNA.
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
Jesus Christ, Clark, you're so loud. 1 week later. I like this.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies.
And did you discover the relationship between Dirty Davy and the Ruby Sprat?
Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week.
I don't give a shit. Can you tell me what is Susie Ford's husband's name? And can you tell me what is Ophelia's last name? That's what I need to know.
Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted.
Oh, yes.
But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson.
Okay, yeah, I'm very curious how the game, like, how much of my understanding of Guy Hudson being a predator lines up with the reality.
Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed.
Yes.
We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were
ruse. Yep, and we know this because of all the
He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying.
Yeah. Here we go.
Which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
Is there like an English name that starts with an X? You know, because like that, because that's really the smoking gun. Is when you see that, then you realize the rest of it, right? Like the X reveals the structure. Because like a Chinese name, X is very common, right? But like a Vietnamese name, X is not common, right? So it's like, how is there? But like, is there any English name that starts with an X? Xanax. Xavier. Okay, holy shit. Xavier is a good one. Christine, but if you call it Xtine, yeah, that one's also good. Christine, Xfire, Crossfire, Xavier, Xanax. I like that.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar.
Yeah.
But there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party.
Yes. Wait, was James? Yeah, because Robert was he. James. Xylophone.
Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
Yeah. So, this makes sense.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he did sleep with Robin Martin. Like, Guy Hudson to me strikes somebody who like would always try to sleep with someone. And I was correct about the Steve thing. Steve stepping in to take care of the child because of the plated loaf story. Like when you read between the lines, because that story, by the way, if you look at the plated loaf story, it's so bad of a story for a cooking book that it has to be a real story. Because it's impossible to figure out what the instructions are. XML, XL. Yeah, come on, Sam. He was in it for the sex. Exactly. Not the impregnation. I don't know about that one. I don't know. Because have you ever heard of Quiverful? Okay, I'm gonna blow your minds. There's a movement. Look. Quiverful is a Christian theological position that sees large families as a blessing from God. It encourages procreation, abstaining from all forms of birth control, natural family planning, and sterilization reversal. The movement derives its name from Psalm 127 colon, why is it colon? 127 colon 3-5, where many children are metaphorically referred to as arrows in a full cover. Can anyone explain to me why the Bible verses are like like always ordered in that way of like 127 colon? It's like a textbook. Guy was not quiverful. He wouldn't have married a lesbian if he wanted a big family. You know what? I think the bigger thing is that it specifically says in the interview with the Piketty and Cecily Sanchez. It specifically says that he just loves sex. Chapter number, colon, verse numbers. That's why. Oh, that's why. So you would think that somebody who like grew up being Christian and who read the Bible would like know that. But I never understood why it was formatted that way.
Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
What? Wait. Oh, not every child... Right. Robert Garland was born after his parents had moved to Boston. Yeah, wait, what? Oh, so I got them mixed up. Wait, what? Robert is 3 years younger than James. Robert Garland was born after... Oh, see, this is the line that I was trying to find. This is the line that I was referring to. I was trying to figure out where that line of when she's pregnant was. Because that was the one that verified whether or not which child belonged to Guy. Because it's like, it was when they moved that they were pregnant with one of the children, but I couldn't figure out which one it was. But now that I think about it, it doesn't make any sense. If they were... Well, no, because it... Basically, it makes sense because it's like, if you're pregnant before you move, and then you move, and then you're pregnant during the move, then it would have been James. Yeah. So, that's why. Like, I was trying to figure out which one... Like, when the pregnancy happened. So, I got this one wrong. It's the reverse, I think, right? Yeah, Robert Garland... Because I said that Robert Garland was... Guy Hudson's son, but it's actually the opposite. It's James Garland, because he was there before Robert, and then they had already moved to Boston before Robert. You know what I mean? Opposite. Or did I get the right one? I don't know. I don't know.
Up next is Lang Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even?
Yeah, because she used to have those like posters up on the wall. Like, she was really into Americans, yeah.
When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive.
And then this became its own controversy for the thing. And then the sister came in as well. Redheads even. What does that mean? It's like, I don't know, like the way that it was used there was almost like an emphasis. Like, I can see how you're reading it though, because if you read it the other way, it feels more like redheads, like, basically, if you read it the way that I think that you're reading it, it feels like redheads aren't American. So it's like she was into redheads even despite the fact that she was into Americans. But I think it's specifically as an emphasis of she's into Americans, especially redheads. Not she's into redheads even in spite of the fact that she's into Americans. Because that other implication is funnier, where it's like she likes redheads even though they're not really American, even if they are American. That is funny.
But her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Bing. Wait, Guy...
Sonia Alves was soon after.
Oh, wait, because they had their own
Leah
child.
Was married
right.
at a very young age to a much older husband.
They were the actual... So they were an actual thing? So they were an actual couple. Guy never slept with Xin Yao after all, like shout at your VODs this past week. Well, so I was reading because like the way that they explained the key genes thing, I think the reason why I thought that was because they said specifically that there's like multiple different, like there was multiple cases of the faking. So in my mind, I was thinking that was the reason why, was that both of them were fake. Because I was thinking to myself, you know, especially because of the way that they were. Because wait, no, didn't they? How did they end up with? I think I found out that they didn't divorce. Michael Zetzchild is just proof that Sinya didn't need IVF. I got lost in the sauce. Well, so no, it's not that I got lost in the sauce. Well, no, I did get lost in the sauce, but it's like it was just proof that Xin Yao didn't need IVF. What? Mark was the actual child. It was just proof that Shin Yao didn't need IVF. I got lost in the sauce. Oh, I see what you mean. Right. Yeah. It's because, yeah. They had to go there to make it seem like they needed IVF because they got pregnant early and then they had to... It was like a saving face move. Right. That's why they visited. For them, it was a saving face move. I see it now. It's a saving face move versus like a actually pregnant thing. Okay.
She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private.
I mean, that one was very ambiguous, though, because it's like, when you say it like that, and then you have the lines about, because, at least for me, it feels ambiguous, unless there's like a specific smoking gun that says specifically where it places it, right? Because it's like, she was there, so presumably because she's there at the same time when Guy Hudson visits. And then it's like, how do we really know that she didn't sleep with Guy Hudson at the same time? And so it's like, how does that all make sense? No, but then she wasn't even on the tree, right? She wasn't even on the tree. Okay, no, I remember now. Right. I took them off the tree because I realized it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I remember now. Yeah. I took them off the tree because it doesn't make sense because it was Sonia Alves and the thing. The reason why it wasn't true is because they were pregnant from before because they met in college, and it was that pregnancy with each other that then necessitated the visit to the IVF because the father was like, well, if you want to move, like if you want to be together, you have to take over the company and stuff. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I remember now. Yeah. Man, playing this over like multiple sessions, it's really hard to remember everything. Like there's so many different like viewpoints. I actually wish during the cutscene moments you could pull up your journal to almost see your notes as a replay of what you've done, right? Because then you could go through your notes, because then, at least for me, notes are a historical thing as well. So I can look back at my decision making and be like, why did I think this? And why did I change my mind? Because even now, I'm like, I don't remember how I changed my mind on some things. And even just now, I don't remember who I marked as like child or like not.
Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records.
Okay, I didn't get this. I did not pick up on this. I did not pick up the only Christmas not in the records. I think I saw the one for 1978, and I thought that was the one for 1979. Because it's like, you know what I mean? Like you celebrate, but I didn't check the following page. Like to me, because in my mind, this was the 1979. Because it's like, at least for me, my mindset is when you're in the New Year cycle, the December time, it's like, when you're during Christmas time, it's already the New Year. Like this celebration with the New Year celebration, it's already signals the New Year to me. So it already starts by that point. So in my mind, I think that's why I was thinking this is already 1979. I didn't pick up on this because it's true. The next time we see it is on the final page at 1981, the New Year's Bash, right? And also, remember that? Yeah, it's the 1 year that I looked at, and there was no Christmas Bash. And I was like, I guess it only happened with Guy Hudson. But no, that's not the case. It just didn't happen yet. Or like it didn't happen at all. It wasn't in the books.
Flavio was born 9 months later.
That one's hard to figure out.
The others, Guy started paying Sonia.
Right.
Last was Susan Ford.
Hired to translate. What is her husband's name?
Overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there.
What? There is definitive proof. The money that they send every single month.
She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life.
Okay, I think I'm willing to stretch it and say that she absolutely did. Because she was also there used to proposition other people as well, right? And she seemed uncomfortable doing it, but she was still doing it because of the money thing. Like, it's like, not to say that it's like, basically, I think Guy Hudson would have tried to push her for as much as he could because he strikes me as being that kind of sleazeball. Like, but this is the problem, right? Maybe it's my perspective of him, and maybe it's the way that I look at him more as a predatory type of person. Maybe she was just uncomfortable with it, and so he stopped. Like, maybe he did look at the boundaries and he said, okay, this is too much. Maybe everything that he did was quote-unquote consensual from his end, and it wasn't a matter of him being sort of like super pushy, right? Because even my read of his relationship with Christine was more like they need the money, and he has the power to like give them that. It's like a power imbalance, right? You think he's a sleazebag, but not necessarily a predator. You don't recall anything about Susie being hesitant. It was during the Piketty interview. The Piketty interview between Cecily Sanchez and the Piketty. She was like, he sent Susie to proposition me, she seemed uncomfortable about the whole thing. And I think for me, that initially didn't ring a bell, and then I think I took it too far by thinking about it from the Christine angle. And I think I invented this idea of him being almost like this power coercion type of guy. So I think that's why I thought it was a guaranteed take. Because when I think of it in that light, I think of it as, yeah, Susie probably was the same thing, and that's the only reason why he would give the donation. But if it isn't, then I could see it being that Susie specifically was given the money because she was sort of he basically used her as a tool to proposition others. Maybe.
Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins.
What? Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current... Huh? Did I misread that whole thing? Wait. Susan Ford... What? Susan with Mrs. Hughes, they're just married for such a short time that there's only a mention of her under her maiden name. Well, so the thing that throws me off, right, is like, I guess, like, what is this school? Like, what is this school, basically? Like, is this school... Because in my mind, that note about him graduating was like, okay, he's too young for her when they would have gotten together, and she would have been too old for him. Because is this school almost like a replacement school even for adults, in the sense of like, it's just a school for any deaf person to learn the tools, right? Or is it like a school in the sense of like, they get to grade 12 and then they're done and then they learn, like, in my mind, it's like the latter school, not the former school. And so it was like, he always seemed like too young for it based on that note. Because also, when she started working for Guy Hudson, she had already gone to the school to learn ASL for her husband to communicate with him. But then it's also at the same time coinciding with the timeline of when she was a translator for Guy Hudson. You think she was pretty young when Guy hired her? There was an age gap between her and her future husband. That's the thing, right? It's like, I think my thinking was that I didn't believe that the age gap was real, because so far in this game, it's been pretty traditional with the relationships, in the sense of like, usually it's the guy that's way older and not the girl. Whereas like, at least the reading of that Mr. Hughes thing, the Mr. Hughes and Mrs. Hughes, he would have been much younger than her. But then it's like, I don't know how much younger she would have been working for Guy. And I think that's the problem, is like with the tattoo and the drawing, she struck me as almost like a 27 to 28 type of person, where she's like very old at that point. And so it's like, and then the way that the reading of when he graduated from the school struck me as he would have graduated a few years earlier when he was 18, but it's like a few years. People say a few years when it's like 4 to 6. So it's like he would have maybe been like 22, 24, 26, right? Maybe it's just hard to find someone your age when you're deaf. That is also a fair point. Yeah, like that's a good point. Yeah, because like when you have a condition, you don't really have much choice in the matter. It's just whoever is around you that has that too. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, but at least for me, yeah, I can see how I misread that. But it's also like, man, that's a hard thing to pick up on. The Mrs. Ford thing, I did not pick up on. Like, that's the one that I always sort of like never pick up on. I think because for me, I always think of games as not really paying attention to that stuff. And it's interesting playing this game compared to other games, because like in any other world, that distinction between Miss, and Ms matters, right? But I think I had this problem with the first portion of the game too, where I think the first portion of the game, the Roottrees are dead portion of it, I said this as well, where it was like that distinction between Ms, and Miss exists in the real world. And I remember saying roughly the same thing, where it's like, I never see games care about that, and so I never really care about how they put titles. Because the titles are always something that people just kind of throw in that they used to, without much thought about what it means. But this game itself is like different from other games. It's just I've been sort of like trained by the whatever that I don't even care about it. I got so used to people just being Miss Maiden Name to Mrs. Married Name because they were just Housewives. Well, not even that. Like it's not even within the context of this game of being Housewives. It's just in general. I tend to find like games don't really put too much care about how the titling works. So it's like I wasn't even used to it from this game. It's just games in general. They just don't handle that titling very, very well, and they'll just keep using the wrong form no matter what it is. Yeah. So it's like, because for me, it's like the first playthrough almost doesn't influence much about this playthrough. The first playthrough only lets me know insofar as the mechanics and sort of what to expect from the quality, but it doesn't really influence me in terms of the thinking. Like, it's like, for me, it's more about the context of the other bits of information. Right? And then whatever sort of pre-existing biases that I bring in. Like, it's my pre-existing bias to come in knowing that most games aren't going to handle this stuff well. Like, it's the same reason why when I see a typo in a game, it doesn't ruin the meaning of it for me. I just look at it as a typo. Or if it's missing a word, or if it's using a different form of the word, or if it's using the wrong word entirely and it changes the meaning. It's like, I always look to the way that it's used to determine the meaning. Because it's like, I always think of the writing of a game to be the worst aspect of most games, because most games don't care about it as much as this game. And I forget that this game is entirely about the writing. It's like, it's a mindset shift that I still can't really do, where it's like, this game cares so much about the writing because it is a writing game, but I don't recognize that. And so in my mind, it like doesn't really exist. But this makes sense then, because it's like, okay, he wasn't really sure, so he had to pay them double just in case. So it's like a question mark for these two.
So, what about 5 Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up.
Okay, so my thing about this one was that the Ruby Sprat threw everything out of order. I don't remember anything about his story that made me think otherwise. I just thought to myself the Ruby Sprat angle was enough for me to say this is probably what's happening, right? So I'm curious how the game explains him, because if there's other reasons for it, I must have missed up. Or I must have missed picking those up.
His mother already left the company by the time Guy became
president.
president.
See, like this, I didn't even think about this.
He was born sometime around 1975.
Like, it's like, these bits of information, I would have never placed these. It's something about the year that trips me up especially, right? Because I can't, like in my mind, it's 2025. And so when I think about the years and the dates, I get confused trying to place them all in different places, which I think you've also seen in like other places when I'm playing this game. Like, when I was trying to calculate Dirty Davy's age in a certain time, you probably saw that I get confused by it. Something about the way that, like, years in general work and, like, the ways that, like, they can be placed on a timeline, I don't get very, very well, and I would need to almost place it on a timeline board of my own separately. It's why, early on in the playthrough of Roottreemania, of the Roottrees Are Dead, I wanted to switch over to using Obsidian for all of my note-taking. Because one of the things that I wanted to do was like draw an actual timeline and like move things back and forth. But I got lazy to manage the window in OBS, which is a whole different issue, right? So, like, this I would have never picked up on because I'm not very good with the numbers of like imagining the years and keeping track of that and figuring out, okay, what year belongs before or after this. Whereas like visually, if I put it out, I could see, oh wait, this happened before, so it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. It doesn't help that the creator has said he tried to obscure years because he didn't have a firm timeline for a lot of things. I mean, I always think of that. See, that's the other thing, right? So that's a part of the bias thing, where I'm like, I go in thinking that games don't handle titles well. It's like, I would have never even been affected by that, knowing that the creator does that. It's also like an assumption that I make that timelines in games are always a bit funky. Like, I'm gonna have this problem when we play the Stanley Parable. I'm gonna have this problem when we play other such types of games where I think the time of things, the order of things, or like, just the care taken for those details matters a lot. And I'm gonna have a problem where it's like, you know, sometimes it's not planned well because it's very hard to, especially in a complex game like this. Sometimes it's not cared about at all because you're playing Doom, and like, does it really matter what year it like happens in, right? Like, there's a lot of different things about it that make me sort of go, I need to sort of change my thinking for these types of games moving forward to really be able to get the most out of them, I think.
Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer. Ruby Sprat.
Yeah. So the Fountain of Youth was the thing that made me go, she's doing this to fake it. And then the throwing away Bonnie Hudson's hair was like the nail in the coffin for me, not the years. I need to get that in my mindset.
They both grew up in Portland in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another.
Mm-hmm. And actually, now that I think about it, this poster on the wall is probably one of the most important posters tutorials in the game, because it tells you to be careful about the years. Like this poster on the wall with the year numbers and how they progressively get like lower and lower. That, and I looked at that poster multiple times, but I should have recognized that that's like, it's telling me specifically think about the years like they matter in this game. They matter in the context of everything that's like going on here.
Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with.
Yeah, it was all set up.
All a setup.
Yep, because she came in first.
Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity.
For money. But what's weird about this though, right? She helped some of them. She didn't help the rest of them. But she was willing to help some of them still. Like she was willing to do some DNA tests, right? Or is that true? Because the third person who reached out was Mary Beth Quaker. So it's Anonymom, 5Ps, a Mary Beth Quaker, and then the red herring guy, red herring Aloysius, right? She did some of them and saw that it wasn't correct, and then she blocked the rest of them. Who else? Well, I guess that's it then, right? Because Frank Williams didn't come forward. Yeah, Frank Williams never came forward. There was only like 3 people that we know of that came forward. So yeah, I guess yeah. So she didn't help anybody except for Felix Fellows. Everybody else she blocked. Everyone that we know that came forward with a claim got blocked.
His mother really had worked for Roottree.
Yeah.
And Ruby was a respected lawyer.
Well, she was, yeah.
She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way.
Some very important mistakes that I don't know about. What mistakes? What mistakes? The only person she helped was her friend David. Yeah, exactly. And he screwed over Courtney May, and Stuart was already not a Roottrees. Who's Stuart? Oh yeah, Stuart. Yeah.
If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
What? DNA tech code. What? This is a piece of evidence? I would have never been able to find this evidence. If I found this, I think I would have been able to look at this and then go, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. The left and right sets of them is essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of the 2 people in question. This is a Jane Doe, but the Roottrees company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg.
But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match.
Yeah.
After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know.
Yeah, see, if I had found this would have been even easier to figure out. I think I just made a very huge leap in logic. You know what it is? It's because this is the other thing that's interesting about these games, right? Hello, chat. Writing for these games is hard because why would I make a leap of logic like that? This woman can speak brackets. She spoke it very well too. Like you knew it was within brackets. Like, how did I make that leap of logic to her being hand in hand a ploy with David Fellows? Because that's such a game writing thing to do. Because games don't write about the mundane. Games write about the exceptional. It's like, it's weird because the very framework of which we see this makes it so obvious, right? It's like the very game framework itself. The fact that it is a game story makes it so obvious that they're going for that storyline. It's why the game even writes that they know each other. In real life, if I knew that they knew each other, I would just be like, oh, that's a nice coincidence. I wouldn't even begin to suspect, I wouldn't even make that leap of logic. I would need this to make that leap of logic. It's so hard. But at the same time, it's so hard to focus on the mundane because it's like, there's so much mundane content out there that you'd have to write to muddy the waters. Effectively, and this game apparently has 96,000 words of writing, right? You would need maybe 500,000 words. You would need multiple novels worth of words to hide that detail even better. So to the point where somebody wouldn't make that leap of logic. Because it's so ingrained into the DNA of a game and really of storytelling in general to think of the exceptional, to think of the absurd. You do want the game that you're working on to focus on the mundane people, mundane emotions, mundane events. Just with a twist of which ones have to do with this one extraordinary event. That's the thing, right? And I hope that you're successful because I am curious about how much writing it's going to take. Because for me, I think of it as being 500,000 plus words. I think of it as being multiple novels worth of words, just to be able to build that frame of like something interesting. Like I don't even think the Elder Scrolls games have ever gotten to that point. Like everything in that game, there's so much writing in that game, and yet so much of it is actually very important. It's like very little of it is actually mundane because there's so much to write. You like writing. You've written multiple novels worth of words for a past fan in the project. Was it Homestuck?
We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely.
I didn't even think about the hairbrush. Yeah, I didn't even think about the hairbrush and how... I mean, to be fair, it's like, I never even asked the question of where they got the DNA. You think that I think that me and this channel are talking about two different types of mundane, though. Mundane events might not be mundane in the context of the game, in the sense of you tell that it is relevant. Yes. I think that's the one that I'm talking about, where it's like, because like mundane within the context of the game, if the game is about living in a border zone and they're talking about the fact that they were barely able to, like, imagine you're writing a story about Kenshi and you're writing about the fact that, you know, somebody barely survived trying to get food for the day. That's a mundane event. Yeah, but I'm specifically talking about the mundane of like what is easily understandable as almost relevant to the core premise of your quest line, of like your victory condition, of your goal, versus necessarily mundane in the context of the world. Unless I misread what you typed, in which case there's a misunderstanding between all three of us. Like, if you read a story about the guy working in 9 to 5, it's mundane in a colloquial understanding, but it's not mundane relative to the storyline. Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah. Like, it's like, yeah, in real life it'd be mundane, but it's like, if you read a story about, like, yeah, that's exactly it. If you're making a game story and Fight Club doesn't exist, but you're writing a story about Fight Club and you talk about his 9 to 5, it's no longer mundane. It's extremely relevant. Yeah. Have I flip-flopped on my... how many times have I flip-flopped on my opinion? Can somebody please keep track?
On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney Mays was not.
I didn't even get to read this. Ryan and Court, who were representing Anonymom, had confirmed that the sample they sent to the Roottrees was definitely Courtney Mays' hair. Wait, I do remember this because they did... This was a part of the... No, but this specific paragraph I didn't read. But this is related to the Ryan and Court that Courtney May did mention. I should have searched up Ryan and Court, because I was like, I don't know who these people are. I should have... Because I hate lawyers, man. Why do lawyers name it after names? Because I think to myself, these are two random people. There's no way that I'm going to be able to find the name of it. Yeah, like, it's a legal firm name, which means that I can Google it. But because I read it as people names, because I read it as people names, I thought to myself, there's no way I can find this information by just searching their names, because every other name is unsearchable without other context clues. Like, I was thinking to myself, there's no way. Without a last name, it's impossible. Like, man, that's a hard one. If I ever make a law firm, I'm going to name my law firm Problem Solved. Like something very obvious that it's a business name and not like a person's name.
Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney Mays, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution.
Yep, based on the song, which makes sense, and based on her valedictorian speech. Yeah, this all makes sense. They were both very, very sort of incendiary towards the rich. Which, to be fair, are they wrong? Tell me. Are they necessarily wrong in terms of the morality of their actions?
A noble effort. But once they controlled the family fortune,
then they are rich. I mean, the interesting thing is, like, yeah, they do just trade places. And so it's like, will they end up being the same thing? Right? Because it's like, would they be corrupt by the money too? The only law firm is Diamond and Diamond. Everything else is just sparkling, argumentative people. That's a very, very niche reference. Diamond and Diamond is a real law firm. I always love seeing ads for various law firms around like the city where I grew up, because it's like, or like just ads in general for like things, because the names are so strange and so iconic that you can't forget them. Like Oliver's Jewelry Store, Diamond and Diamond.
They became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them.
Yep.
They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
That's the thing. Like, if they were able to use it well for other purposes, I wouldn't necessarily be mad at them. But it's like, it's specifically the way that they hurt their fellow working class members, right? Like, it's, sure, you're orphans, and sure, your life is hard, but like, you're now a lawyer that's well respected, and you're, you have a SoundCloud account, right? But it's the way that they hurt other class members. It's the way that they hurt their fellow working class, because like, the construction company family, like they're working class. You know, the family of cooks, they're working class. The family of like everybody that they denied specifically, and then everybody that they and then the ways that they sort of like thinned the pool for the legitimate ones who were also the result of the affairs. It's sort of taking away opportunities from them too, right? So in a way, it's like pretty bad. I mean, even like the Clementine family, right? Like, look at Mark Clementine. His life has gone to shit. And Sir Clementine is a police officer trying to keep the peace, right? Like, I mean, this is also America that we're talking about. So like, maybe the police isn't really the best thing ever here, but like, presumably this is the good police in the bad system, and not the bad police that build the bad system, right? Presumably that's the way that it's trying to explain, at least towards place in the world, right? So like, you have a bunch of working class people who are trying to do good, who are like trying to survive, and then they turn around and they do the same thing that the family was like doing. It's all the same mess. Yeah, the fact that they were hypocrites and the class rapers. Yeah, exactly. The only person they were known to have denied was a diabetic single mom's daughter who clawed her way to a nursing diploma. Yeah, but it's her fault for being diabetic, right? She should have just not had so much sugar in life. She should have thought about having that like clean New York shrimp water. It's funny how she's just standing there in the doorway having a serious talk with you. That's the thing, right? How come I don't invite her in? Like, she must be cold and sad, and it's like she can come inside and we can have this real conversation here, and like I know that, you know what I mean? Like, I can help her with this, right? Like, I should be a more caring guest. But it's even funnier if you think about this idea of imagine if I'm a real detective. I would probably do this where I do like a video log of everything, or like an audio recording. So imagine I'm standing there recording all of this on my thing, and I give my 2 cents, and she's just like, please hurry up, can you finish your recording so I can say the very next line. At this point, we're cold. You're letting in the draft. It's just a cardboard standee of Sam with a speaker inside. She's sitting at home with her daughter Gwyneth's family. See? The things that money can do. I have thought about this, actually. Do you want to know my best merch idea yet? So, my second best merch idea is a sex toy pillow. So this used to be... So, okay, let me give a recap. The way I look at merch, I want you to have things that you would use. My original first best merch idea was a body pillow of my virtual character, if I ever make it, with a slot where you can attach like a sex toy to it, so you can ride it, and like the inside, and then I could have like an attachment system that makes it feel like a person, right? But that's now my second best idea. My best idea that I was thinking of recently was exactly that. Was you get a cardboard cutout of me, and whenever I go live, you hear me. Because I've been thinking about how to play around with speakers. So it's just a Bluetooth speaker attached to a cardboard cutout, and every time I go live, you hear me through the speakers. Like, you don't even need the speakers. You don't even need to go to my Twitch channel. You automatically get the content streamed to you the moment that I go live. And it doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be sleeping. You could be on the toilet. You could be having sex. You could be eating with your family. You could be at a funeral. You could be at your wedding. You could do anything. And the moment that my stream goes live, the speaker on my cardboard cutout starts talking. That's what I was thinking of. And then I realized the implications of that. It's just so funny to like think about, because you can't escape my stream without throwing your money away by destroying it.
That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of guys' parties and payoffs were true.
True. Okay, so I'm curious about the evidence of this. I know in terms of timeline, her timeline makes more sense because she was also working there at the same time as when she was with the guy Hudson. But the main evidence for me was the fact that the name of the candy, that was the thing that pushed me over. I'm curious if there's anything else involving the name of the... if there's anything else besides the name of the candy, as well as the timeline that guarantees that she is... Like, are there any other smoking guns that I missed, basically?
She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time.
Oh, right, yeah, because they... Yeah, because they showed their... right. Because her daughter said that they started the process first. But that's the thing, too, is, like, I don't know who to trust, because some people can, like, lie, right? So...
Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruin the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of appeal.
5Ps looks like a Twitch emote. we could make it a Twitch emote, yeah.
I feel worst for her.
Yeah, the writing of it is so good. It's like lol or... It's like lol or shitters. It's the same spelling. It's like the same pattern. Or grass lord. It's like grass lord. 5Ps. Okay.
While
Five head.
Ruby
Yeah,
and
it's like
Felix
five head.
stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well.
Yeah, like the entire tree
Miracle
of Elias.
Roottrees was
And
less
Miracle,
of an
yeah.
open and shut case.
No. I think he was open and shut.
That said, it's very likely he had a
Yeah.
son with Mary Beth Clementine.
Because why else would he get Lucinda Jacobson to pay for his bail?
Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County.
Exactly. Is this one new? Feet jam? No, it's been there for a while. No one discovered it. No one bothered. Because, like, it doesn't matter how many emails I add, right? It depends on how many of you are willing to search for the word feet. Like, how many of you type : feet and look at the list that pops up? Very few of you.
That leaves
Except for you.
Mark. The
You do.
timeline fits.
Somehow.
He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. And the
Yep.
basket baby story is a bit too convenient.
Very convenient, yeah.
If that's not enough on its own,
Mm-hmm.
he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree,
Yep.
Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest.
Yeah, this to me was one of the smoking guns of like, this absolutely makes sense. Because it doesn't make sense otherwise why she would.
Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr.
Yeah, who would do that? Huh? Who would search a feet within the emote list?
We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way.
Exactly. And this is the thing, right? It's like, in real life, it would still be unclear and you could still put a question mark on it. But in the game, because there's nothing else written, you just have to say yes. Yeah, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, like it's very hard to think of any other reason. It's like, at least in real life, you could maybe think, oh, maybe he like cared about, you know, the fact that she performed once and he wanted to make sure that her child was taken care of, right? And Mark was going through some tough times and maybe he like felt sorry for it. But like, we know the personality of these people. We know how they behave. We know how Miracle is. And with that combined with everything, it's like, there's not really many possibilities left where it's like, he would just do it out of his goodwill. Where he would get Lucinda to do it out of his goodwill for no reason.
Elias's affair was the most ambiguous.
I don't know. This one this one was the easiest. I figured this out in my shower. I just couldn't figure out the fact that he's the first president. You get Eli M as a character witness to say his brother is a dick. Wait, did he actually say that? I was trying to find that out because I think in the first game, I couldn't find anything that pointed to that. I just assumed that was the case because like so Elias, so Eli M, the M stands for mechanic, became a mechanic. So I was thinking in my head, like my headcanon was that he gave up everything in the family because he didn't want to scam people. So if there is evidence, there's not. But you want to imagine that's the case. Elias Mechanic Roottree, I love it. I mean, tell me, think about this. What? Sure, the M could stand for miracle, right? But it could also be like it's the same way that you would name your son Smith or Hope. You name them for what you want them to be. It's why my real name is a Dr. Nguyen. It's why my real name is Dr. Nguyen. Insert the most generic Vietnamese last name and insert the most common career choice. It also stands for Matthew or Mark or some biblical name. Well, yeah, but like, come on. Mechanic? It's pretty good.
Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family.
Yeah.
My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth.
Yep, but she has a lisp.
Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess.
Please remember them. But was it? Something that stuck my penis in the car door. What? Oh, right. I slammed my penis in the car door.
Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan.
Yeah, it's crazy how no one cares about her, right? But at the same time, her son cared about her enough to rebuild the library.
The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way.
What? You wouldn't say? Really? Honestly? I think it absolutely fits.
I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet.
Even in real life, I would think about this. Even in real life, I would say beyond a reasonable doubt. Because why would they even bother building a memorial to an author that the game specifically says is a nobody? She's an author with no notable books except for the biography, which is now tainted by the six-piece story. So she had no reason to have a statue built of her. Unless Bocadoro Library, where it's located, is such a small, shitty community that she is the only notable person, it doesn't make sense why they would make the statue. Because the community love Frank so much. No, I'm not talking about Frank. But it's a reason, because she seems to be saying that she doesn't believe in the link between Frank and Bess Williams. But I'm saying, isn't that almost guaranteed? Because why would Frank build a statue of Bess Williams if that wasn't the case? It's like he has no other reason to, because she's not famous, unless the town is so small that she's the only famous person. Oh, she says she doesn't believe in the link between Frank and Elias. Oh, I thought it was Frank and Bess, and I was like, Sam, I don't know if you're smoking something, but like this is pretty obvious to me. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, in that case, yeah, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, because all we really know is the Beth line. But I feel like the Beth line is enough to say otherwise. But yeah, I can see her point though, because it's like memory and witness testimony is unreliable, and it's seen in the legal system of today, where many times witness testimony is actually less reliable than anything we have, and where we really shouldn't be using it, but it's one of the tools that we just like have. Yeah, this is the one that you got wrong. You said that Frank was a root tree as well. Yeah, like I can see from her point of view of like it's not guaranteed.
That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test.
Yeah.
As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
Yeah, like here I can see that. And so it's like, yeah, I can see how there's like doubt. But at the same time, the doubt option doesn't seem real to me. This is the other problem of the gamification thing, right? It's another problem of the game problem. Remember how I said whatchamacallit? Remember how I said that when I saw the question mark option, I was like, there's no way the game wants me to do that. Like, that's another problem of the gamification thing, where it's like, I think to myself, there's no way games would want ambiguity and would even do ambiguity well. Like, for sure, that's, like, to me, it's a red herring option because no game would ever want that. But I keep forgetting this is the kind of game that would want that. This is the kind of game that would actually want to have that. You didn't use it either, right? It might be exactly for that. Like, it's just, exactly for the same reason. I just don't believe that games would actually want us to do that. Like, I feel like we're so trained to have definitive answers within games, that when a game does have ambiguity, we don't ever think of it as being a possibility. We look at it as a red herring. Shut it, Nightbot. Wait, no, please. Don't you dare talk to Nightbot like that. Look at that. It just wants to tell us skip the edges. So this makes sense. When you look at it with the evidence, it makes sense. But I just think to myself, there's no way that it doesn't want that. Honor. Oh wait, is it broken? Honor. Honor? Oh no. 1 second. I need to fix the bot. Was it a command? It should be both. Oh. Okay, it's a little broken. I think you're supposed to honor someone else. But then I think you're supposed to honor someone. Honor to no. Oops. Okay, well I'll fix it later. That's handy to know.
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball.
Curveball.
Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is.
Okay, I honestly forget which is which. Like, which one is which? This is the problem with Ron and Robbie, is that, and you saw me go through this where I couldn't figure out. I couldn't figure out which is which. Like, I couldn't figure out which brother was which because both their names are so similar. I keep mixing them up. His divorce from Gwyn was due to the old multiple affairs. An American reader on vacation claims I've overheard them arguing. While she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant, Gwyn announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again. It gives them more credibility. This is the one. So this is the one article I was trying to find, but I couldn't find it again. But this would have revealed that she was already pregnant with the older one and not the younger one. But then it's like, I don't know which name is which. Ron is the older one, the director. Robbie is the younger one. Yeah. So I got this wrong for sure. But like, this is the problem of, like, I just don't get the names.
When Ron and Robbie went to visit their
When I
mother
read them.
at the end of her life, something changed.
Yeah, something changed.
Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness.
Honestly, because this is a rumor, like, I just sort of, like, I didn't even think of this. Them getting together was also more of I didn't really think about that much. I just thought to myself, maybe they finally look past the money and they think about what's more important in life. Because Ron and Robert, coming from the Gwyn line, always struck me as a more, less, they struck me as a side of the family that just wanted to live life well, versus, like, necessarily wanting to make the most money. But at the same time, they are petty in the sense of that they try to get each other out. But in the context of this, it makes sense, because then it's like, oh, Ron was trying to get Robert out because of the whole embezzling thing. But then at the same time, the reason why they made amends is because actually Ron would be the one that gets out instead.
At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it.
That's the reference to Huntington's. I was trying to find this. I was trying to find the reference to Huntington's disease. I was like, how do I find this? I didn't remember a single person that had Huntington's disease, but it's based on the older records. This is another thing about games, okay? This is not the game's fault. It's another thing about games where I never expect the knowledge from the old game to ever matter, because in my mind, it's done. And all that really matters are the major story beats. Like, I'm so used to only the major story beats mattering that the details, it's like you can forget about all the details and you still get the right story, because I never imagined game stories to care that much about the old stuff. Yeah, this one I got completely outdunked. This one I like both the Huntington and the Robbie and the Robert, as well as the Frank. I would have never thought of these.
Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation.
Wait, yeah, so Leslie Florence was where I found out about that. Yeah. Leslie Florence was where I found out about it. And then I was trying to find... This was the one where I was trying to find the link to the Huntingtons, but I couldn't find it. Yeah,
because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntingtons, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron.
Wait, but how do we know that Ron has Huntington's? Oh, right, because based on what Penelope said. Right. Because Penelope is the one that thing, yeah. People often ask, do I need to play the first game of the series to enjoy this? But to imagine you actually cannot progress in the game without referencing things you can only learn from a previous entry. That's the thing, right? It's like, this is maybe the only game that I see this happen in, so far that I played, at least. I'm sure there's other games where that this happens in, but this is the only game where I need to go back to information about the first characters. To be fair, it's probably like a new diary entry, but to at least even remember to reference Penelope, I would have never thought to have to do that, because it's like, yeah, every other game, like, does it matter what happens in a Final Fantasy 4 to Final Fantasy 7 to Final Fantasy 12? No. Does it matter what happens in Atelier Rise to Atelier Totori? No. Does it matter what happens in Street Fighter 1 to Street Fighter like 7? Kind of. Does it matter what happens in like GTA 4 to GTA 5? No. It's like, you don't really need to know most of the time. It's like, I don't know. But even games that have like a more direct sequel storyline, which... Have you ever, like, Dragon's Dogma? Does it really matter that you've never played Dragon's Dogma 1? Not really. Like, Dragon's Dogma 2 so far has never really needed any of it. It's like a whole different story, right? Or, like, Half-Life. Okay, look. Does it matter much about Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2, these, like, minor details? No. All you need to know is that the Cascade Resonance happened, and we killed Zen. That's it. That's all you really need to know. Spoilers. This is a very interesting game. I like this. Well, in Ace Attorney, they give you recaps and reference relevant story beats from past games. That's the thing, right? Like, it makes sense for Ace Attorney, though, because Ace Attorney, to me, even though it has those logic things, it's like, it doesn't feel as, like, involved as this, in a way. Like, this one feels more freeform. You know, not that it doesn't feel more involved, but the freeform nature of this would mean that if all of a sudden it brings back these old... Like, if all of a sudden this almost open world exploration deduction game brings back these relevant pieces of information, it would be like, oh, like, this is very important because it doesn't want you to miss it. It would be so obvious that it was a clue that it would sort of take away from the experience, right? Yeah, it's a much less linear game. That's exactly it. Yeah. Linear, it's much more open world. Like, you can go in any which way. It'd be too obvious that it's relevant.
At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant.
Okay, I don't think I read this correctly at all. A rumor his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. Like, I don't think I read this correctly at all. Because, to me, this didn't really matter.
Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. I would have never figured this one out. This one about the begging and like that relationship that she had with Leslie Florence, because there's aside from them acting on the same show, I can't recall any point where they talk about her relationship with her fellow actresses. I only remember her romances, and maybe that's a bias not because of games, but a bias because of how I view the matter of things. Like, I never really care about somebody's friendship. I only care about who's dating who. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron.
Yeah, I think this one you have to figure out from the Huntingtons. Yeah, no way, this wasn't told outright. Yeah, but like, even if it's not told outright, I can't imagine how I could have intuited that. Like, this feels like more of a leap of logic than going from Ruby Spratt and Dirty Davy know each other. Therefore, she's swindling the company. Like, this is a much larger leap of logic than the Ruby Spratt one, unless you know about the Huntingtons. But even then, it's like you'd have to make up the reason why she took in Ron. Like, just the Huntingtons alone, I would have just said, okay, well, it's not her child. But I would have never done that leap of logic of like who she really belonged to and why he has that. Though, to be fair, again, I found the Huntingtons on Penelope. No, on Leslie, but not from Penelope. All that mattered to me was that Ron got Huntingtons from a third party. It didn't matter who his mother was. Yeah, so it depends on where you learn it from. Like, I only learned about the Huntingtons from the Leslie side. I didn't recognize that. Because to me, I thought the illness was a fake, and I never bothered to look up Penelope Tessa Green, to learn about the Huntingtons that her husband had. Like, if I knew that too, I think I would have also done that too. That same mindset. Because then it's very obvious that it's not her child, yeah. Man, Leslie Florence, she ruined me.
Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris.
Oh, and he was already born. That's why no one really noticed and no one really cared, and that's why all the timelines get like fuzzy here.
There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy.
Wait. Oh, I see. This would be alright. Tied. So the Huntingtons is the key thing, and this is all just the ways that we recontextualize the things that was said about her. Right.
To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline.
You know, I didn't even think about that. I never really thought about why she was in France. I just thought, you know, France is a cool city. Like, I don't view France the way that most other people view France. I view France as still being a pretty neat place. Like, sure, people are rude to you and stuff, but like, you know, as long as you speak the language and you try your best, it's a pretty neat place to stay. It has a lot of like, you know, interesting ideas about it. And like, I don't know, it's just like, it's neat. And whenever they have a revolution, you can join in, okay? The one thing that I'm sad about, protests in my city tend to be very, very weak, right? But if I was there in France, I too would be throwing Molotovs. Like, it seems pretty fun. It was just like the people staying in the Key Gene spot for the first time. Yeah, exactly, yeah. The exact same thing. Some time away to, like, hide it.
It's one heck of a story. And frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together.
But I did. By myself. No help. No duck. No chat. I'm playing this by myself.
Not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof. Now,
what's funny about this is, okay, there's a headcanon in my mind where Sam Madsen is completely wrong. And she's only right about the Huntingtons. For all we know, Gwyn could have kidnapped Leslie's child as like Gwyn could have kidnapped Leslie's child as revenge for the affairs, and maybe Wild Bill had an affair with Leslie that we don't know about. Like, this could all be fan fiction from Sam sans the Huntingtons. We still don't really know. We just have to take it at face value because the game is telling us this as the final thing. But in reality, she could be wrong too. Therefore, I'm not stupid. We're all just not smart. But we're just average.
Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancid Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation.
Yeah, and then knowing this and knowing why the thing was, like, dropped and stopped, and sort of knowing why they rekindled, it makes sense, because it's like, Ron wouldn't want to lose his money. Like, everything really starts to be shown in a different light. I like how they did this, too, because, like, as far as I know, the story for the original game was already written. So this probably was like almost retrofitted. It wasn't retconned, but they took the existing thing and they used it in a new thing in a very interesting way, which I really enjoy. It's a very masterful way of remixing what they already had to make it even better. Very, very cool. Because this on its own from the first game is like, you know, like it's within the light of the embezzling, but then now you realize, oh, like now it really makes sense. Sort of like why, like, it gives more context to it. It like invents a whole new reason for it, but it still keeps the core of it. It's cool. Gwyn and Leslie swapped identities during the filming of Guys Like Us. Yeah, like it could be anything. Yeah, the whole conflict between Ron and Robbie was a random mood, so they had no reason to still be angry at each other. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a genius.
Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was useful.
Yeah? I was stressed making all of this.
Without your tree, I'm not sure we would have ever discovered Ruby.
By the way, because we did this, and because she gave us the shares of the Clancid Trust, we make less money.
All this information, this entire story, it's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships.
But that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. Think about this. If none of it was real, what does it matter if it stays alive? Like, it's already a zombie. You just don't know that it's a zombie. You don't know that you're talking to, like, a white. Not skin color, like WIGHT, okay? You just don't know it yet. but everything that you've ever known was to be a lie, you might as well rip the band-aid off and live your life free with your bajillions of dollars. I think it's worth it.
We're handling it all very, very carefully. But we couldn't have gotten here without you.
Will you give me more shares? Or can you just convert it to hard cash before you guys drop the value? Like, okay, this is the thing, right? If they're going to pay me, what they should have done is they should have converted to money now, because the moment that they include these people, their shares are going to drop. Because the market doesn't like uncertainty, as we're seeing. And so what's going to happen is that as the shares drop, my already converted value has locked in that value. And I can buy more shares and just keep, like, I could short this entire company. 5Bs and Ruby would have taken more than their shares. That and Heather and / Blizzard aren't old enough to access their address yet. Oh yeah, until they're 18. Yeah, that's fair.
And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was.
It was.
No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess.
Well, there's money. You can express your gratefulness in money. Money is always grateful.
Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well.
How do you pronounce that? Eccentricities? Eccentricities? I always pronounce it eccentricities versus eccentricities. Roottrees is a private company. You can't short to buy more shares. Oh wait, really? Oh, I thought it was like public. That's the whole. I thought the company was a public company. This whole time.
And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Attention, Roottrees.
That was a good. That was a solid game.
Coming at you from the real world.
Very, very solid game. There's a lot to it. Like it makes me realize that I need to pay more attention. This and mouthwashing both made me realize that I need to pay more attention to games like this, because you can't apply the same framework of thinking that you have for other game stories, right? These games care a lot about the details. It's literally the entire game is a story, right? So you have to pay attention to it. But it just goes to show that even within the medium of a games, stories have so much more to go in delivering the story. Because this isn't even necessarily a bad game to play. I would say this is a very valid game to play from a purely gameplay-based perspective. Like, if you think of a puzzle game, if you think of a puzzle as being a game, then this itself is a game too, but it's a deduction puzzle game. And the way that it allows you, and the mechanics that it gives you to play out the deduction puzzle game is fun. It's a genuinely fun game to play. So not only do you have a really good story, it's also a very solid game in its own right based on the genre that it's in. And it just goes to show like how far you can go with merging good gameplay and good story still. Like, we still haven't seen the peak of it. And so far, the two relative peaks compared to the rest of the industry that I've seen have come from indie games. Like, there's so much more that you could go with it. And it's really, really solid. Yeah, it's like all narrative. Yeah, solid game. I actually really like this a lot. I'm curious to see if they'll ever go ahead with the rest of the trees. I would imagine they probably won't. Like, they'll probably move on to other games. And honestly, the rest of the trees would be interesting, but also not really. Like, there is something about the Roottrees where it does sort of wear on you, and like how many other ways could it go? But just because I can't imagine how much better it can get doesn't mean that it can't get better, right? And it wouldn't be the worst thing ever to have the game, to have the game explore the other lines of the family, like the other trees of the family line, because then you'd have this shared context that you could work off of, right? You could still base it off of everything there, so it would be interesting to like see. Robin Ward said he's still looking for what they do to go next. Yeah, I'm excited to see whatever else comes out of this, because man, that was good. That was good. Really good game. And at least having that shared world, it's a lot easier to get into. You don't have to like go through Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something. If it was that continuation, you would just play. Like, you wouldn't have to go from Drakengard into Nier to understand and to understand things. You would just have it. Sorry. I forgot to chill off the alarm, sorry. That's my other alarm to wake up if I don't wake up in time. Yeah, that was good. That That was really, like, really, really good. I like that. That's the alarm that wakes me up 6 hours into the stream if I wasn't up on time. So the first alarm was for the stream, so I can do like a 1 p.m. stream. Or like a 2 p.m. stream. This alarm is so I don't sleep the entire day away. This is the you have to wake up and be productive alarm instead of disappearing. Try clicking. But I hope it was worth it. Okay. It was worth it. It's very good. This game being based in the real world makes things a lot easier to grasp. I would say not even kind of grasp. I would say entirely. Because this game is just so based on like a grounded reality, there's not much you have to think about. Like there's one thing where I'm like, the moment that it gets very fantastical, you have to learn all these different terms and systems, and it gets a little annoying to even begin imagining all of this, right? Because then you have to learn all these different terms, learn what it means in relation to the world. Here, it's just humanity. And we all, most of us here, have the human inside of us that's just waiting to be used. I don't know how to say it. Anyways, that was it for the Roottrees are dead. Very good stuff. Roottreemania and this. I can finally say goodbye to this puzzle game. Well, the deductive puzzle. I don't even know what to classify it as. But at least the one classification that I can think of, a masterpiece. A masterpiece. And what's funny is that the people watching the VOD have already clicked off the VOD because we spent 1 hour talking about Chinese, Canadian, American, and British cuisine.